Thank you.
Mr. Lewis Ng.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, NParks adopts a holistic, science-based approach to wildlife management and works closely with the community to promote harmonious human-wildlife coexistence. NParks works with various stakeholders, such as nature groups, academics, agencies, and the community in its public education and outreach efforts. This is one of the key thrusts of NParks' wildlife management approach. For example, NParks partners these stakeholders to develop educational resources and outreach initiatives to advise the community on how to respond to wildlife sightings and to raise public awareness on the negative impact of feeding wildlife. In addition, NParks works with stakeholders to host its monthly Human-Wildlife Encounters webinar series to promote responsible behavior during such encounters. NParks also works with nature groups as part of various working groups to manage wildlife, including co-creating plans to address issues such as wildlife rescue, rehabilitation, and release. As part of NParks' science-based approach to wildlife management, NParks also conducts population surveys and research studies to better understand the distribution of wildlife in Singapore. For example, by identifying wildlife hotspots, NParks is able to implement mitigation measures against roadkill, such as putting in place vehicle speed reduction measures. Notwithstanding this, NParks may have to carry out measures such as the removal of wildlife to safeguard public safety where needed. NParks will continue to work closely with the community to promote harmonious human-wildlife coexistence as part of our efforts to transform Singapore into a city in nature. All of us can also play our part by not feeding wildlife, keeping our residential areas clean, and appreciating wildlife from a safe distance.
Mr. Lewis Ng.
Thank you, sir. I thank SMS for the reply. Could I ask specifically whether we can stop the poisoning of wild animals? And I know we are doing that currently, and the problem here is that it's not just the target species that dies, but there's a huge knock-on effect. I mean, just recently, ACRES rescued a white-bellied sea eagle who had consumed a poisoned wildlife, and thankfully it's recovered and released back into the wild. But there are many cases where cats, dogs, other animals consume the poisoned animal and they then subsequently die. So could I ask whether we can stop this practice? Not have measures in place during the poisoning exercise, but stop this practice altogether. Thank you.
SMS.
Thank you to Mr. Lewis Ng for the question. Our approach towards wildlife management, as I've mentioned, is we would have to be very much based on the science of animal management. We would need to study the ecology, and where possible, we have to work on the upstream measures. The upstream measures are very key, and that includes food source reduction. So this is where we place a lot of our efforts. Where necessary, we would also consider animal control measures, but these would have to be done in a humane and safe manner. With regards to the use of poisons specifically, NParks does not use poison in the control of pest birds, and NParks is also working with the town councils to encourage them to move away from the use of toxins and to adopt animal control measures and practices that are humane and safe.
Associate Professor James Lim, next question.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with your permission, I'd like to take questions 5 and 6 together.
Yes, please.
International research has established that amount and quality of sleep is influenced by multiple factors, such as circadian rhythm, exercise, and sleep habits. MOE has also recently commissioned 2 research studies on the impact of factors affecting sleep duration and sleep quality of our students in Singapore. This will help us better understand how later school start times could contribute to students' longer sleep duration. Currently, schools start no earlier than 7:30 a.m. Schools have the autonomy to adopt a later school start time, taking into consideration factors such as parents' feedback, school end time, impact on after-school and inter-school programs, transport provisions, and traffic situation around the schools.
J. Muslim.
Thanks to MOS Soon for her response. I have a quick follow-up question, and I wonder if MOE will consider, if the idea of a wholesale change in start times is impossible, whether staggered start times just for primary 3 onward or for secondary school only is possible. And part of the motivation behind this, of course, is we understand that pre-puberty circadian rhythms do predispose children to sleep around 8 or 9 p.m. But after the onset of puberty, which is typically around 10 or 11 for girls, a couple of years later for boys, pre-adolescents experience sleep phase delay of about 2 hours. But it is entirely possible that just a half an hour or an hour delay, which I think will actually not be very disruptive to traffic situations as well as schedules, will make a significant difference, as a July 19th ST article suggests.
I thank the member for his suggestion. I think right now, because of our safe management measures, actually schools have already implemented staggered start times as well as end times. I had earlier mentioned that the MOE had contracted 2 research studies. We'll be looking to the results of those studies to better inform us as to how we can implement more wholesale guidance to schools on start times and end times. To share more, the 2 related projects will help us better understand how the complex issues related to our adolescents' sleep patterns and time use can be addressed comprehensively. Thank you.
Mr. Lim Biao Chuan.
Thank you, sir. May I ask the Minister for State whether, in the light of the question from Ms. Cheng Li Hui, whether the schools want to encourage parents to get their children to sleep early. I recall that when my kids were young, I used to tell them to sleep early so that they would be able to have more sleep and to wake up early to be able to go to school without having problems. So instead of getting school to start later, we not consider asking children to sleep earlier to get their full quota of available sleep. Thank you.
I thank the member, Mr. Lim Biao Chuan, for his question. Indeed, he has raised a very important point, which is that actually delaying school start time may not translate directly into gain in students' sleep duration. He mentioned good sleeping habits. Indeed, they matter. They're an important factor. A local study by Professor Michael Chi in 2016 showed that a 45-minute delay in school start time resulted in a 10-minute increase in sleep time for students from one school in Singapore. An overseas study in Seattle, 2018, reported an additional of 34 minutes of sleep when school started later by nearly an hour. And that's why we have commissioned the 2 studies to understand the matter, the topic better. And Mr. Lim Biao Chuan has mentioned a very important point, which is that we need to work closely with parents so that the students have good sleeping habits, good sleep hygiene. I had mentioned the use of social media devices in my main reply. These are all factors that we need to consider as we think about how to better improve sleep quality for our students. Thank you.
Mr. Leon Pereira.
Thank the SMS for answer. Just one supplementary question. I think in previous discussions of this issue of school start times, one consideration that was brought to bear was the possibility of traffic congestion. So if school buses are bringing, or children are going to school, either in a school bus, in a public bus, or in a car at 8:30 or thereabouts, that might create a lot of congestion because office workers are going to work as well. But will the government also consider that with the trend towards working from home, flexible work, and so on, which may persist beyond the COVID pandemic, that is an issue that actually may be much less of concern, and that could be a factor for encouraging an across-the-board earlier start time. Thank you.
I thank the member for his question. Indeed, I think the factors he had raised have been raised recently in a Straits Times article. So the MOE will consider these factors holistically. As I mentioned in my main reply, the MOE will take into consideration parents' feedback. We will look at the impact on after-school and inter-school programming, and also transport provisions and transport conditions around the school. So I thank the member for his suggestion. Thank you.
Dr. Tan Wu Meng.
Sir, the Work-Life Grant was introduced in July 2013 to incentivize companies to enhance and sustain the provision of flexible work arrangements, or FWAs, for their employees. Contractors that perform outsourced work for their clients could apply for the Work-Life Grant. Since the start of COVID-19 pandemic, many forms of FWA, such as telecommuting and staggered working hours, have become more common. With flexible work arrangements becoming increasingly prevalent, the Work-Life Grant was ceased in August 2020. Flexible work arrangements enable employees to continue working while meeting their personal and family needs, and are especially important for those who have to take care of young children or elderly family members at home. Employers that provide the option of flexible arrangements are more likely to attract and retain talent in the long run. That must be the biggest incentive for employers to extend flexible work arrangements to their employees. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Wan Rizal, I must thank you for standing up, because that's a bit of a blind spot in the far right corner.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for spotting me at that corner. Mr. Speaker advised me to do jumping jacks previously to attract his attention. So, anyway, thank you for for the question, for the answer on Dr. Tan's question. So, there's a supplementary question here where we keep on asking ourselves, this whole idea of outsourcing actually creates what we call a double hurdle for those who are in FWAs. Because the contractor must be willing to provide FWA in the first place, and then the outsourcing business must have workflows and preferences that can make it feasible for the contractor to provide this FWA. So how do we ensure that companies and contractors do not pass the buck to one another? As a context, I will give an example. a number of my residents had come forward to me. They are, of course, working in outsourced companies, for example, in security and cleaners. And they face this problem when one of them falls sick, for example, they need kidney dialysis, they need that time off. And it's very difficult for them to get this arrangement. Eventually, they need to resign and find another job. So that would be my question. How do we ensure that these companies don't pass the buck to one another? Thank you.
So I thank the member for raising this clarification. I think what he has described are genuine, real challenges on the ground. Not every job description or job role is amenable to full flexible work arrangements because it depends on the roles the person has to perform and also the nature of the work. Indeed, many outsourced workers undertake work that could present challenges for their employers to implement flexible work arrangements. So these include shift workers, workers in frontline or client-facing roles, such as cleaners, manufacturing operators, and service workers. It's quite a challenge to do flexible arrangements when the worker is required to man a production line, for example. But having said that, there is a tripartite effort to encourage outsourced companies to do a lot more flexible arrangements where possible. And there is also an Alliance for Action on Work-Life Harmony, which is a good example of how the partners can come together to look at ways in which we can encourage not just companies, but workers also to adopt learning, new skills, so that there's a lot more upgrading and redesign of the jobs as well. Ultimately, it's about working together, seeing how we can transform the job into something that is much more, perhaps more automated and more productive, and makes it open to possibilities of flexible arrangements through the use of technology as well. So I hope that is something that both employers, workers, and the unions can work together to make it possible for all job roles to eventually explore some degree of flexible work arrangements. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Louis Chua.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government does not collect data on sales commissions paid by housing developers to their appointed sales agents. The commissions paid by housing developers to their sales agents are a private contractual arrangement, and the government does not require this information to be disclosed.
Mr. Louis Chua.
I thank the Second Minister for her response to a PQ. Just one supplementary question. I see from a February report on the Business Times that I think where the journalist mentioned that the URA is looking into property agents' commissions and engage developers regularly to obtain information and provide feedback. So I'm just wondering if this is something that is going to be of regular occurrence in terms of collecting commission-related information from developers, and whether or not there's plans to then look into the regulation on this, or it's mainly a private contractual agreement, as Minister mentioned. Thank you.
So, Deputy Speaker, I'm not familiar with the specific wording of that report, and perhaps in order for me to address that question, does Mr. Louis Chua have the exact wording of the report?
Thank you. In terms of the exact wording, based on what is in the BT article, it was quoted that the URA spokesperson said, URA does not regulate the commission rates paid by developers to their appointed sales agent. As part of our monitoring of the property market, we engage developers regularly to obtain information and provide feedback.
I thank Mr. Chua for that clarification. So the report said that URA does not regulate the commissions. So in fact, URA does not ask for information on the commissions. think he also said that the report said that the ministry would engage the developers for information to provide feedback. I think engagement of developers is something the URA and ministry does regularly, but specifically on sales commissions, as I mentioned, the government does not collect data on that, and that is a private arrangement between the developers and the sales agents.
Mr. Dennis Tan, next question.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, we fully recognize that this is a challenging period for F&B businesses, including the catering subsector. And that is why, under the support package for Phase 2 heightened alerts, all F&B businesses, including caterers, will receive 60% wage support under the Jobs Support Scheme. However, even as we gradually reopen the economy in a safe manner, caterers may not be able to revert entirely to their pre-pandemic modes of operations as consumer preferences change. And this is why we have been encouraging and supporting food caterers to embark on transformation efforts and develop new business models or diversify into new businesses. One caterer that has ventured into new business concept is Kitchen House Group. With funding support from Enterprise Singapore EDG, Enterprise Development Grant, the company launched their cloud kitchen concept and virtual brand Gourmet Express, which offers ready-to-eat products. This has opened up new growth opportunities and customer groups for the company. The EDG and other government schemes work together to help our companies diversify their businesses, deepen their capabilities, and develop talent. We encourage food caterers to tap on this range of schemes to seek out new opportunities in an evolving environment and strengthen their resilience for the future.
No supplementary questions. Next question, Ms. Tin Pei Ling.
Question 10. Mr. Deputy Speaker, our children and youth are digital natives who have access to the internet from an early age. As much as possible, the government will ensure they can do so safely. This includes protecting them from undesirable materials such as violent content. Under the Internet Code of Practice, content which is objectionable on the grounds of public interest, public order, or public security is prohibited. In considering what is prohibited material, one factor taken into account is whether the material depicts detailed or relished acts of extreme violence or cruelty. The Infocom Media Development Authority, IMDA, has powers under the Broadcasting Act to direct internet content providers to take down prohibited material, as well as direct internet service providers to block access to websites that contain such material. IMDA also requires internet service providers to offer internet parental control services to their subscribers. Parents may subscribe to such services to manage their children's access to websites and online services. Given the dynamic and borderless nature of the internet, we cannot realistically block every website with undesirable content. It is equally important to teach our young how to navigate the internet safely. This is why our schools conduct cyber wellness lessons for students, where students learn to identify and avoid inappropriate online content. The Media Literacy Council, MLC, has also been promoting safe and responsible online behavior. They have developed resources and public education activities to encourage online users including our young, to exercise judgment about the content that they come across online. Based on MLC's survey, its 2020 Better Internet campaign had an awareness rate of 60% for educational tips on issues such as positive internet usage and digital footprint. There is clearly room to improve, and we continue to build on existing efforts.
No supplementaries. Next question, Mr. Desmond Chu.
Question 11, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the past 3 years, 131 persons under 18 years of age have been arrested for possession of offensive weapons. MHA currently regulates 6 weapons under the Arms and Explosive Act, or AEA: sword, spear, spearhead, dagger, bayonets, and certain dangerous bow and arrows. Persons who handle these weapons are subject to certain safety conditions. For example, sellers must maintain transaction records of such items, and owners of such items must store them securely. In January 2021, MHA introduced the Guns, Explosives and Weapons Control Act, or GEWCA, which will replace the AEA when it comes into force in end 2021. Under the GEWCA, the list of regulated weapons will be expanded and subject to greater controls. In determining which items to include, we have to find an appropriate balance, as almost any item can be used as a weapon, including those used in daily life like kitchen knives and choppers. Highly dangerous weapons like guns and explosives must be tightly regulated, as they can cause a lot of damage. For other mixed-use items like axes, which have normal legitimate uses, we may want to impose some controls, but need to consider carefully exactly what, so that we do not over-regulate. Thank you.
Mr. Desmond Chu.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister of State for his clarification. I have 3 points of supplementary questions for him. The first is we clearly need to look at it from a demand and supply issue. So to tighten the supply of these offensive weapons, then what are the required age verification checks required of online and brick-and-mortar retailers? The second one is, are there any plans for these retailers to have to report suspicious transactions? It is not different from what MES does for suspicious transactions. The third one is, how would MHA be working with MOE to strengthen awareness of the dangers of offensive weapons and checks of offensive weapons in schools? Thank you.
MOS Desmond Tan.
Thank you. Thank the member for the supplementary. First of all, I think the question about tightening the supply and imposing an age verification for controlled weapons or even mixed-use items like purchase of axes and knives, I think this is something we will constantly review to assess the appropriate level of controls we want to impose, especially for mixed-use items like axe and parangs that has legitimate uses. On the one hand, we do not want to over-regulate. On the other hand, as I mentioned earlier, even for nefarious purposes, actually access to kitchen knives and choppers can become a form of weapons. So we have to find the right balance. We are currently considering requiring some the e-commerce platforms, for example, as well as the brick-and-mortar retailers to take reasonable steps to verify, do some age verification checks and ensure that those, especially who are clearly underage, do not have access to these items. We will share more details when we have them. On the second question about reporting suspicious transactions, I think we all recognize that, first of all, already requiring age verification is something that we will consider doing, and there are some practical challenges there. And it's even harder sometimes for retailers, especially online retailers, to understand or to verify the intent and the purpose of the purchase of legitimate items that are used for legitimate reasons. So again, we will have to find the right balance and not to over-regulate, and to also be practical about this whole issues, while we understand the need to ensure that access to weapons are controlled, especially for young children. On your third question about what MHA and SPF is doing in support of MOE and the schools, we have been working with the schools and MOE to implement, for example, the SG Secure movement. That is a form of security protocols. We will continue, SPF will continue to work with the schools and MOE to strengthen the awareness, the checks on, as well as the response protocol for some of these weapons incidents and checks in the school. Thank you.
Dr. Tan Wu Meng.
Question 12.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, good morning. Employers may choose to provide health insurance to their employees as an employee benefit. There is currently no statutory requirement for employers to do so. Where such benefits are contractual, any changes should be agreed by both parties. Tripartite partners recommend that for employers who wish to provide medical benefits to their employees, that they could adopt the Portable Medical Benefits Scheme, or PMBS, and provide additional contributions to the employees' MediSave accounts instead of insurance. These additional contributions can then be used by employees to purchase their own insurance plans. The PMBS, the Portable Medical Benefits Scheme, makes healthcare costs more predictable and more sustainable for employers. And as the scheme name suggests, employees can also enjoy portability of medical benefits where coverage continues with no risk of exclusions, even if their employment situation changes. Regardless of coverage under employer-provided healthcare insurance, all Singapore citizens and permanent residents are covered under MediShield Life. MediShield Life provides lifetime protection against large hospitalization bills and selected costly outpatient treatments such as dialysis and chemotherapy, without exclusions for pre-existing conditions. Singaporeans who face difficulties in paying for their remaining medical bills after government subsidies, after insurance and MediSave, can approach medical social workers at public healthcare institutions for further assistance. Thank you.
Dr. Tan.
Thank you, Dr. Tan See Leng, for the reply. I would like to ask two supplementary questions. One is, there's some confusion on the ground among friends, lay people, and even some doctors between insurance plans for shield plan versus employee benefit types of plans. So is there a way to better educate our people on what exactly these different insurance covers are? My second question is, as the MHIC is reviewing problems with the shield plan providers and doctors, will there also be a way to re-look how third-party administrators of employee benefit plans could be better regulated? Thank you.
I thank Dr. Tan Yaswam for her questions. I think indeed education is going to be key. in terms of how we advise our employees to navigate between the insurance plans as well as the shield plans. And I believe that is something that we can look into under the auspices of Manpower. However, we should be working with the tripartite partners, namely the labour movement, together with the National Employers Federation, ourselves, and perhaps even bringing in Ministry of Health to work together to collectively come up with very clear communication and educational principles and discussions groups so that we can communicate some of these policies fairly clearly and effectively. Now, on your plans to look at third-party administrators, again, I think this cannot be just isolated to one or two ministries, because the third-party administrators have been in existence for quite a number of decades now. I think to work collectively to make sure that we find a more nuanced approach involves even the trade associations, and in this particular setting itself, we need to involve professional associations, for instance, like the Singapore Medical Association, and if you want to even extend it to the primary care network, probably the College of Family Physicians, and perhaps the Academy as well, to get them involved in coming up with a more nuanced and middle-of-the-path kind of approach involving the providers, involving the third-party administrators, involving the payers, and also the patients who are ultimately the end user of the entire system itself. So it's not something that we can decide in one sitting. Perhaps it is something that the industry should come together and work towards. Thank you.
Mr. Melvin Yong.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for the answers. There are workers whose employer medical benefits come from an insurer. In some instances, the employer's insurer changed, and the new insurer no longer covered what the old insurer would cover. And then for employees who are so affected, how can they get help? Often they do not know until they submit a claim, and they found that the terms and conditions have changed. Beyond PMBS, which the Minister has cited, are there other best practice recommendations which TAFEP, MOH, and MAS can work on so that the insurance industry can have more consistent practice, including providing avenues for workers to get help? The NTUC would be happy to work with MOM and SNAF to promulgate these best practices.
Minister Tan.
I thank Mr. Yong for his very pertinent question. I think it's important to note that today, as I've shared in my earlier reply, my PQ reply, is that there's no requirement for employers today to do so. However, TADEM can step in to offer advice through, for instance, if the labour movement has collective agreements signed between the employees whom they represent and the employer. We certainly can step in to see how we can actually bring the parties together. But today, there is no legal requirement for them to do so. We obviously aspire that employers continue to take a very enlightened, engaging approach in terms of dealing with the medical benefits and the coverage for all of their employees, particularly when it comes to collective agreements. And we hope that, that all parties will come together. But we understand the challenges because of the fact that we are also in a situation whereby the cost of healthcare continues to increase, and hence the government, on our part, has a slew of different initiatives to help our local Singapore citizens and the permanent residents. But we're happy to work with the union, looking at some of these collective agreements to see how we can step in to advise and bring both parties to a middle ground. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Mr. Louis Chua, next question, please.
Annual statistics on nursing homes are published by the Ministry of Health on its website. The number of nursing homes has increased from 69 in 2016 to 77 in 2020, comprising 24 public, 22 not-for-profit, and 31 private nursing homes in 2020. The number of licensed nursing home beds has also increased from around 13,000 to 16,300 in the same time period, where there are 6,400 public, 6,000 not-for-profit, and 3,900 private nursing home beds in 2020. The number of available beds differs based on operational considerations. Bed occupancy rate has generally remained stable over the past 5 years at around 90%. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Louis Chua.
I thank the SMS for his answers in terms of the statistics for the nursing home situation. I think this PQ really originated based on the concern that one of my residents had, whereby she has already been waiting for about a year for a nursing home bed and was told to be mentally prepared to wait up to 3 years for a space. And given that the number of nursing homes has increased by just about one a year since 2006, I was just wondering, firstly, what plans does the ministry have in terms of accelerating the build-up of nursing home beds? And secondly, what would the projected number of beds be in, say, 10 years, 5 years' time or 10 years' time, if this is something that is inside the ministry's projections, given the aging population that we are having? Thank you.
SMS Co.
So I think the case that the member has described, I would think is rather unusual for a wait to extend to so many years. So perhaps if there are special circumstances and situations that he might want to highlight, he can actually send the information to us. We can take a look. It would be quite unusual for someone to have to wait years just to get into a nursing home. That's not my experience working in the hospitals as well, so I think that's quite unusual. While the number of nursing homes may have increased somewhat, but the key is not about the number of nursing homes, but the number of beds available. So I think each nursing home can come in different sizes. So just because the increase in the number of homes may not be exponential, doesn't mean that the number of beds available is not increasing significantly. But what we want to do is to make sure that we don't entrench our elderly in institutions as they age. It's more important to make sure that they age in place and also have good health to be able to carry on a meaningful life in their golden years. And so it's important to make sure that the intervention is about keeping them healthy, making sure that if they do have care needs, try and localize them within the community so they do have a social support network around them to promote emotional, physical well-being as well. So keeping active, having an engagement, rather than think about institutionalizing them in nursing homes. That, in my mind, as a doctor, should be the very last resort for our elderly to be in. And I think if you speak to enough elderly, that is one of the things they fear a lot as well, to be actually kept in a home away from their family. So we should devote a lot more resources in helping them to be able to be cared for close to their family, especially in areas like home nursing and home care. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Herting Rue, next question.
Following the National Survey on Informal Caregiving in 2012, the government continues to monitor the evolving trends of caregiving through research studies, such as the Retirement and Health Study by the Central Provident Fund Board and partner agencies, The Quality of Life of Caregivers study by the National Council of Social Service, and findings from social service agencies and other institutions such as NUS's Center for Aging Research and Education. We also conduct regular engagements with partners and stakeholders. In 2018, MOH consulted over 200 caregivers, service providers, stakeholders, and grassroots leaders on the needs of caregivers. Following this, MOH launched the Caregiver Support Action Plan in 2019 to address caregiving needs in the community. We will continue to collect insights from studies and caregiving platforms, and engage caregiving platforms to review the senior caregiving support landscape as they evolve. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Hertingru.
Thank you for the reply. I just have a supplementary question. Would the ministry consider committing to conducting a survey, say, every 5 years? Because, obviously the survey on caregiving is very structured. Or in the alternative, whether they can actually have a caregiving provision or portion in the census, so that we can have a very clear idea of how Singapore is aging and, the trends that we are seeing every time that, we conduct the census. Thank you.
So I think MOH does have regular touch points with partners and stakeholders in the care sector, and also within the engagement platforms with many focus groups, residents, through our grassroots networks and all. I'm not sure the member suggestion of doing a regular survey itself would achieve the intended purpose, because caregiving can be quite different needs for different segments as well. So I think it's more important to be targeted in terms of reaching out to those who have direct nexus with caregiving, and actually curate some of those insights in a more focused and deep way, where it makes us easier to implement some of these measures in a more meaningful way, rather than do a broad survey that gathers a broad insights which may not exactly be applied to each different care setting. But we will continue to engage different partners and stakeholders to gain the insights as suggested by the member. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Seah Kemping.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in the last 5 years, the annual number of single unwed citizen mothers, estimated by the annual number out of wedlock births, has averaged around 830 per year. The government has extended to citizen children all benefits that support children growth, to support child growth, development and caregiving, regardless of the marital status of their mothers. These include the Child Development Account, CDA, subsidies for education, healthcare, childcare and infant care, and the Foreign Domestic Worker Levy concession. Single, unwed mothers who are in financial difficulty may also approach the social service offices for financial assistance, and also be referred to family service centres or other agencies for further support. Thank you.
Mr. Seah Kemping.
Sir, I thank MOS Sun Xueling for her answers. I would like to ask a few supplementary questions. I wonder, the 830 numbers that you mentioned, the average number in the last 5 years, are you able to give the exact numbers in the last 5 years? Where I'm getting at is the number increasing? Is the trend a decreasing one? Second question is, regardless of the trend, 830 is still not a small number. And as we know, and many of us have spoken in this house, myself included, for both mother and children, given their circumstances, they are disadvantaged in many ways. So I also recognize the many new benefits that we've extended to mother and children. I would like to specifically ask, in addition to those, bearing in mind that they are one member short, and therefore, you know, they have to do more. The challenges that they face are not small. Are there gaps there which MSF, perhaps leading on behalf of the whole of government, could look at? Are there gaps which they are not currently addressed? One particular area I know is, say, housing. While it may not be under MSF, it is an area of concern. And I do know that, yes, we do look at it on a case-by-case basis, but perhaps I wonder whether a policy could be made for such to address the needs of these single unwed mothers. And beyond it, you know, whether we could look at it as a whole of government approach to deal with all challenges faced by this group of mothers and their children. Thank you.
MOS Soon.
I thank the member for his comprehensive list of supplementary questions. Perhaps I start off with the numbers first. Based on the numbers I have, for single unwed mothers between the years 2006 to 2012, the numbers have been above 1,000 a year. You have specifically asked for the numbers in the past 5 years. I mention this because actually after 2012, starting from 2013, the average number of single unwed mothers per year has been less than 1,000 per year. And specifically for the last 5 years that you have inquired about, in 2016, the number is 843, 2017, 805, 2018, 891, 2019, 783, 2020, 859. So we can see that if we look at it, you know, from 2006 to 2020, it looks like the numbers on average have come down. But this is a number that we monitor closely because we do agree with you that we want to ensure that we give as much support as we can to single unwed mothers. On his larger question about what we're doing, whole of government, to support single unwed mothers, I'd like to say that we hold a couple of principles. One I have mentioned in my main reply, which is that we have equalized the benefits for all citizen children. And I've mentioned that in my main reply. We have consistently been doing this 2013, 2016, 2017, a whole range of updated measures to support citizen children. There are some specific government policies that are specific to the encouragement of parenthood within marriage. So there are a few that are separate from the equalization of all child benefits, which I mentioned earlier. But coming back to the main point of the question, which is what is our whole of government approach towards supporting single unwed mothers? And I'd like to mention a few points. Firstly, we know that we must tackle their basic needs. And if there is any need from them for financial assistance, ComCare, our social service office, and for longer term support, the FSCs as well, because they build a relationship with the single unweds and know best what they need, this is available to them. Secondly, when it comes to caregiving, we have subsidies through KIFAS and also childcare, infant care subsidies. We also have student care financial assistance schemes to help these mums. We also know that job support is important to them. It is somewhat related to the earlier point I made about caregiving, because if you build an ecosystem of support around their children, this frees up time for the mum to be able to look for a job. Yeah? And there are, of course, job training as well as support grants to help these mothers re-enter the workforce. Next, we also have specific programs such as Kids Start, which targets children in rental housing. Some of them, they come from families where it's a single mom that is basically taking care of them. And we have shared that we are scaling up the Kids Start program. Last but not least, sometimes our single unwed mothers also need counselling support, and that's where the FSCs can come in. You had mentioned specifically on housing. I think I can't answer on MND's behalf, but from my last posting at the MND, and this was a topic that has been actively raised by member Louis Ng before, the MND has proactively removed impediments to single unweds when they try to apply for housing, for example, through the HDB online portal. So no single unwed mother will be turned away at the onset from applying for housing. The HDB will assess whether or not the single unwed mother has family support. And in the instance where she does not have family support and she has a citizen child, then rest assured that the HDB will ensure that she has housing options. Thank you very much.
Mr. Melvin Yong.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank the MOS for the answer. I think we can all agree single unwed mothers do face a multitude of challenges, ranging from housing to caring for their children with limited resources. My question focuses on the children of single unwed mothers. I'd like to ask if the ministry can consider embarking on a comprehensive study to examine whether the children from single unwed families do suffer disadvantages in their education and also later in life, their job opportunities and their income, and to explore how we can better assist these children upstream to fulfill their best potential.
I thank the member for his supplementary question. I do not have the specific details of a research with me right now to address his question, but given the long-standing work we have been doing with single unwed mothers and our understanding of the experience that they and their children have, I'm quite sure that the Ministry of Social and Family Development has quite ample data to understand the impacts that children can undergo or be impacted with when they grow up in such family situations. Thank you.
Dr. Tan Wu Meng.
So the tripartite partners support all employees, including those requiring dialysis treatment, to enter and remain in the workforce while managing their personal responsibilities and circumstances. We do so by promoting the adoption of flexible work arrangements and work-life strategies, as well as ensuring that such employees are not discriminated against at the workplace. In 2020, 93% of firms offered some form of formal or ad hoc for flexible work arrangements to employees. To further entrench the implementation of such work arrangements, the Tripartite Alliance for Fair and Progressive Employment Practices, TAFEP, actively promotes the tripartite standard on flexible work arrangements to companies through its publicity campaigns, briefings to members of trade associations and chambers, and also conduct workshops. Progressive employers who adopt this standard are required to inform their employees of the types of flexible work arrangements available, such as flexi-time and flexi-load, which allow employees, including those with medical conditions, to vary their working hours and job functions to manage their work and personal responsibilities. To ensure greater success in the implementation of flexible work arrangements, employees are also encouraged to proactively engage their supervisors on their personal responsibilities and circumstances. This allows employers and employees to discuss and explore varied flexible work arrangements that meet employers' business needs while enabling employees to manage their personal responsibilities. Employees requiring dialysis treatment or having any other medical conditions are protected against discrimination through the Tripartite Guidelines on Fair Employment Practices, the TGFEP, which is based on the principles of fair and merit-based employment practices at the workplace. Employees who feel that they have encountered workplace discrimination should lodge a complaint with TAFED. Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, if you could stand up when you raise your hand because we can't see your face from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, SMS, for the comprehensive reply. I would just like to ask a question with the concern of rising number of individuals needing dialysis, whether MOH and MOM will consider and what kind of measures they might you might implement for more upstream measures such as workplace education on the risk factors leading to kidney diseases. I think a lot of laymen are not very aware of, for example, common chronic diseases like diabetes can lead to chronic kidney diseases if not well managed, and the chronic kidney diseases, if worsen, will require dialysis. So I'd like to check if there are any upstream measures that's implemented in the workplace. Thank you.
So I think going upstream to prevent consequences of disease is something that we do in a very broad-based manner at MOH. I think if the member remembers, we do have a war on diabetes, and the Diabetic Task Force has been formed a couple of years back at least to really look at comprehensively engaging people through lifestyle changes, through exercise, through stakeholders in the community as well as in the medical fraternity to make sure we target the management and treatment of diabetes to prevent the downstream consequences of renal impairment and kidney failure as a consequence. So engaging employers and employees at the workplace to continue to adopt healthy lifestyle is part of the work of educating the public, and we will continue to do so through many of our partners and stakeholders as well as through the labour movement. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Shahril Taha.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and SMS Kopokun for his reply. So I'd just like to ask a question of, can the ministry also consider how it can work together with companies to encourage the employment of our dialysis patients through flexible work arrangements? For example, can the ministry consider a scheme for call centers to hire our dialysis patients as work-from-home call operators? Because in Pasir Ris, I have a few residents who are dialysis patients in their late 30s and early 40s. They're still able to work, but they struggle to find employment, as their dialysis is usually 3 or 4 times a week. So can we encourage more employment for able, less fortunate residents by leveraging on flexible work arrangements? Thank you.
SMS Ko.
So I thank the member for his question. I think it's quite clear that we all desire to make sure that we help the vulnerable amongst us, whether it's a person on kidney dialysis or a person with physical disability, to continue to remain in the workforce. But I think we do understand that there is a very diverse kind of workplace arrangements and different job roles and different requirements as well. So legislating a requirement like this would be probably challenging to implement because different businesses and different operating models may have different needs. What we should do, though, is to continue to engage with our employers through also the SNEF, National Employers Federation, as well as our labour movement, to continue that conversation and helping employers to look at redesigning their jobs so that more people with disability or even those who need flexible arrangement for dialysis treatment can continue to be meaningfully engaged and contribute to the workforce and also to the company's operations as well. So this is an ongoing effort. We'll continue to engage our stakeholders. Thank you, sir.
Next question, Mr. Saktiandi Supat. You didn't need to clean the rostrum.
Thankfully. Sir, we recognize that working parents may have additional challenges when childcare centers or schools have to close temporarily due to links to COVID-19 cases. Today, each working parent of a Singaporean child is eligible for up to 6 days of paid childcare leave if their child is under the age of 7 years, or 2 days of paid extended childcare leave if their child is between 7 and 12 years old. In addition, almost half of all employees in Singapore have more than 14 days of annual leave. Parents may wish to tap on these leave entitlements to cope with closures. Any enhancements to leave, even if time-limited, will need to take into account the manpower and operational needs of the employers. A more sustainable way to support parents would be through providing more flexible work arrangements. Together with our tripartite partners, we have introduced tripartite standards on flexible work arrangements, on work-life harmony, and on unpaid leave for unexpected care needs, to encourage and guide employers in creating a work environment that help parents manage their work and family responsibilities. In the past year, more employers have also adopted flexible work arrangements such as flexible work hours or remote work. These will certainly go a long way in helping parents, and we encourage more employers to do so. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Saktiandi Supat.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank SMS for the answers. I have one supplementary question in relation to his answer. And I think I should give a context about why I'm asking the question. I have a few residents who have asked me in relation to some of the childcare closures because of COVID, and they've been affected. And the main reasons are varied. First is it affects a large number of parents at one go. Second, if we do face an endemic scenario going forward, and we do see start-stop scenarios, there will be multiple childcare closures, particularly because of the third point I'm going to say, because childcare centers cover a segment of the population which are children below 12 years of age, and they're not vaccinated. So there's a possibility or probability will be higher that the closures will be there. And then fourthly, I think SMS mentioned that flexible work arrangements. I think some of the parents that came to me highlighted situations where the employers are not enlightened with regards to flexible wage arrangements. So in those sort of scenarios, it does matter. So my question again to SMS in relation to my PQ is, will there be a possibility if we do see start-stops endemic scenario over the next 1 to 2 years, if it's sort of a scenario that we see, is it a possibility that the Ministry of Manpower or multi-agency will look into the fact that we could provide special parents' leave or special childcare leave on top of the annual leave or childcare leave that's already in existence? Because a closure might actually cover beyond 14 days or maybe up to a month. Thank you.
SMS Co.
So I thank the member for highlighting some of the practical challenges that working parents face, especially in the situation of the pandemic, where some childcare centers may have to be affected and the child may have to be kept at home as a result of some clusters that may have developed in the childcare centers. I must say that in the international space, at least as of this moment, not many countries that I know of would have introduced any additional leave as a result, or parental leave entitlement as a result of the pandemic. And more often than not, there is a dependence more on flexible work arrangements because the situation evolves rapidly, and also different work arrangements may already be possible. We must bear in mind that in the background, as of this point in time, about 93% of employers already have adopted some form of flexible work arrangements as a way to ensure business continuity as part of the pandemic preparedness response. So in the context of many employers already having some form of flexible work arrangements, it really is about having that thinking, to work together to get past this particular hurdle. And it's also in the employer's interest to make sure that any employee who may have a family member, even if it's a child, who may be at risk of transmitting or be in contact with a COVID case, to also keep the employee away from work, to make sure that he or she doesn't bring any potential infection into the workplace. And that is part of business continuity planning as well. So I do urge employers to really adopt that flexible attitude, to be enlightened, as the member has said, that this is really a harm that we all got to get through together. Right? That if we take a very legalistic approach and only wait to act when there is a guidance given, then I think we may be actually behind the curve in trying to deal with workplace transmission as well. So I think something that we hope that we will continue to be able to convince employers to do so. And if any employee feels that they are unfairly victimized or unfairly treated or discriminated as a result of their need to actually care for their child or their family, do highlight to MOM or TAFEP, and we will take a look and engage the employer accordingly. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Murali Pillai.
Question 18, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, good afternoon. Based on the latest available data, the JGI, or the Jobs Growth Incentive, has supported the hiring of more than 270,000 locals from September 2020 to February 2021 by 42,000 employers. Employers who have hired ex-offenders through the Yellow Ribbon Singapore, or YRSG, Industrial and Services Cooperative Society, ISCOS, or halfway houses engaged by the Singapore Prison Service will automatically receive the JGI of up to $54,000 for these hires. The JGI has supported around 780 ex-offender hires between September 2020 and February 2021. Environmental services, food services, logistics, wholesale trade, and construction were among the top 5 hiring sectors, and they collectively accounted for almost 8 in 10 of the JGI-supported ex-offenders. The member asked how we will ensure that ex-offenders will be fairly treated after the wage support of 18 months ends. The JGI is designed such that employers have to shoulder part of the cost of hiring of the worker. If the worker, whether an ex-offender or not, proves his value to the company, it serves and is in the best interest of the employer to keep him on its workforce even after the JGI support has ended. Otherwise, the employer would have wasted expense and months of effort in training the new hire and risk losing a skilled worker to competitors. Programs are available to support employers to train their new hires. With respect to ex-offenders placed by YRSG, YRSG provides additional support to them and their employers to facilitate their transition from prison to the work environment. A career coach is assigned to the ex-offender for up to 12 months. The career coaches work closely with ex-offenders and their employers to provide work-related support and resolve issues together. However, employers' business circumstances and manpower needs are constantly changing. Not all employers will be able to retain every single worker. Workers who need assistance can approach Workforce Singapore for career matching services, and ex-offenders can also reach out to YRSG regardless of whether they are currently receiving YRSG's assistance. I would like to give all workers the assurance that unfair treatment will be taken seriously. Any employee that experiences unfair treatment can approach the Tripartite Alliance for Fair and Progressive Employment Practices, TAFEP, which will investigate into such complaints. Thank you.
Mr. Murali Pillai.
Sir, a quick SQ, please. May I ask the Honourable Minister how the JGI has enhanced the employability of ex-offenders in this pandemic as compared to the situation before the JGI was announced? Thank you.
Some additional statistics. Sorry, I would like to thank Mr. Murali for his supplementary question. Some additional statistics will demonstrate that from the period from September 2020 to February 2021, the Yellow Ribbon SG has assisted about almost more than a third of the ex-offenders who have been released from prison, out of which 96% of those assisted by the Yellow Ribbon SG have been placed in a job. And out of this number, 56%, this 780 represents 56% were eligible for JGI. The balance of the 40% that of these ex-offenders who were placed in jobs but were not eligible for JGI was because the employers themselves did not meet the requirement of having increased their local headcount compared to the August 2020 baseline. Thank you.
Order. End of question time. The clerk will now proceed to read the order of the day and notices of motions.
Item 1, resumption of debate on the Police Force Amendment Bill.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Lewis Ng.
So this afternoon, Mr. Murali, Mr. Patrick and yourself will be delivering a motion to commemorate 200 years of the Singapore Police Force, or the SPF. You will honour the contributions of the SPF and its officers for keeping Singapore one of the safest countries in the world. I echo your sentiments. In addition, I wish to commend the SPF for not only keeping our country safe, but also for taking steps to make the investigations a fairer process. I previously spoke up to support the video recording of police interviews. It makes police interviews more transparent. I'm glad the SPF is making efforts to ensure that its investigation provides due process to those interviewed by the police. So I have 3 points to make on this bill. My first point is about equipping police with life-saving skills. The new Section 26E will allow a police officer to force entry into a place on reasonable suspicion that assistance may be required for injury or poor health to protect the life, health or safety of the person. This is similar to the powers SCDF officers currently have under the Civil Defence Act to break into any place to protect the life, health or safety of individuals. Providing the powers of forced entry gives the officers access to the individual in need of assistance. However, just as important as equipping the officers with skills to provide the assistance required, SCDF has a clear mandate to protect life, health and safety, and its officers are appropriately trained. Can ministers share if police officers are already receiving training or will receive training to equip them with the skills needed to protect life, health or safety once they have gained entry? My second point is about preparing police officers to appropriately use their new powers. The amendments in this bill expand the police powers of the special police officers and commercial affairs officers. In particular, it gives special police officers the same powers as regular police officers. It gives commercial affairs officers who currently only have investigation powers more powers, such as the power to arrest persons who possess stolen items. However, a police officer's powers also come with specific safeguards, including requirement and restrictions under the Criminal Procedure Code and Police General Orders. Can Minister confirm that the new powers given to the special police officers and commercial affairs officers also mean that all the accompanying safeguards apply to them? Can Minister also share what plans there are to provide training for special police officers and commercial affairs officers on their new powers and their accompanying safeguards? My third point is about maintaining a proper staffing during a crisis period. The new Section 13A provides that a notice to resign from the SPF given by a police officer may be refused by the Commissioner of Police during a crisis period. I understand that in times of crisis, it may be important to retain the services of police officers. But does it make sense to have police officers stay in the force when they have clearly indicated their unwillingness to do so? Is there a risk that uncommitted police officers hinder rather than help their comrades during times of crisis? Can ministers share in what extreme circumstances do we envision the police commissioner refusing such notices to resign? In addition, can ministers share what plans he has to ensure that the SPF will be adequately staffed to withstand during times of crisis, apart from forcing uncommitted police officers to stay? So notwithstanding my clarifications, I stand in support of the bill, and I again thank our police officers for keeping all of us safe.
Mr. Melvin Yong.
The Deputy Speaker, as a police officer for 20 years, I've seen firsthand how the risks and threats to our domestic safety and security have evolved over the years, and how our Singapore police force has strived to constantly keep themselves a step ahead of the criminals and those who wish to cause harm to us. The proposed amendments to enhance the SPF's operational capabilities and readiness are therefore timely, as they will enable the force to better keep Singapore and Singaporeans safe and secure. My speech today seeks to gain clarity on why we are increasing the penalties for evading roadblocks and to better understand the rationale for increasing the police powers for some of our civilian officers and whether we can better deploy our police NS personnel. Sir, the bill proposes to increase the penalties for evading roadblocks from the current maximum jail term of 12 months and/or fine of $5,000 to a maximum jail term of 7 years and/or fine of $10,000. While I understand that the new penalties take reference from the offense of voluntary causing hurt to deter a public servant from his duties, this is a 7 times increase in maximum jail term. And I would like to raise several questions to better understand the need for such a steep increase. How many cases of drivers evading a police roadblock have been recorded in the past 5 years? Are we seeing a significant upward trend which has necessitated this sharp increase in penalties to send a deterrent message? How many incidences of roadblock evasions have left our police officers seriously injured? A scan through our mainstream media articles found that a last publicized case of police officers injured by a person evading a roadblock was in June 2017, when Lian He Wan Pao reported that a driver had dashed through a roadblock and injured 2 police officers in a violent struggle when being arrested. This could be the same case cited by the MOS yesterday in his opening speech. Sir, in the event where the actions of the driver result in injury, the police could consider, and would probably have done so in the past, to serve a charge of voluntary causing hurt to deter a public servant from his duty, or voluntary causing grievous hurt if the injuries are serious. Is it therefore necessary to raise the penalties for evading a roadblock by 7 times? Next, I'd like to better understand the need to confer more police powers to civilian commercial affairs officers, or CAOs. Sir, I was the primary staff officer who coordinated the reconstitution of the Commercial Affairs Department to become a part of the Singapore Police Force back in 2000. In the process, I helped to put up the paper to establish the CAO scheme of service. CAOs are meant to be specialists who perform an important role in combating white-collar crime, and their good work is vital in helping to maintain Singapore's status as the region's premier financial and commercial hub. When establishing the CAO scheme, we knew that we had to look beyond the profile of typical police officers and attract local talents in law, finance, and economics to fight the ever-evolving complex financial crimes ranging from investment and securities fraud to transnational scams. The bill proposes to provide CAOs with more police powers, such as the power to arrest, to enter a place to investigate an arrestable offense, and requiring suspects to attend court, among others. This is a significant extension of police powers to civilian officers, and possibly unprecedented. CAOs are civilian officers, not police officers. And there are reasons why they were given only certain police powers restricted to investigating offences under the Criminal Procedure Code when the CAO scheme was first established. These were deemed then to be sufficient for the CAOs to carry out their investigation duties effectively, supported by trained and armed police colleagues. With this amendment, will CAOs be deemed as police officers from henceforth? The additional powers also come with increased risks. Would CAOs need to be armed to protect themselves? To exercise the power of arrest, should we require the CAOs to learn defense tactics and pass a yearly Individual Physical Proficiency Test, or IPPT, much like what regular police officers are required to do today? Would a CAO candidate's Physical Employment Standards, or PES, status be now factored into the hiring process? Sir, we established the CAO scheme in 2000 to attract a special group of individuals to join the police to fight complex white-collar crimes. I recall we started with around 30 CAOs back in 2000. I believe the number would have grown over the past 20 years. But is that number sufficient to sustain the scheme of service? What is the attrition rate of CAOs, especially in their first 3 years of service? Rather than mold civilian CAOs into pseudo-police officers, why not consider posting trained, experienced police officers with the requisite law, finance, and economics backgrounds to the Commercial Affairs Department to supplement its current investigative resources? I strongly believe the force has today many qualified uniformed men and women capable of handling white-collar crime investigations. Mr. Speaker, the bill also proposes to expand the powers of our police full-time national servicemen, or PNSFs, and police reservists, or PNS men. I support this, and I have a few suggestions on how we could better empower them so that they have a fulfilling time serving their national service obligation. During my time in the force, I observed that PNSFs and PNS men were more motivated when deployed to perform tasks that were relevant and related to either their area of study or their work experience. Beyond expanding their powers as proposed in the bill, can we create a more structured deployment scheme to better leverage the talents of both our PNSFs and our PNS men? One good example is the MINDEF's Cyber NSF scheme, which I believe the MOS would be familiar with. It allows those with cybersecurity and computer science backgrounds to apply for a vocation as a cyber operator during their national service. Perhaps those with law or finance backgrounds can be deployed to the Commercial Affairs Department, while those with computer science training can be deployed to help strengthen the SPF's cybersecurity teams. We should strive to leverage the strengths and talents of our NS personnel to augment the good work of our regular police officers. Sir, in conclusion, the proposed amendments to the Police Force Act are timely, as they would allow the SPF to keep up with new threats and continue keeping Singapore safe and secure. But as we expand the powers of various categories of officers, we must ensure that we are able to continue to attract the best candidates to perform the specialist roles in the SPF. We can and should also better deploy our NS personnel to maximize their fullest potential, because every police officer matters. Notwithstanding the above, I support the bill.
MOS Desmond Tan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the members for their views and for the support of the bill. Please allow me to address their questions in turn. First, on roadblock evasion. Mr. Gan Thiam Poh asks if the enhanced regime against roadblock evasion will apply to motorcyclists. The short answer is yes. The enhanced regime applies to all modalities of roadblock evasion and will cover all types of vehicles. Mr. Gan also asked how many roadblocks were conducted in the past 5 years. And Mr. Gan and Mr. Yong, Melvin Yong, also asked how many cases of roadblock evasion were detected, resulted in serious injuries for police officers, and whether it is necessary to raise the penalties for roadblock evasion when the offender can be charged for other offences like voluntary causing hurt when their actions result in injury. From 2016 to 2020, SPF conducted about 8,000 roadblocks per year. There were 33 cases of roadblock evasion where the offender was convicted or issued with a stern warning. Of these, there were 2 cases where the roadblock evasion directly resulted in injury for police officers. Motorists who deliberately evade roadblocks seriously endanger the lives of police officers as well as the other road users in the vicinity of the roadblock. In instances where hurt is caused to police officers, it is true that we can take action using general application provisions like voluntarily causing hurt to deter a public servant from his duty, or voluntarily causing grievous hurt. However, the action of roadblock evasion by itself is a serious and risky behavior. We should not rely on offender also committing other offences to be able to take the person to task. Given the high risk, the bill increases the penalty significantly to strengthen the deterrence against the roadblock evasion. Mr. Desmond Chu suggested to introduce a mandatory minimum jail sentence for the offence of roadblock evasion. We agree with Mr. Chu that motorists who evade roadblocks not only obstruct the course of justice, but also show disregard for the safety of other road users. That said, we reserve mandatory minimum jail sentences for the most egregious offences. For driving-related offences, those that attract mandatory minimum jail sentences are dangerous driving causing death or grievous hurt. Those offences involve death or very serious injuries. While we agree with Mr. Chu that evasion of roadblock can result in dire consequences, we do not think that it warrants mandatory minimum jail sentences, at least for now. We will monitor the situation after the increase in penalties take effect. Mr. Gan shared his concerns about the safety of police officers deployed at roadblocks and asked how many motorists at these roadblocks were detected for driving under influence or having illegally modified vehicles. On driving under influence, SPF detected an average of 700 cases per year from 2018 to 2020. On illegally modified vehicles, the Land Transport Authority does not have a breakdown for the number of cases detected at the roadblocks, as they do not conduct roadblocks per se. Mr. Gan also asked if SPF will look into introducing barriers made of hardier material to minimize the risk to police officers. Indeed, the safety of our police officers is of paramount importance. For this reason, police officers deployed to roadblock operations are equipped with reflective vests and traffic wands. Emergency light beacons are also set up in the area to ensure that they are highly visible. We also train our police officers to react to situations where errant motorists might endanger the officer's safety. Our officers will take into consideration factors such as the prevailing traffic conditions and to perform risk assessment when they conduct roadblock operations. On Mr. Gan's suggestions to use hardier barriers, SPF will continue to review its procedures and processes to carry out roadblock operations in a safe and effective manner. Mr. Gan also suggested that auxiliary police officers, or APO, can help to support SPF's roadblock operations to better detect motorists who speed or drive in illegally modified vehicles. Currently, the SPF only deploys police officers to roadblock operations. Roadblock operations are inherently riskier, as officers may come across crimes such as possession of weapons or drugs. Hence, it requires police officers who have undergone the appropriate training to handle such serious cases. Next, Ms. Sylvia Lim asked about the new offence which targets pedestrians near barriers in Section 26 of the PFA. We would like to clarify that this provision is not meant to target pedestrians in relation to a roadblock. Rather, Section 26(7) targets members of public who fail to proceed and stop before reaching barriers or cordons meant to control human traffic and remain there until permitted to continue. This refers to cordons that are used to ensure the safety of bystanders or control human traffic near crime scenes or high security areas rather than roadblocks for motorists. Next, on providing police officers with the power to make forced entry in medical emergencies. A number of members brought this up. Mr. Shahril Taha raised questions regarding what constitutes a medical emergency and how police officers assess a medical emergency behind locked doors. Dr. Shahira Abdullah also suggested having clear guidelines on when police officers should reasonably suspect that a medical emergency has taken place before making forced entry. Clause 7 of the bill makes clear that a police officer can make forced entry when he reasonably suspects that a person requires assistance because of any injury or poor state of health, that he is unable to enter the place, and is of the view that entry is necessary to protect the person's life, health, or safety. This allows police officers to make forced entry for a variety of medical emergencies, ranging from a stroke to a serious fall. Given that each case of medical emergency is unique and time-sensitive, instead of having prescriptive conditions, police officers will take into consideration a variety of factors before making forced entry. For example, they look out for signs of distress, such as audible shouts for help, and seek more information from the next of kin or neighbors to get a clearer picture of the situation. Mr. Louis Ng and Dr. Shahira asked if police officers already receive training to equip them with the skills needed to attend to medical emergencies. The answer is yes. All frontline police officers are equipped with the basic first aid and CPR skills and are required to undergo regular recertification to ensure that their skills remain up to date and relevant. Police officers are also instructed to immediately activate SCDFs in medical emergency services where necessary. In cases where police officers make forced entry and it turns out to be unwarranted, Dr. Shahira asked if there will be proper recourse for the owner. There may indeed be instances where SPF will provide compensation for damage to property. However, such situation will be assessed on a case-by-case basis and will depend on the facts and circumstances of the case. Dr. Shahira also spoke on whether police officers should make forced entry in cases of attempted suicide and asked if these officers are given protection. We would like to clarify that police officers already have the power to make forced entry for attempted suicide under Sections 26A and 26B of the PFA. We share Dr. Shahira's concern that such cases are highly complex, and for this reason, SPF has officers who are specially trained to intervene in attempted suicide cases to prevent harm and prevent the loss of life. Where necessary, the Crisis Negotiation Unit will be activated to render such assistance. Police officers who make forced entry in cases of attempted suicide are already protected from liability under the common law defense of necessity and will continue to be protected in future for acts done in good faith and with reasonable care when the new Section 114A of the PFA comes into effect. Moving on, I will address members' questions on according SPOs and CAOs with more necessary powers. Ms. Sylvia Lim asked why we are providing CAOs with full policing powers. Mr. Melvin Yong asked if CAOs will be deemed as police officers and be armed, given that the bill accords CAOs with more policing powers which come with additional risks. Mr. Yong also asked about the number of CAOs in SPF and the attrition rate for new CAOs and suggested deploying police officers in the Commercial Affairs Department to supplement the CAOs. Before I answer Ms. Lim's and Mr. Yong's questions, I would like to clarify that we are not providing CAOs with full policing powers. While CAOs will be given more powers of arrest, search, and other administrative powers, they will not be given powers not relevant to their work, such as the power to seize offensive weapons. Now, to elaborate on why we are calling CAOs with more powers, I would like to provide a backdrop of our crime trend. In recent years, commercial and financial crimes have increasingly become an area of concern. Not only has there been an uptick in such crimes, they have also become more complex in nature. Therefore, it is necessary to equip our CAOs with more powers that are required to perform their duties and to enhance their operational efficiency. On Mr. Yong's suggestion to deploy regular police officers, CAD already comprises a mix of CAOs and regular police officers, as Ms. Lim has also pointed out. There are currently about 130 CAOs and 90 regular police officers in the CAD. These figures have remained stable in the last 5 years, and the attrition rate for new CAOs has generally been low. Having both CAOs and regular police officers in CAD better allows us to bring perpetrators of white-collar crimes to justice, as SPF can then leverage on CAO's specialized knowledge in areas of accounting and finance, while tapping on the broader investigation skills that regular police officers have acquired from investigating into the wide range of crimes. Given that CAOs have the mandate to deal with white-collar crimes that are typically not violent or confrontational in nature, we assess that there is currently no operational need to deem them as full-fledged police officers. Hence, we will not be providing them with arms or with a full suite of policing powers, as I earlier mentioned. Furthermore, should CAD encounter the need to use a higher level of force, they can leverage on regular police officers in CAD who work alongside CAOs, as Melvin Yong has suggested. Mr. Yong also asked if CAOs will be required to undergo physical tests such as the IPPT or be of minimum PES status to exercise their new powers of arrest. The answer is no, and we would like to clarify that the power of arrest is also not new to CAOs. For example, they already have the power to arrest suspects of an arrestable offense under the Criminal Procedure Code. This bill provides them with more powers of arrest which are relevant in their work, such as to arrest a person reasonably suspected to possess something which is fraudulently obtained. In any case, I would like to assure Mr. Yong that CAOs are required to undergo rigorous training and tests on safely conducting arrests and self-defense before they are allowed to exercise this power at the front line. For now, we assess that the training is adequate to meet our operational needs, and it is not necessary to set an IPPT or PES requirement for CAOs. We would also like to share that this approach is consistent with other non-uniformed officers who already have similar powers to investigate white-collar crimes. For example, authorized IRAS officers whose core duty is to investigate tax crimes are empowered to arrest suspects of serious tax crimes. Mr. Louis Ng asked if there will be safeguards and training for SOPs and for SPOs and CAOs. The SPF has multiple safeguards in place to ensure SPOs and CAOs exercise their new powers safely and in accordance with the law. First, SPOs and CAOs will be required to undergo rigorous training and tests before they can exercise policing powers. For example, SPOs and CAOs will have to undergo modules on legal knowledge, self-defense, and scenario-based training before they are deployed to the front line. Second, SPOs and CAOs will be subject to similar safeguards which police officers are already subject to, such as those under the Criminal Procedure Code. For example, when SPOs and CAOs arrest a suspect, the suspect must not be restrained more than is necessary to prevent his escape, in accordance with the Section 76 of the Criminal Procedure Code. Third, SPF has zero tolerance for persons who misuse or abuse their policing powers. SPOs and CAOs who are found to have done so will be subject to strict disciplinary action. For serious cases, they may be subject to criminal proceedings. Mr. Gan Thiam-Poh asked if SPF will equip all officers with body-worn cameras to mitigate the risk of wrongful accusations and misuse of powers, and if such video footage will be kept safely to prevent cyber attacks and misuse. Currently, our frontline police officers, including SPOs, are equipped with body-worn cameras to facilitate investigations and the gathering of evidence. Video footages from these cameras are also useful to address allegations of wrongdoing, such as the recent case where our police officers were falsely accused of abusing their authority to confront an elderly lady in May 2021, when they actually were telling a domestic helper to remind her to wear a mask and even bought her a packet of food. For CAOs, we are reviewing the need to equip them with body-worn cameras, similarly to aid investigations and to prevent allegations. I would like to assure Mr. Gunn that we take the safeguarding of video footages seriously. SPF has in place strict protocols governing the use and access to such data. Typically, SPF only shares the data with other government agencies if provided for under the law. These security measures help to guard against data breaches and the misuse of information. We know Mr. Yong's suggestion for SPF to have a more structured deployment scheme to better leverage the talents of our full-time and operationally ready NS men. When deploying officers to NS vocations, SPF already takes into consideration factors such as the officer's skills and aptitude. To better leverage the talents of our NS men, these officers are provided with multiple pathways within the SPF. For example, officers with background in nautical studies, may be deployed to the Police Coast Guard, while officers with expertise in photography may be deployed to the Public Affairs Department to create media content. When officers transit to become operationally ready NS men, they may be provided with the option to change their vocation based on their skill sets. For example, officers with a background in psychology may serve as counselors in the Police Psychological Services Department. We will continuously review the deployment process to further improve the NS experience and to optimize our manpower. On empowering Commissioner to delegate powers to civilian officers in leadership positions, Mr. Sharul Taha, Ms. Sylvia Lim, and Dr. Shahira Abdullah asked what type of powers Commissioner will and will not be able to delegate to civilian officers. Mr. Sharia also asked about the circumstances under which Commissioner will delegate such powers. The current intent behind Clause 5 of the bill is to allow Commissioner to delegate more administrative powers, such as that to issue internal orders to civilian officers in leadership positions. To illustrate, the Director of Commercial Affairs Department, who is a civilian officer, will be able to directly issue SOPs on managing suspects of commercial and financial crimes. Currently, he will need to ask a police officer to do so on his behalf. Once this provision comes into force, he will no longer need to do so, thus improving operational efficiency. We want to assure the House that the delegation of powers will be carefully considered in the best way possible to achieve our desired outcomes. It is provided in law that highly sensitive powers, which should only be exercised by Commissioner himself, will be non-delegable to either police officers or even civilian officers. Clause 5 makes explicit that the list of non-delegable powers are those in Section 18 and 110A of the PFA, as well as under the Public Order and Safety Special Powers Act, POSPA. For example, this includes the power to give special authorizations to police officers to impose curfew under POSPA. Ms. Sylvia Lim asked if SPF intends to allow civilian officers to take over command duties and if civilian officers will have the relevant expertise and credibility to do so. We would like to clarify that SPF already has civilian officers in leadership positions who assume command duties. For example, the current Director of Commercial Affairs Department is a non-police officer. The benefit of civilinizing more leadership posts is that SPF can draw from a wider range of experiences, competencies, and perspectives beyond the pool of uniformed officers. This enables SPF to be more diverse, more agile, and open to transformation, and to better achieve its mission of ensuring the safety and security of Singapore. That said, I would like to assure Ms. Lim that the intent of Clause 5 of the bill is not to allow civilian officers to exercise the Commissioner's powers of command at the front line. We recognize that there are powers which require the specialized knowledge of a police officer who has had years of experience with policing, such as the power to disperse an unlawful assembly by military force, these powers are best exercised by the Commissioner or the police officers in leadership positions and will remain that way. Mr. Shahril also asked if Commissioner will delegate the power to investigate commercial, financial and cyber crimes to civilian officers, given the recent uptick in such crimes. I want to clarify that SPF's Commercial Affairs Department already has civilian officers who have the powers to investigate such commercial and financial crimes. This allows the SPF to draw from a wider pool of skill sets in order to bring perpetrators of such crimes to justice. Many members raised questions about retaining the employment of regular officers during major crises. Mr. Louis Ng asked under what circumstances the Commissioner may refuse notices of resignation. To recap, as set out in the bill, notices of resignation can be refused only under two situations. First, when the President has issued a proclamation of emergency under Constitution, when she is satisfied that a grave emergency exists whereby the security of economic life of Singapore is threatened. Second, when the Minister for Home Affairs has given an activation order under the Public Order and Safety Special Powers Act. Activation orders are only given when a serious incident has occurred, such as a terrorist attack. Police officers may decide to resign during a crisis for a variety of reasons. In assessing whether to accept or reject a notice of resignation, the Commissioner may take into consideration the reason behind the resignation. For example, if it is due to the police officers having a medical condition that does not allow him to serve in SPF, the Commissioner will likely accept his resignation. Mr. Ng also asked if the police officers who have indicated their unwillingness to stay in SPF should be retained. First, I would like to assure the House that our police officers are extremely dedicated to their duties, and I have no doubt that they will rise to a challenge, especially during a crisis. While we do not wish to retain anybody who does not want to serve, we also have to balance against the needs of the society during times of emergency. This is especially important to prevent a scenario where there could be mass resignations that compromise SPF's operational efficiency in responding to the crisis. Mr. Gantian Poh suggested creating an appeal board to preside over appeals against rejections of notices of resignation and to be redeployed to perform other duties. Given the fast-paced, uncertain, dynamic nature of the crisis, it may not be prudent or even feasible for appeal boards to convene in the thick of a crisis. But that said, we recognize that there may be police officers who desire to serve the nation and support the efforts to overcome a crisis in other ways, such as in the healthcare sector instead. Commissioner may take this into consideration when assessing the notice of resignation, along with other factors such as the SPF's manpower situation and needs. Should a police officer's notice of resignation be rejected, SPF will internally assess his ability to serve in roles assigned to him. If need be, he may be redeployed in other roles within the SPF to more effectively carry out duties. Mr. Ng also asked about SPF's plans to ensure that SPF will be adequately staffed to withstand crisis. During major crises which require more frontline officers, SPF may redeploy more regular police officers and full-time NS men from back-end roles to serve at the front line. SPF may also recall and mobilize operationally ready NS men, volunteer NS men, volunteer ex-NS men, and volunteer special constabulary officers. The wealth of experience these officers have acquired over the years of NS and volunteering will help SPF in its efforts to effectively overcome the crisis. Moving on, I will touch on protecting officers from liability for acts done in good faith and with reasonable care. Mr. Desmond Chu asked about the regulations that the Minister for Home Affairs may prescribe in determining what constitutes good faith and reasonable care. Such matters and circumstances may include the operating environment in which the officer is acting, the standards and practices the officer has to follow, and the resources to which the officer has access to. MHA will be prescribing these in the subsidiary legislation to allow for greater flexibility to make refinements over time, given our officers constantly changing operating environments and standards in response to ever-evolving security landscape and threats. More details will be ready in due course when the subsidiary legislation is formulated. Mr. Chu also asked for examples where officers did not act in good faith and with reasonable care. In general, such cases are few and far between. But that said, I can give two hypothetical examples. First, police officers receive a tip-off that a suspect of a crime is in building and immediately effect forced entry to arrest him without even first attempting to verify if he was actually inside. The police officers would not have acted in good faith and with reasonable care. Another example is if a police officer fails to respond to and investigate a 999 distress call by an individual known to SPF as being the target of repeated physical domestic violence, and the individual dies from injuries from the abuser. I want to emphasize that the protection that we will be according to officers is not unconditional and is subject to them acting in good faith and with reasonable care. Making explicit this protection in law will allow our officers to more effectively carry out their duties, such as preventing crime or saving lives, without the distractions and the constant concerns about getting sued or being held liable for injuries or damage to property. To address Mr. Chu's question on whether superiors will be held liable if their subordinates did not act in good faith and with reasonable care, this will very much depend on the facts and circumstances of the case, such as whether the superior had knowledge or control over his subordinate's action at that point in time, or could reasonably be expected to be able to stop or influence his actions. Mr. Shahril Taha asked if this protection will be extended to prison officers and other home team officers. To clarify, many of our home team officers already have protections from liability under other legislation. For example, SCDF officers are protected from liability for acts done in good faith and with reasonable care in the execution of the Civil Defence Act and the Fire Safety Act. For prison officers, they are currently not explicitly protected in legislation, although they are already covered under the common law defence of necessity. MHA will likewise consider making explicit this protection for prison officers and other home team officers in their relevant legislation where opportune, just as we have done so in the PFA for police officers and the Civil Defence Act for SCDF officers in 2018. Next, Dr. Shahira Abdullah has suggested that persons who manufacture police uniforms or insignia should seek Commissioner's written permission. To clarify, SPF already has in place a transparent framework to regulate the market for police uniforms or insignia. None of these permissions are given verbally, and all are written in black and white. For example, persons who wish to manufacture police uniforms are required to bid for an open tender. Those who are successful are subject to conditions in the contract, which include the specifications of the uniform they are allowed to manufacture. Should a person manufacture police uniforms without Commissioner's permission, he will be liable for a fine not exceeding $10,000 and jail for up to 3 years or both. Next, Mr. Desmond Chu asked about legal liabilities for APF employers that infringe Section 87, 5, 7, and 8 in Clause 21 of the bill. The existing Section 90 already allows the Commissioner to take certain actions if an APF employer infringes any provision in Part 9 of the PFA, which includes Clause 21 of the bill. These actions include suspending or revoking the authorization for the creation of an APF, as well as the imposition of financial penalties on the APF employer. Mr. Chu also asked if Section 88 in Clause 22 of the bill applies to entities and persons with indirect control over the board of the APF employer. I stated earlier that Clause 22 will require a person to seek the minister's approval before becoming an indirect controller, as defined in Clause 17 of the bill. And as Mr. Joshua Thomas has also commented on the controller requirements, I would like to reiterate that the requirements are for a person to notify the Commissioner after becoming a 5% controller of an APF employer, and to seek the minister's approval before becoming a 25, 50% or indirect controller. or ceasing to be a 50% or 75% controller. Mr. Chu cited the example of a company with a controlling stake in the parent company owning the APF employer. If such control involves the holding of equity interest or control of voting power in the APF employer, then depending on the facts, this may fall under the definition of a 5, 25, 50, or 75% controller in Clause 17. Mr. Thomas commented on Clause 20 of the bill, which makes it an offence for a person who is not an employer of authorized APF to carry out any security activity in the course of any business. I would like to clarify that this is not new. Such a provision is currently covered under the existing Section 86(9), but we have updated the penalties. I would also like to assure Mr. Thomas that the SPF will continue to work closely with the APFs to prevent any infringements of the PFA and Private Security Industry Act in advertising their armed and unarmed services. Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill is an important piece of legislation which allows the SPF to continue to keep Singapore safe and secure. That the vast majority of residents in Singapore feel assured that they can walk home safe at night is not a matter of chance or coincidence. It is a result of decades of effective policing supported by robust laws. I thank the members for their strong support for the bill. Let us continue to keep Singapore safe and secure. Sir, ma'am, I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
The Police Force Amendment Bill.
Committee stage, what day?
Now, ma'am, I beg to move that the Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill.
The question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. As many as of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clauses 1 to 30 stand part of the bill. As many as are of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. Minister for Home Affairs.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to report that the bill has been considered in committee and agreed to without amendment.
Third reading, what day?
Now, ma'am, I beg to move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. As many as of the opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
The Police Force Amendment Bill. Item 2, a motion standing in the name of Mr. Christopher D'Souza on commemorating 200 years of the Singapore Police Force.
Mr. Christopher D'Souza.
Madam, I beg to move that this House commemorate and honour the important contributions of the Singapore Police Force and its officers to nation building and to keeping Singapore as one of the safest countries in the world. I would like to express my thanks to Mr. Murali Pillay for his partnership in putting up this motion, and to Mr. Patrick Kay for so willingly supporting it. I also thank all members who have expressed their desire to voice supporting speeches. In particular, I would like to express my gratitude to the Minister for Home Affairs, who was very supportive of the idea of this motion when Mr. Murali and I broached the idea of it, and also for agreeing to speak on it. The SPF has come a long way since its beginnings in 1820. Mr. Francis James Bernard led Singapore's first police force with just 12 officers. Just 12 officers. SPF has grown to a force of 45,000 regular officers, full-time national servicemen, civilian officers, volunteers, and operationally ready national servicemen. The SPF has done a lot for Singapore over the last 200 years. In the early colonial times, Singapore faced many challenges in law and order, such as gambling, prostitution, opium abuse, and secret society activities. There were conflicts and unrest between the different communities. Faction fighting, robberies, murders, and the use of firearms was so rampant in the 1920s that some nicknamed Singapore the Chicago of the East. After World War II, there was social disorder and conflict between people of different backgrounds and ideologies. Unions and schools were infiltrated by communists and their supporters, who instigated riots and public unrest in the Chinese middle schools. Discontent and distrust brewed between different races, resulting in racially charged riots. The capabilities of the police grew to meet these new challenges. For example, in 1952, after the Maria Hertog riots, the riot squad in the SPF, now known as the Special Operations Command, was formed so that it could respond more effectively to public order incidents. Post-independence, SPF achieved a few major milestones. Part-time national service was operationalized in SPF in 1967 to augment manpower resources. 2 years later, the government expanded the recruitment of police officers and reorganized the police academy in 1969 to equip recruits with the skills for effective policing. In the 1980s, the SPF explored new ways to directly engage residents in fighting crime. Besides the Neighborhood Watch Scheme, we also formed the National Crime Prevention Council. Neighborhood police posts and the neighborhood police centers were set up to bring policing to the heartlands. This transformed the image of the police officer, not just as a person enforcing the law, to also being a trusted member of the community. Over the last 2 decades, the SPF has enhanced its capabilities to meet new and complex challenges beyond neighborhood crime, such as terrorism, cybercrime, commercial crime, and scams. For example, the SPF established the Anti-Scam Center in 2019 to work with stakeholders such as banks, telcos, and online marketplaces to disrupt scammers' operations and mitigate victims' monetary losses. All these efforts brought about the low crime rates that we enjoy today. This safety and security underpinned Singapore's remarkable growth and progress. Over the years, the SPF has successfully upheld safety and security at several major events hosted by Singapore. These are complex security operations that require close coordination across different SPF teams, covering various aspects of security, including patrols, monitoring the ground, and being prepared to stop any threats that may arise. At the same time, the SPF has to ensure that daily operational needs were not compromised, even as it dedicated resources to the smooth running of these events. For example, the security operations for our NDPs require extensive planning and seamless execution by many SPF ground units. Members would also recall the Trump-Kim Summit, which Singapore hosted in June 2018. The short lead time and volatility of plans made planning for the security operations extremely challenging. SPF made meticulous and detailed plans for the security operations in coordination with home team agencies and other public agencies, with many, I should emphasize, many different security contingency plans worked out. More than 6,900 SPF officers were deployed over a span of 3 days to ensure that the historic summit proceeded smoothly without incident. The SPF has also effectively managed complex security operations at many other events that bring together international guests to Singapore, such as the Shangri-La Dialogues, Formula One races, and APEC meetings. For each of these events, SPF assesses security risks, crafts detailed security plans, and executes these plans effectively in close coordination with other agencies if required. SPF's tireless efforts have contributed to the successful hosting of these events, boosting the Republic of Singapore's reputation globally. The SPF has also contributed significantly to combating transnational crime through international policing work in cooperation with its foreign counterparts. The SPF has mounted many successful operations in collaboration with its foreign counterparts over the years. For example, in 2020, officers from the Commercial Affairs Department collaborated with the Hong Kong Police Force to arrest 5 core members of a transnational online credit card fraud syndicate operating in Hong Kong. In 2020, the Commercial Affairs Department also worked with the Royal Malaysia Police to conduct a joint police operation against a transnational internet scam syndicated in Kuala Lumpur. I am also told that our SPF has strong ties with Indonesia and its police force. Internationally, the SPF has earned respect for Singapore. It is a key member of Interpol. In 2008, then Commissioner of Police Koo Boon Hui was elected as the president of the Interpol by an overwhelming majority vote. In 2015, Singapore earned the honor of hosting the Interpol Global Complex for Innovation, through which the SPF collaborates with foreign law enforcement counterparts on cross-border crimes and the sharing of knowledge, intelligence, and best practices. In the SPF's early history, it would have been unthinkable for Singapore's police force to be able to contribute anything substantial to international policing. 2 centuries on, the SPF is one of the leading police forces in the world, playing a significant role in international crime-fighting efforts. We are proud of the SPF and its many achievements over the last 200 years. Thanks to the SPF, our people are able to live, work, and play in arguably the safest city in the world. I would like to thank all SPF officers, SPF regular officers, civilian staff, national servicemen, volunteer special constabulary officers, past and present, for their contributions and sacrifices in safeguarding Singapore. Today, we are privileged to have in the House 69 visitors representing the SPF family. They include Singapore's Commissioner of Police, in-service officers, full-time national servicemen, operationally ready national servicemen, volunteer special constabulary officers, civilian officers, retired police officers, and 2 family members of a police officer who was killed in the line of duty. Your presence here today allows us to honor in a special way the whole of the Singapore Police Force and the families of our officers, past and present. To commemorate the SPF's 200th anniversary and to accord recognition to SPF officers, I would like to suggest that MHA and SPF consider introducing a commemorative award for police officers. On a more personal note, I would like to share that I have seen the dedication and courage of our police officers at close range. In the course of my membership in the GPC for Home Affairs and Law, I have visited the police on the ground, spoken with many officers, and witnessed operational exercises, including anti-terror exercises. What always strikes me are the officers' commitment to their mission and their unwavering loyalty to Singapore. Their loyalty is truly commendable. Therefore, in conclusion, Madam, may I invite this House to show our sincere appreciation to and strong support for our men and women in the Singapore Police Force. I beg to move.
The question is as moved by Mr. Christopher D'Souza. Mr. Murali Pillay.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is my honor and privilege to support this motion filed by the Honourable MP, Mr. Christopher D'Souza. The Singapore Police Force, SPF, have over 2 centuries since the founding of modern Singapore made Singapore one of the safest countries in the world. This security, which allows us to walk safe at night, to work without fear in the day, this peace of mind, is a public good without price. We honor SPF officers, past and present, for their courage and unwavering sense of duty. We remember those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the past, and those who walk the streets each day knowing that this sacrifice may be demanded of them in the future. In my speech, I would like to focus on the contributions of our retired SPF officers, as well as the sacrifice of officers who gave up their lives in the course of their duties. Madam Deputy Speaker, today in this House, we have 30 retired officers. Between them, they served, and I calculated this, 1,040 years cumulatively. That's almost 35 years per person. A good number of them joined service in the 60s and the 70s. In those days, we had serious issues in enforcing law and order. In particular, we had to contend with the menace of secret societies, a point that the Honourable Member Mr. Christopher D'Souza made. SPF needed stout-hearted people to deal with these problems. Thankfully, it had a good number of such officers. Let me tell you the stories of these brave SPF retirees who are present here. Detective Station Inspector Anthony Low joined SPF in 1962. He is now 78 years young. In 1974, when Mr. Low, then a detective sergeant, was called to attend a case of an armed robbery in progress at a finance company. The robber had a revolver. He forced the manager of the company to draw money from a bank and bring it back to her office. The manager tipped off her colleague before leaving for the bank. That was how the police was alerted. Mr. Low laid an ambush in the office. The robber entered the office, but somehow sensed danger and rushed out. Mr. Low gave chase. Now, it's useful for me to pause here and explain the significance of this to honorable members. What I'm relating is not a movie scene. This is a case of an officer chasing a robber known to be armed with a gun. You need to have guts to do this. Whilst climbing up the staircase of a building looking for the robber in turn ambushed Mr. Low. He struck Mr. Low on his head with the butt of his revolver repeatedly. The robber then relieved Mr. Low of his service gun and tucked it into his waist. He then said these chilling words, "Why do you want to risk your life looking for me? Today is my day or yours." He then asked Mr. Low to walk down the staircase of the building. Mr. Low seized the opportunity to grab his service gun from the robber's waist. The robber then took a step back to fire at him. Mr. Low thankfully fired first. He survived. The robber died. For his bravery, President Shears conferred on Mr. Low the Police Gallantry Medal. DSI Low went on to have an illustrious career in the SPF and retired after 40 years of service. Mr. Lim Seong, who is also in this house, served in Security Branch, now known as the Police Security Command, before retiring as a station inspector in 1993. For a good number of years, he was one of the security officers in the team assigned to protect Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, our founding Prime Minister. These security officers, past and present, are a special breed of people. Their training, their muscle memory is to put themselves in harm's way to protect our nation's leaders, if necessary with their lives. Mr. Lim Seong joined SPF in 1968 when police officers still wore khaki shorts. Apparently, the idea was to keep them cool in the day. In 1969, when the then Constable Lim Seong was on duty, he received information that there was a suspicious person lurking around the railway tracks beside the old Chartered Bank along Upper Bukit Timah Road. What was happening was that a communist sympathizer was planting a homemade bomb at the railway tracks. Mr. Lim Seong acted quickly. With his baton, he managed to disarm and handcuff the person by himself. He then recovered the bomb, which was in a Milo tin, and a communist flag from the scene. Today, these items can be seen at ISD's Heritage Center. Mr. Lim Seong's quick thinking and fearlessness saved lives. Just 2 weeks later, however, sadly, a bomb did explode at Upper Changi Road, 7 Mile, killing a lady. Those were dangerous times. Honorable members would agree that there has been a sea change in the crime and security situation in Singapore since the 60s and 70s. It is our good fortune that SPF could count on its brave and dedicated officers who turned the tide against crime and disorder. There's no doubt in my mind that SPF today stands on the shoulders of these giants. To them, I would like, on behalf of a grateful nation, to express a debt of enduring thanks. I'm obliged. I now wish to pay tribute to our police officers killed in the line of duty and their families. Madam Deputy Speaker, SPF kept records of fallen officers only from 1901. Based on these records, 125 officers have been killed in the line of duty to date. but I would imagine more officers would have perished in SPF's 200-year history. I'm indebted to the Commissioner of Police for providing me with a list of officers who have been killed in the line of duty, and I seek your permission to annex this list to my speech, please. Obliged, Madam. One of the officers in the list was the late Inspector Alan Lim Kim Sai. He was a second-generation police officer following the footsteps of his father, who joined the police force when we were still part of the Straits Settlement. On 5th of August 1965, Inspector Lim co-led a pre-dawn operation to capture a notorious gangster and his men who were responsible for several kidnappings in Siang Lim Park at Geylang. A fierce gun battle ensued. The gangster even lobbed hand grenades, which exploded, causing injuries. Inspector Lim perished from the wound he suffered in the gunfight at the age of only 28. At the time when Inspector Lim died, his only son, David Lim, was just 9 months old. The responsibility to take care of David fell fully on his mother. Raised by his mother, he too, like his grandfather and his father before him, joined the Singapore Police Force in 1992. When he reported for duty after 9 months of police training in 1993 at Tang Lane Police Station, he asked Mr. Peter Lim, his head of department, who was a colleague of the late Inspector Alan Lim and present in this house today, tell me, how did my father die? Madam Deputy Speaker, Mr. David Lim is in the house today. He retired as a superintendent of police 2 years ago. I extended an invitation to his mother, who is now 84, to attend Parliament. Unfortunately, she's not fit enough to travel. One other person's name that appears in the list of 125 officers is the late S.I. Bu Tiang Huat. In November last year, I spoke in this house about his case. I related how, at the age of 47 in 1994, he was killed in the line of duty by an axe-wielding person at Newton Road. I was his colleague then, and I was at the scene several minutes after he perished. I spoke about the anguish his widow and his 3 young children felt when I accompanied them to the location where he passed away to pray for his soul later that day. S.I. Bu Tiang Huat's widow, Madam Chu Tuan Chong, is present in this house. So is her son, Mr. Bu Jia Liang. I remembered Jia Liang as a 7-year-old boy with spiky hair. He's now 34 years old. Madam Chu, a clerk, single-handedly raised her 3 children, Jia Liang and his 2 elder sisters. All 3 graduated from university. 2 of them, including Jia Liang, became teachers. The other is an engineer. Jia Liang shared with me that knowing how hard his mother worked to raise him and his siblings, all 3 siblings decided that she should retire 10 years ago and just enjoy life whilst they take full care of her. For the officers who died in the line of duty, their spouses, parents, children, and siblings bore the brunt of the loss. Widows of fallen officers like Mrs. Lim and Madam Chu would have to dig deep to raise their children. Children of fallen officers like David and Jia Liang would forever wonder how life would have been for them if only their fathers had come home. As a nation, we should never forget the ultimate sacrifice made by our fallen SPF officers in the line of duty. The commemorative gallery at the Police Heritage Centre was created as a permanent tribute to them. But we should also not forget the extraordinary courage of the families of these fallen officers too. The sacrifice is theirs too. Madam Deputy Speaker, on occasion of SPF 200, I would like to urge the Honourable Minister for Home Affairs to consider honouring both our retired officers as well as the families of our fallen officers by providing them each with a meaningful token of some form that will forever symbolize our nation's indebtedness to them. They deserve not just our appreciation, but to be remembered and honoured too. Thank you.
Mr. Patrick Tay.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of the motion. In the past 5 decades, since as a little boy, I've had the honor of seeing, witnessing, working in, serving in, and partnering many in the Singapore Police Force. During the first 10 years of my life, my late cousin, who lived with me, served in the SPF, in team policing and in criminal investigations. And I saw for myself, as a young boy, the dedication and service to the nation of our police officers. Oftentimes, the work involves long shifts, sudden recalls, and chasing criminals until they are apprehended. He rose through the ranks as a constable to a senior police officer before he retired from the SPF. Through him, I saw how every police officer, regardless of rank, unit, or type of work, plays an important role in ensuring the safety and security of our country. During the second 10 years of my life, my encounter with the SPF came in the form of my ECA in the National Police Cadet Corps for 4 years from Secondary 1 to 4. Little known, the NPCC, under the auspices of the SPF, commemorating their 62nd anniversary this year, has impacted many youths and young people like me. Besides having the opportunity to fire a .22 Smith & Wesson revolver, the NPCC imparted many useful experiences, knowledge, and life skills to many young people and youths. I was at their 62nd virtual anniversary celebrations on 7th May this year, and want to congratulate the NPCC movement and everyone who has been and is part of this movement for leaving an indelible mark, or many who have been through the NPCC journey in Singapore. During the third 10 years of my life, in my 20s, I spent 6 years of it with the SPF as a full-time police officer. As someone fresh from school, these 6 years have left a very lasting impression on my life, my values, and impacted me in more ways than one. I spent 4 of these 6 years with the STAR unit, a little-known and highly secretive and clandestine unit within the SPF's Special Operations Command. During my service with the Special Tactics and Rescue Unit, I had the honor to work with and train with officers in the STAR unit and in almost all the specialist units within the SPF. I cannot divulge more of the highly secretive, dangerous, and risky training and operations which these units have been involved in, but you can watch, subtle snippets of it in archived episodes of Crime Watch. I know many of my fellow officers, then myself, put our lives at risk, undergoing very intense, grueling training and operations. In fact, not just putting their lives at risk, but also affecting lots of family life and time with family. 2 very, very impressionable ones were when my wife, I had to stand off my wife in the midst of a midnight movie, and because I had a pager call for an activation, and another time over dinner date, and I had to walk out in the middle of the dinner, both for important criminal operations. I think the efforts and the contributions of our SPF, you can't be understated. In fact, in the course of my career in the SPF, there are few officers that left a very lasting impression on me, both whom I report to and work with, Mr. Lim Soo-Gee, then Commander of Special Operations Command, and Director of Operations SPF then, Mr. Leo Yip, and as well as current Commissioner, Mr. Hoon Wee Teck, whom we used to, in colloquial terms, Chiong Sua together, when he was then AD Major Crime of Criminal Investigation Department. And I recall those memorable days when he hunted down the criminals, and my team and I had to storm and arrest the criminals. So those were really memorable ones. And this draws me to then appreciate and thank all the past and present officers who have served in our specialist units within the SPF, from officers of the Special Operations Command, such as those in the well-known red-colored vehicles colloquially known as the Ang Chia, including the STAR unit, which handles high-risk and highly armed criminals and criminal hostage situations, and the little-known but important SPF K9 unit to provide specialized capabilities for a whole host of tracking, detection, and support to prevent and detect crime. Other specialist units to make special mention are the Police Security Command, Police Coast Guard, Protective Security Command, Ops Command Center, Public Transport Security Command, Airport Police, Traffic Police, Training Command, School of Criminal Investigation, and the Gurkha Contingent. Oftentimes, their work go unnoticed, but I can assure you these units are highly trained and provides the SPF with specialized tactical support and highest arm response, a plethora of operational capabilities and operational readiness to stand ready for the unexpected and overcome any unplanned contingencies. During my 30s, after leaving the SPF, I was in active service as an NS-man in the Police Training Command. I met and interacted with many SPF NS-men during my annual recall for about a decade. I want to therefore use this opportunity to thank and appreciate them and their families and employers as they complement and support the SPF, especially during major national events, critical operations and deployments. An often forgotten group will be the VSC officers, who are civilian volunteers who also dedicate their personal time to serve and patrol alongside our SPF officers on the ground. In the last 10 years as a Member of Parliament, I've had a chance to also partner and work with the SPF line units to see to the safety and security of the constituency and our residents. With strong community engagement and partnership, the police has responded to various incidents from crime cases to handling major accidents and incidents to keep the peace in our towns and estates. They also partner with the grassroots and community to effectively prevent and detect crime. These days, with a more digitalized and virtual operating environment, the SPF has also reinvented and innovated to keep pace with new forms of online crimes and scams. To conclude, I wish to express my heartfelt thanks, appreciation, respect, and honor to the many members of the SPF, past and present, young and not so young, enlisting, entering, or have retired or left us, NS or regular or VSC, uniform or non-uniform, including the many families, wives, children, parents, and loved ones of each of them for their dedicated service, working tirelessly, upholding the law, often putting their lives at risk and at stake to nation building and to keeping Singapore one of the safest countries in the world. The work of the SPF will continue. And if I may use my favorite quotation from George Orwell, people sleep peaceably at night because rough men, well, and women, stand ready to do battle on their behalf. Happy SPF 200. Thank you.
Ms. Sylvia Lim.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the motion today calls for Parliament to commend the Singapore Police Force on its 200th anniversary for keeping Singapore safe. The three members of the House who have filed the motion and supported it understand what police work entails, being a former prosecutor and two former police officers respectively. Madam, there is no doubt that crime and security threats have become more complex and unconventional. The force and its officers have had to continually adapt and raise their game to be equal to these challenges. It is also not easy to manage the ever-increasing expectations of the public, who in this digital age expect quick turnaround times and instant answers from investigators through WhatsApp. My party colleague, Mr. Dennis Tan, will speak more about the work of SPF in the community. That said, we should also be mindful that there are other police forces working in arguably even tougher conditions, perhaps because the police are unarmed, as in the UK, or because the public has a right to carry firearms, as in the US. In my speech today, I shall resist the temptation to reminisce about my late father's involvement in the operation in 1965 just described by MP Mr. Murali, where Inspector Alan Lim was fatally shot. Nor shall I dwell on my experiences as a law enforcement officer in the 1990s. Indeed, several members of this House are former officers with longer and deeper insights. Instead, I will make 2 points. First, that we should not forget the co-equal contributions made by other agencies, and second, that effective policing is not just about safety and security alone. First, the co-equal contributions of other agencies. At the outset, I acknowledge that it is quite natural to focus on the police as the preeminent law enforcement agency. However, keeping Singapore safe is also done every day by many other agencies as well as private sector organizations, whom I feel are often not acknowledged enough. Take, for instance, the Central Narcotics Bureau. The CNB is often engaged in very high stakes and dangerous operations where the offences involve the death penalty and having to battle crime syndicates with significant resources. Another example is the Immigration and Checkpoints Authority, whose officers are tasked with preventing the entry of undesirable foreigners. Yet another is the Prison Service, which is charged with the safe custody of offenders, their rehabilitation, and their reintegration into society. These agencies should also occupy the public mindshare as co-equal contributors to the state of Singapore's security. Madam, Singapore's relatively safe living environment is an asset. It gives comfort to citizens and makes it attractive to foreigners to come here to live and work. Despite this strength, I wish to emphasize that effective policing should not be measured only by this metric of law and order. I now turn to the second point of my speech. Imagine, hypothetically, if one were to be confronted with a statistic that every arrest by law enforcement officers resulted in a conviction in court. On the one hand, a 100% success rate may seem truly impressive. But on further reflection, a reasonable person will want to drill further down into the reasons for this. Questions such as the following would be asked. How did the law enforcement officers get it right every single time? Were they so careful to only arrest suspects when the evidence was overwhelming? Did every suspect plead guilty? Did nobody claim trial? And if trials were conducted, how did the judges assess the evidence and so on? Madam, I use this hypothetical example to illustrate that safety is not the only metric that counts. If a society were to be absolutely safe, one could go overboard and lock up as many people as possible. This is not as ridiculous as it sounds, as it is an accepted dilemma faced by governments and law enforcement all over the world. Students of criminal justice learn very early about Herbert Packer's 2 models of criminal justice developed in the 1960s, the crime control model and the due process model. A crime control model focuses on efficiency and crime suppression, seeing crime control as more important than individual freedom. On the other hand, a due process model focuses on having a just and fair criminal justice system for all and upholding constitutional rights. Every criminal justice system worth its salt will have to find its balance between the 2 models. While it seems to me that many Singaporeans would prioritize crime control, fair-minded Singaporeans would also want a system where law enforcement agencies must produce evidence of a high standard before anyone is convicted and punished. To that end, I would urge the government to look into finding the resources to enable law enforcement to perform their roles more effectively. For today, I will take just 2 aspects: recording of statements and supporting crime victims. During the debate on the justice motion last November, my party colleagues and I pointed to certain aspects of the justice system where more could be done to ensure its fairness, accessibility, and independence. In the main, the government did not disagree with us, stating that we were, and I quote, pushing an open door, unquote. To that end, it seems to me that some review of priorities should be considered. For instance, on the way statements are recorded from suspects, we know that video recording is a good safeguard to ensure that statements are not coerced. It also protects officers from false accusations. We heard from the minister then that video recording was the gold standard, but resources were a constraint. When I suggested recording statements in other languages for suspects not fluent in English, I was told that it was not possible. But these are being done in other countries. So is it a case of priorities? As for our response towards crime victims, my assessment is that we lag behind other countries in our measures. To be fair, There have been some steps in this direction to recognize crime victims as stakeholders. For instance, the police service pledge requires officers to give victims an interim update within 7 days of reporting a case. Where offenders are charged in court, victims may be heard in certain cases through the use of victim impact statements, and there are higher chances of them receiving compensation from offenders at the time of sentencing. However, I believe these measures are not used in the vast majority of court cases. Madam, we can do a more thorough review of how to involve the victim at critical stages of the case, such as during pre-trial hearings on bail, and explaining to them the reasons for prosecutorial decisions, such as what charges are being preferred or when there is a decision not to prosecute. I had spoken about this last November and will not repeat further here. More recently, the murder that took place at River Valley High School makes me wonder if every frontline officer has been adequately trained in the people-to-people skills necessary to handle traumatized victims, and in particular, minors. Suffice to say, victims are stakeholders and their cooperation can make or break a case. To this end, we must not neglect the training of law enforcement officers in critical soft skills that will make them more effective. Madam, let me summarize. I've highlighted today that even as the police has indeed been at the forefront of keeping Singapore safe, other agencies have as well. In addition, and more importantly, we must never think that safety is the only metric by which to judge the quality of law enforcement agencies. The need to do justice and to act fairly is equally critical. Having more inclusive case processes would also be in order. Madam, I wish the SPF and all law enforcement agencies success. While I support the motion, we should not think that we have arrived, but strive for even higher standards.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is often easy to overlook the fact that the SPF and its officers are responsible for an incredibly wide range of responsibilities beyond its most stereotyped role of solving crime cases and bringing offenders to justice. In recent years, much efforts have also been expended in the area of public security and anti-terrorism. Cybercrimes and online scamming have also taken up much attention of our SPF officers. We are also living at a time when the public's expectation of police standard is increasing. For example, video-recorded interview of a suspect has been introduced a few years ago, and many hope that it will be extensively used. Today, I wish to spend a little time on the police work in our neighborhoods and community. Since I became the MP for Hougang, I've had many opportunities to see our SPF officers doing their work in my constituency. I also heard much from my own residents of their own experience with our police officers when they have had the need to contact them. Recently, one of my elderly residents passed away suddenly, and officers from the Hougang MPC and Ang Mo Kio Police Division had to attend on site to do the necessary investigation before helping staff of a casket company to remove the body. I had a great view of their professional efforts on display that evening as I witnessed the police officers going about the grim but necessary work competently, meticulously, and coolly, even as it was not the most pleasant of occasion. The officers, including a young NSF officer, handled the grieving relatives on site professionally and calmly, and yet empathetically, patiently making sure that the next of kin knew what was going on and what the relatives had to do next. Police officers in our MPC attend to many calls every day. I'm sure they deal with all types of crime reporting, but they also deal with noisy or unruly behavior on void decks, fights, family or neighbors dispute, suicides or unnatural deaths, fires in HDB flats or common spaces, and many others. In recent time, they also had to handle many scamming cases. I'm often amazed by the range of cases for which people make police reports. Many reports probably involve issues which do not come under police jurisdiction. But one can just imagine the amount of time taken by our police officers in MPCs, police station, and police posts, helping members of the public to patiently record their police reports. During the COVID period, with circuit breaker and work from home, police officers probably have to contend with more cases of neighbors' dispute and complaints of breach of safe distancing or other prevailing restriction by groups of people hanging out in our common spaces, such as void decks, ball courts, sitting areas, or neighborhood parks. A lot of such work can be mundane, dreary, and thankless. It may not be as exciting or headline-grabbing as cybercrimes, fraud, or other white-collar crimes, drugs and vice-related offenses, or even checking on KTVs or gambling dens. But a large number of our police officers have to do such unglamorous but necessary bread-and-butter community policing work. The work they do in the community is necessary and help to keep things in the right equilibrium and will help to make our homes, neighborhoods, and towns feel safer, more secure, and peaceful. Madam Deputy Speaker, the SPF and its officers have over the years helped to keep our homes and neighborhoods safer and more secure. But I also agree with the point made by the Honourable Member for our unit, Ms. Sylvia Lim, that effective policing is not just about safety alone, but justice too. Save for a few isolated incidents, by and large, we do not usually feel unsafe when we walk around any part of Singapore at any time of the day. Many people, both locally and abroad, have pointed to Singapore having fewer violent crimes on our streets. This is, of course, not something which we can ever take for granted, and the SPF must continue to work on this. We are also one of the few countries where many of our police officers are NSF officers, freshly enlisted from school at the cusp of adulthood. The different challenges that our young NSF police officers may have to face every day cannot be underestimated and can be daunting. I hope that our young NSF police officers are given sufficient psychological support as they go about their work. In Committee of Supply debates for the Ministry of Home Affairs in recent years, MPs have brought up the issue of manpower constraints in SPF. The use of different technologies is one way of making up for such constraints in an era of declining birth rates and population. More use of technology, while necessary, can never make up for human touch, the need for good relationship with the community, as well as for more empathy when handling members of the public. Good relationship between police officers and residents in the community will promote mutual trust, which is essential for effective policing. We should also be mindful that, and I quote from an article from a US Department of Justice Community Relations Services Toolkit for Policing, entitled The Importance of Police-Community Relationships and Resources for Further Reading. The community members' willingness to trust the police depend on whether they believe that police actions reflect community values and incorporate the principles of procedural justice and legitimacy, unquote. Good relationship and trust will enhance officers' efforts on the ground when they engage residents, and will also encourage provision of information important for solving of crimes or non-crime matters handled by the police. Madam Deputy Speaker, in closing, I wish to thank our SPF officers for their service and contributions. In particular, I commend the SPF for the good work which its officers do in its community policing efforts on an everyday basis. I support the motion.
Mr. Melvin Yong.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this motion to honor the important contributions of the Singapore Police Force and its many officers. Madam, I first joined the SPF in 1995 and served 20 wonderful years before retiring in 2015. Police work is challenging, not simply because the work of keeping Singapore safe and secure never ends, but also because most of the work that our police officers do daily goes unseen, often unknown, and hence unrecognized. Today, I would like to join my parliamentary colleagues in honouring the tireless efforts made by our police officers, particularly the invisible work that is done to keep Singapore and Singaporeans safe every day and every night. Let me start by thanking our police intelligence officers, a role which is never meant to be thrust into the spotlight. As the name suggests, the primary role of an intelligence officer is to provide intelligence, critical information that can help solve a case or prevent a harm from happening. But this is not as simple as it sounds. Intelligence work can mean poring through large amounts of data, analyzing heaps of spreadsheets and documents, and reviewing long hours of CCTV footages. Or it could mean going undercover for weeks or laying in ambush for days, sometimes to no avail. As a police commander before, I valued very much the hard work and contributions of our police intelligence officers. And for obvious reasons, I cannot say more on what they do, but their efforts are tremendous and often unknown to the public. And so today in this House, I'd like to extend my appreciation to all the dedicated men and women in our police intelligence service who work quietly behind the scene all these years. Next, I'd like to highlight another vital but often unseen policing unit, the Police Coast Guard. They patrol and protect Singapore's territorial waters, a job that is often confused with our more famous Navy counterparts. As an island state, threats from our territorial waters are plentiful, and our PCG officers deal with a variety of challenges every day, and especially so in the darkness of night, ranging from piracy attacks to detecting and deterring illegal persons from swimming across the sea to enter or leave Singapore. No matter how choppy the waters are, we can always count on the Singapore Police Coast Guard to keep our waters safe. Moving inland, I'd like to commend the work of another important police unit, which has kept a low-profile presence since it was established in 1949, the Gurkha contingent. The first batch of Gurkha officers arrived in Singapore in March 1949. Known for their courage, loyalty, and paramilitary prowess, they guard our vital installations and provide security coverage for major events held in Singapore. The Gurkhas were first called to the front lines in the 1950s to deal with several major civil unrests, such as the Marah High Top riots and the Hockley bus riots. They were also deployed during Konfrontasi in the 1960s. More recently, the Gurkhas were featured widely for helping to secure the historic meeting in Singapore between US President Trump and North Korean leader Kim in 2018. Our Gurkhas officers continue to be an important part of the SPF family, and I'd like to pay a special tribute here for their contributions in keeping Singapore safe for more than 70 years. Madam, that same year, in 1949, then Commissioner of Police, R.E. Folger, recruited the first batch of women police officers. Before this, it was recorded in books that the untrained wives of police constables were employed to help check women accused and were paid $1 for conducting each search. So it's $1 per search. In the initial years, the women officers were trained to handle female offenders, record statements from victims of sexual offenses, and help counsel female juvenile delinquents. Since their entry into the force, our women police officers have constantly pushed against boundaries to reach greater heights in what used to be a male-dominated profession. Today, we have close to 2,000 women officers in the SPF, with many serving in leadership positions, taking command of specialist units and leading crucial staff and operational departments. Madam, our police women hold multifaceted roles at home too. They are mothers, wives, and daughters. In addition to coping with the heavy workload that comes as a police officer, many of our policewomen must cope with a second shift when they go home. Despite these challenges, they continue to serve and lead with distinction and keep Singapore safe and secure. Incidentally, there is a motion after this on empowering women. Our policewomen have been excellent role models for breaking barriers, and I ask the House to join me in thanking and honoring all our passionate women police officers, both past and present. Madam, the contributions of our volunteer police officers cannot be neglected too. The Volunteer Special Constabulary, VSC, scheme was formed in 1946 to augment the ranks of regular police officers after the end of World War II. It started with only 150 volunteers, and the VSC has since grown to over 1,000 volunteer police officers supporting the SPF in various operational roles. It is virtually impossible today to tell a VSC officer apart from a regular police officer, from the uniform he wears or the equipment he carries, because they are dressed and equipped the same as their regular counterparts. Unknown to many, most of our VSC officers have regular day jobs and volunteer for police duties at night and during the weekends. They juggle their full-time job and family commitments on top of patrolling our streets and our territorial waters. The sacrifices of our volunteer police officers have helped to keep Singapore's crime rate low over the decades. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've spoken at length about the various roles within the police force that might be invisible to members of the public. Let me now highlight the need to safeguard the invisible trust that Singaporeans have in the SPF. According to the Gallup 2020 Global Law and Order Report, Singapore has topped an index of public perceptions of law and order for the 6th year in a row. An extraordinary 97% of us feel safe walking alone at night, an activity that cannot be taken for granted in many countries. Minister Shanmugam once noted in 2017 that many law enforcement agencies around the world envy the level of faith and trust that Singaporeans have in our police force. I agree fully. And the high levels of trust have stood the test of time. A 2020 survey conducted by the Institute of Policy Studies also found that 87% of respondents were confident or very confident with the SPF, the highest level of confidence in police globally. But we must not take this for granted. Malicious actors have and will continue to engage in efforts to damage the image and credibility of the SPF. Policing work is no longer just about fighting crime. The police must do all it can also to always safeguard the trust that Singaporeans have placed on our men and women in blue. Madam, I've spent more than half my working life serving as a police officer. I know how tough, difficult, and exhausting the work can be, but I've also benefited immensely from the training, the experiences, and the many great friendships that I've made throughout my time in the force. And I can see so many of them here with us today in the gallery. The values that the SPF has ingrained in me, courage, loyalty, integrity, and fairness, continue to guide me as I serve the community in a different role today. As the saying goes, once a police officer, always a police officer. It has truly been an honor to have worked alongside so many dedicated policemen and policewomen. Madam, the Singapore Police Force has come a long way since its humble beginnings as a 12-man team more than 200 years ago. As one of Singapore's oldest institutions, it has met and overcome many great difficulties throughout its long history. No matter what challenges the future may bring, I know that the SPF will continue to keep Singapore and all of us safe and secure for many more years to come. To SPF, thank you very much.
DPM Heng Swee Keat.
Madam Speaker, I thank Member Mr. Christopher D'Souza for tabling this motion to commemorate and honour the important contributions of the Singapore Police Force and its officers. Mr. Chris D'Souza has given an excellent overview of how policing has evolved in Singapore since 1820. It is a story of growth and transformation that has enabled the police to contribute to nation building and keeping Singapore one of the safest cities in the world. Mr. Murali recounted acts of bravery of our officers, DSI Loh, DSI Lim Seong, and paid tribute to the 125 officers who were killed in the line of duty, as well as their families. And Mr. Melvin Yong just highlighted the important role that many different officers played. Now, I rise to speak in support of this motion and to add a personal perspective of someone who has served in the Singapore Police Force for 17 years, including 5 when I was on course or seconded to the Ministry of Education. Listening to Mr. Patrick Tay recounting how his pager sounded when he was in the cinema with his then girlfriend reminded me of how my own dates with my own girlfriends were also interrupted very often that way. But I'm sure that many of our officers today will be interrupted by more than just a pager. I was telling my children about this pager story, and they said, "Dad, what is a pager?" Now, I joined SPF 15 years after our independence. The old problems of street crimes, rioting, and secret society activities have been brought under control, thanks to the excellent work of many of our veteran officers, including many of them with us here today. And they were really in the rough and tumble in those early years when things were very difficult. But back in 1980, the problems of street crimes and secret society activities were still there. But new problems like commercial crimes were on the rise as our economy took off. Our founding Prime Minister, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, tasked Dr. Goh Keng Swee to review our policing approach to keep up with the times. The result was one of the most significant changes in policing strategy, where we adopted the neighborhood police post system, modeled after the Japanese Koban system. I was very excited to be part of this effort to implement this new way in my second year of service. I'll share why. As a fresh officer, our first assignment was to do investigations, and I was posted to Central Police Division at that time. On duty one day, I was deeply disturbed to attend to a case of a badly decomposing body. The old lady had died for several days in a rented cubicle in Chinatown, but no one knew until the stench was unbearable, as she was living all alone. As part of investigations, I uncovered a sum of cash and gold jewelry that she had saved up. I tried to trace the next of kin to return these valuables. What was very sad was that several relatives turned up to make the claim. But in order to verify this, I had to take statements from them, but none could say what they had done with her or for her. Now, it taught me that when members of the society are isolated and relationships were not built over time, we will run into long-term problems. And when people do not care for the people around them, the police would have a hard time trying to maintain law and order. And just before this, the year before this, I spent some time in Tokyo with Mr. Heng Chee Hao, a fellow police officer, to study the Koban system, as Dr. Goh Keng Swee had decided to adopt this community policing system. So when we were in our second year of service, after we finished our investigation stint, we were part of this effort to set up neighborhood police posts, or NPPs, all over the island, one in each constituency. NPP officers conducted house visits, checked on the well-being of citizens, gave crime prevention advice, and encouraged neighbors to form neighborhood watch group to look out for strangers and report suspicious activities. Special efforts were made to nurture the community spirit. In the kampongs, People knew each other well. But when relocated to HDB flats, they needed time to get to know one another and to adjust to a new way of life. It was critical to build that community spirit among neighbors, to look out for one another, to look out for criminals on the prowl. Besides their own efforts, the MPP officers also worked closely with grassroots advisors and volunteers, joining them to give crime prevention advice and helping to build the community spirit. For many officers, especially detectives, it was a huge cultural change. Police officers were traditionally seen as macho, gun-toting officers. The friendly policeman out to make friends with the public was seen as a step backward. And in fact, the MPP system was derided by some as no power police. MPP equals no power police. I see many of the seniors here smiling because that was a term that we used all the time at that time, right? No power police. Now, but the police commissioner, Dan Goh Yong Hong, persisted. And at the same time, the government was also enhancing punishment for some crimes. We had strict minimum sentences and death penalty for offences like trafficking of drugs above a certain quantity, robbery of firearms, and kidnapping. The message was simple. In Singapore, crime does not pay. I was later interviewed by an American professor when applying for my postgraduate studies. His question was simple. You had low crime rates in Singapore because of harsh punishment. I took some time to explain to him that the Singapore police had a holistic approach in dealing with law and order. First, every potential victim of crime, everyone is a potential victim of crime. So police officers spend a great deal of effort encouraging everyone to take prevention seriously. Prevention is better than cure. And the police worked with agencies to optimize the design of public spaces, especially with the HDB, to provide protections for the most vulnerable. Second, it is not punishment alone, but the probability of being caught. So it depends critically on whether you can solve a crime. Again, after several years of the MPP system, the police have built up enough trust and confidence for the public to come forward, to do their part. Each of us is a potential witness. Third, it is how our criminal justice system is organized to ensure fairness and justice. We have due processes and a public who supports taking action. And later on, as the systems evolved, the different agencies, first within the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Home Team, was one that worked closely together, Central Narcotics Bureau, the prisons, and the SCDF. And in fact, Mr. T. Tua Ba, the commissioner whom I served under, was just before that the director of prisons. He was a policeman that was seconded to become director of prisons. And when he came back with a new perspective about how we can help to reform those criminals who can be reformed. So I was glad that the professor agreed with me and told me years later, when we met again, that he learned a lot about our policing approach and not to take just a broad brush approach and come to conclusions. In fact, the main insight of our MPP system, which is part of the broader community policing approach, is this. 99% or more of the public are law-abiding. In many communities, unfortunately, the police treated most members of the public, all segments of them, as potential criminals. This sets up an antagonistic relationship, the very exact opposite of what the police needs to rally the 99% against the 1% or less. We made the right choices in adopting the soft policing approach of building the community to partner one another and taking action to protect one another, and so as to deal with potential criminals. And this soft approach is complemented by investing in cutting-edge capabilities, whether it's in intelligence or in dealing with extreme stresses and hardened criminals. So while we can speak of policing approaches, the heart of it is in the trust and confidence of the public in the police. And this trust and confidence rests critically on the values and attributes of our officers. Over the years, we have selected and developed officers with integrity, and to keep out corruption. The commissioner I first served under, Mr. Goh Yong Hong, had stories of him arresting those who tried to bribe him. And implementing community policing was a big change in culture for a policeman who grew up in the 60s, and he gives full support to this very major change. When I was serving as commander of a police division, the then Commissioner Tee Tua Ba initiated an empowerment movement. He saw that as the situation that officers had to handle were becoming more complex, and that was over 20 years ago, they could not just rely on PGO, the Police General Order. The Police General Order sets out what you could or could not do, but Mr. Tee felt that every situation is different, and you cannot just rely on instructions. Rather, you have to know the ambit of the law, assess each situation on the ground that you encounter, exercise discretion, and take the right course of action. Now, this was another huge cultural change built on the earlier changes to community policing. Personally, I've learned much over the years and particularly enjoyed my final stint in the police as commander of the Jurong Police Division. The camaraderie among officers was strong and the level of dedication was outstanding. And the public and MPs and grassroots leaders in the Jurong area were most supportive. Every few weeks, I had the pleasure of presenting a pewter plaque to members of the public for their acts of bravery in helping us arrest criminals, including snatch thieves and molesters. In fact, about 30% of our crime then was solved with the help of the public then. And today I'm glad that this ratio remains high, between 20 to 30%, even as our policing capabilities have risen. So Mr. Christopher D'Souza's recount of the journey of the police over the 200 years has one key element that we must constantly adapt and innovate. So I'm glad that Minister Shanmugam has set up the HTX, the Home Team Science and Technology Agency, to invest in building new capabilities, especially in the digital area, while Commissioner Hung Wee Teck is building the frontline capabilities of officers to tackle new and complex crimes, including those in cyberspace. Above all, it is critical that we continue to invest in our officers, the values that underpin their work: integrity, fairness, discipline, dedication. And as crimes become more cross-border and sophisticated, our officers do need to be even more skilled. So let me take this opportunity to thank the officers who have served over the years, including many in this House, officers who were regulars, men and women, NS-men, volunteers, as well as civilians supporting our officers. And I especially thank those who served together with me during my years in the police. I'm confident that the Singapore Police Force will continue to scale new heights and to keep Singapore safe and secure. So let us, as members of the public, support our frontline officers, and as members of this House, support legislation to strengthen the capabilities of the police and our law enforcement agencies. Thank you.
Leader.
Madam Deputy Speaker, may I seek your consent and the general assent of members present to move that the proceedings on the item under discussion be exempted from the provisions of Standing Order number 48.8 to remove the time limit in respect of the Minister of Home Affairs' speech.
I give my consent. Does the Leader of the House have the general assent of honourable members present to so move? Aye. Leader, please proceed.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the proceedings on the item under discussion be exempted from the provisions of Standing Order number 48.8 in respect of the Minister of Home Affairs' speech.
The question is, as moved by the Leader of the House, as many as of the opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister Shanmugam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last year, the SPF marked its 200th anniversary, a significant milestone. We had Sir Stamford Raffles landing in 1819, and the police force was set up in 1820. Essentially set up from the very first beginnings of modern Singapore. And I thank Mr. D'Souza for moving this motion for this House to recognize the essential contributions of SPF over 200 years and for creating this occasion. Mr. D'Souza outlined the SPF's journey over the years and its contributions to Singapore's development. The SPF started as a 12-man team in 1820. It is now, today, a 45,000 strong force with regular police officers, full-time national servicemen, and supported by civilian officers, war NS men, and volunteers. The SPF now is a respected force with a high standard of operational excellence. Its success has to be tested by looking at the lived experiences of Singaporeans. And what are the lived experiences? I have, over the years, shared with members, probably every year, what Singaporeans feel about their surroundings, safety, security. Mr. Melvin Yong referred to the latest Gallup report, 2020, which shows that 97% of residents in Singapore feel safe when they are walking alone in their neighborhoods at night. The global average is 69%. I'll come back to this point later, but I think on no account will Singaporeans want to give that up. That is a fundamental human right, to be able to walk where you wish and where you feel, man or woman, at any time of the day or night, without fear, and to allow your child to take public transport without fear. Singaporeans' confidence in the SPF is also extremely high. Mr. Yong also made this point. This has been so for many years. The latest 2020 IPS study shows that 87% of respondents were confident or very confident in the SPF. And it's the highest level of confidence amongst all state institutions surveyed in Singapore, and also the highest globally across other police forces in the study. What we have, this level of safety and security and confidence in the force, did not just happen the natural course of events. It is a result of paths taken and also paths avoided, not taken. I will, in the speech, highlight some of the factors that have made SPF successful and have helped it keep law and order in Singapore. We will then pay tribute to the contributions of SPF officers, and third, outline some of SPF's plans for the future. Let me start with some of the factors that have led to SPF's success and its remarkable progress over the years since independence. There are many factors which can help or impede the performance of a police force. For example, the levels of governance in society, the levels of equity and inequality, many factors like that. For the purposes of this motion, I won't speak about these larger factors. Instead, I'll take a slightly narrower focus and deal with the factors that are more closely connected with police work and police as an institution. The three factors I'll touch on are our criminal justice system, second, the quality of leadership in the SPF, and third, maintaining trust with the community. Let me deal with each. First, our criminal justice system. No police force operates in a vacuum. Its operations are fundamentally influenced by the criminal justice system, within the framework of which the force operates. If the criminal justice system does not work, if there is no proper due process and crimes go unpunished, then it is difficult for a police force to be effective. Madam Deputy Speaker, with your permission, may I display some slides on the screen as I make my points?
Please proceed.
In this context, I often, and I have often referred to a speech by Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, who said this in 1962, and I put it up for members to look at it. In a settled and established society, law appears to be the precursor of order. Good laws lead to good order. That is the form that you will learn. But the hard realities of keeping the peace between man and between authority and the individual can be more accurately described if the phrase were inverted to order and law. For without order, the operation of law is impossible. Members will notice he said order and law, not law and order. He reversed or inverted the phrase. You have to establish order first, then laws can work. Otherwise, laws won't work. I think it's fair to say Mr. Lee sometimes took a view similar to that which Hobbes had put out about man in society. That philosophy underpins the changes we made to the criminal justice system, which we had inherited from the British. A lot of it, I would say, is primarily due to what Mr. Lee himself believed, thought through, and brought about, with a deep understanding of how people actually behave, how societies work, and how laws actually work. The criminal justice system we inherited has a long history, evolving over many centuries in England. We adapted, changed, and in some respects, we changed quite fundamentally. And that helped create a framework for the police to be effective. Let me give 3 examples as to what I mean. We changed our laws, for example, to allow the courts to draw an adverse inference if an accused person puts up a defense that he did not mention when he was first interviewed by the police. This position was based on the UK Criminal Law Revision Committee recommendation, which had then not been put into practice in the United Kingdom. The committee had said that hardened criminals could greatly hamper investigations by refusing to answer any questions. So put the onus on them to answer the questions. It runs against a basic principle, some might say, the golden thread, as it were, of the right to remain silent. But we made the major change in 1976. It encouraged suspects to be forthcoming during investigations. Accused persons have to tell the police the truth when interviewed, or adverse inferences can be drawn. Members would have seen, perhaps in TV dramas, police will tell the suspect that he or she has a right to remain silent, and if the police officers did not do so, that becomes or could become a procedural problem, and the suspect may walk free on a technicality. Our position, it is in the public interest that persons under investigations by the police tell the truth when interviewed. The change has had a big impact on how suspects behave and the entire criminal process. In this context, maybe I can take the opportunity of dealing with or responding to some points that Ms. Lim made. I think she made the following points about VRI, translation in other languages, and resource allocation, as well as helping victims and victim impact statements. Steps have been taken, further steps will be taken. I have responded on these previously. Since today's motion is on the SPF and 200 years and celebrating SPF, I will not go into detail into those points, but we can discuss those on another occasions. There is another point that coincidentally forms a big part of my speech too, which Ms. Lim made reference to Professor Herbert Packer's work on due process and crime control. While it's not so clear, I think Ms. Lim would probably move a little bit more on the due process model, or move more on fall on the side of the due process model. The approach we have taken is not ideological. It is to see what is suitable, what works in Singapore. And as I said, in 1976, the steps we took would probably be described as more akin to the crime control model. And as Ms. Lim was speaking, I remembered a speech by our former Chief Justice, Mr. Chan Sek Keong. So I apologize, I have to read it on my phone because I hadn't known that the point was going to be made. This was a lecture that the 2008, I think Justice Chan was Chief Justice at that point, he made in the centenary of Mr. David Marshall's birth, and this is what he had to say. And I can do no better than what perhaps the greatest jurist Singapore has seen said about this process. He says from paragraph 13 onwards, before I discuss some of these amendments, let me now sketch out for you the features of the criminal justice process that was in place in Singapore before 1976. We then had an investigative and trial process regulated by the Criminal Procedure Code and the Evidence Act, which basically provided the framework for a common law trial process, which was highly admired, if not revered, in England at that time. I make a point to take members through this in some detail because if you want a safe and secure Singapore with due process for all of us, it's important to get this fundamental principle right, because there is and there will always be a tendency to move towards a much more of putting hurdles and processes in the way of the police. The point is to strike the right balance. And I would emphasize that all members and all ministers for Home Affairs and Law remember these fundamental principles. That's why I said in my speech, paths taken and paths avoided. If we hadn't taken this path in 1976, neither the police nor Singapore would have today's crime control system. So let me read a little bit more about what Justice Chan, Chief Justice Chan, as he then was, said. The fundamental principle was a presumption of innocence. This meant that A, the prosecution must prove every ingredient of the offense against the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. B, the accused had the right to remain silent at any stage of the criminal process, from investigation to trial. And C, the accused had the right not to incriminate himself except in restricted circumstances. And D, the accused's statements to the police were not admissible except in restricted circumstances. E, he had the right to give an unsworn statement from the dock. All evidence, even if true, was not admissible if it might have a prejudicial effect on the jury. G, the practice of the courts was to require strict compliance with the rules of evidence and procedure, to have strict oversight of jury directions on accomplice evidence and corroboration. In a paper published in 1964 on the criminal justice process in the US, Professor Herbert Packer of Stanford University described the two models of criminal justice process, namely due process and crime control. This paper has since been regarded as one of the most important contributions in systematic thought about criminal justice. The basic features are those I've just described of a criminal justice process before 1976. That means very much due process. Because of the presumption of innocence, priority must be given to the prosecution of the accused, protection of accused's rights in a fair manner. Police powers of arrest and investigation should be limited to prevent potential official oppression of the individual. Procedural rights are not mere technicalities. Law enforcement officers and the prosecution should be held accountable to rules, procedures, and guidelines to ensure fairness and consistency. And he goes on, I will skip a little bit. And he says at para 15, Marshall achieved great success under the system. Many other lesser lights also shone. But it was inevitable that the prosecution would sooner or later take note of the defects from its point of view of the existing process, which had been so ably and amply demonstrated by Marshall. It must have led the government to rethink seriously about the objectives of the criminal justice process and how to achieve those objectives. Let me now introduce the other model of criminal justice process that Professor Packer had identified in his paper, with the crime control model. And he sets out the features. Repression of crime should be the most important function of criminal justice because order is a necessary condition for a free society. Criminal justice should concentrate on vindicating victims' rights rather than protecting defendants' rights. Police power should be expanded to make it easier to investigate, arrest, search, seize, and convict. Legal technicalities that handcuff the police should be eliminated. If the police make an arrest and a prosecutor files a criminal charge, the accused should be presumed guilty because the fact-finding of police and prosecutors is highly reliable. I'm setting these out. I'm not saying that I agree with them. This is what Professor Packer had identified. The main objective of the criminal justice process should be to discover the truth or to establish the factual guilt of the accused. And he has a few other factors too. In the 1976 amendments introduced many features of the crime control model. Ironically, these amendments were based on the recommendations of the 1972 11th report of the UK Criminal Law Revision Committee, which the UK government had rejected. For members' reference, those who are not lawyers, the UK Criminal Law Revision Committee comprised eminent jurists, lawyers. They looked at the system in the UK and they came out with a set of recommendations. But it was not doable in the United Kingdom. In Singapore, it was passed into law, many of the recommendations. And Chief Justice Chan, as he was, sets out the two major changes: that all statements made by an accused to a police officer in the course of investigation would be admissible in evidence. And second, the trial process. If the accused is called upon to enter his defense, he has no right to make an unsworn statement from the dock. These two broad changes led to an increase in the conviction of the factually guilty through pleas of guilt or at trials. Crime control was strengthened with the use of rebuttable and irrebuttable presumptions in substantive offenses. These developments, together with better and more dedicated and efficient law enforcement, have reduced the crime rate over the years and have made Singapore a safer place to live in. You might think that this statement is somewhat simplistic, but many people would agree that law enforcement in Singapore, although not perfect, is among the best in the world. So that's the Chief Justice's view, as he was in 2008. Now, that is not to say that, therefore, crime control becomes the be-all and end-all. Of course, you must have fairness in the system. So it's a question of finding the right balance. But I would ask members to carefully consider what is suitable for our society when seeking to strike the right balance. The right balance is not or should not be guided by pure ideology. It should be guided by what works, what is fair, what is right. And we have a system today, trained judges, a defense bar, rules of process, procedure, presumption of innocence, except in the context of, say, drug trials, where presumption of innocence is there, but the defendant, the accused, has got to go and prove specific factors because those are within his knowledge. And in corruption trials, also reversal of onus of proof. So we think, we do not say we have arrived. That will be not only inaccurate, it will be hubris, but we are constantly refining it, constantly trying to find the right balance. And the right balance also changes when society changes. But our philosophy is that the police investigation should not be made into a series of technical hurdles which have to be cleared, but it must be a clear and fair process that helps to arrive at a truth. And I think all members will agree that it's a question of balance, and it's really a question of how you strike that balance. And we have, for example, talked about, implemented in some cases, initiatives like BRI, the Appropriate Adult Scheme, other initiatives, and all of this will help in the fairness in the process. Another example that I would put forward, in going back to my point about the law enforcement framework within which the police operate, is that tough penalties that have been introduced to deal with serious crimes. I spoke about drugs, corruption, many other offenses. The penalties were changed, and where necessary, onus of proof was reversed. If you have wealth, you're a public servant, you have wealth which is not explained, the onus is on you to prove. We also have preventive detention, CLTPA, adapted from British laws. Jury trials were abolished. Instead, we have trials presided over by professional judges who are better able to handle the complex issues
for a more reliable fact-finding process. It lessens the theatrics, reduces the risk of injustice, and the institutions required for an effective judicial justice system. The judiciary, the public prosecution service, the bar associations, they have all been built up. As a result, we have a criminal justice system which has worked well for us, but it is constant work, constant refining, constant tending, and it will continue to have to be so. If the system does not work well and criminals walk away because the system is corrupt or weak, then police morale and discipline will go down. Police will not be effective. We have avoided that. Now, I've only given a few examples of this framework, but members can assume that there have been many changes, they've been very substantive, that has led to the system we have today. But let me now move on this context of the SPF 200. The second key factor behind SPF's success, and that's the quality of officers in the SPF and the quality of its leadership. The focus by Mr. Lee and his team was on building not just the size of the police force upon independence, but also the quality of officers and leadership in the SPF. High quality does not only mean educational qualifications. You need qualities of character, a sense of purpose, and you must be able to handle the pressure and perform on the job. In 1972, 7 years after independence, and again I quote Mr. Lee, addressing police officers at the police dining in, and I quote, "There are certain virtues in the force which never changes. It must have high morals. It must be proud of itself. And it can't be proud of itself if it hasn't got the right leadership. It must have that sense of purpose that comes out of men trained on a common doctrine. And it must have a sense of continuity." Almost 40 years later, in 2011, at his final police dining in, Mr. Lee said, and I quote, "We cannot have a situation where the criminals are smarter and better resourced than you. If we don't recruit strong officers with the moral fiber and a sense of purpose, you will go downhill very fast." In the 40 years in between and before, these lessons were taken to heart and applied. Today, there is rigor in who gets to become a police officer. Less than 1 out of every 10 applicants to the SPF is accepted as direct sergeants or inspectors. The emphasis is on quality. SPF also tries to ensure that good officers move up, regardless of their entry rank. It implemented the unified rank structure in 2016, went beyond academic qualifications. It provides faster progression through the ranks for officers who perform well. Once you are in service, how you perform should matter more than your qualifications when you first came in. SPF also has a scholarship scheme, prestigious, competitive, highly sought after. Some who spoke earlier on this motion, MPs Murali, Melvin, Patrick, all scholars, and of course DPM, SPF sent him on his first trip overseas to Cambridge. As a side note, if I may say so, one of the problems that SPF is finding that other services are increasingly looking at SPF, because apart from DPM, the HCS and various other officers, PermSecs and those in other ministries have come. I suppose the approach we have to take is that we spot, we groom, we invest, we train, and then we should be glad that they are taken by others. The SPF is also becoming more gender diverse. Today we have 1,800 women in the SPF, making up 20%, 1/5 of the force. They serve in every division, including specialist divisions. Madam Speaker, I have asked for a slide to be put up. Senior Staff Sergeant Siti Aisha. She is from the Emergency Response Team, which is, as members will know, our dedicated fast response police unit. And in the event of a terrorist incident, She and her colleagues will be on the ground immediately. The other photo is that of Sergeant Anna Anthony from the Community Policing Unit. Going back to Siti Aisha, she is 30 years old. Her childhood dream was to be a police officer. She volunteered for the ERT conversion course, which is tough, and she's the first ERT officer in Woodlands Division. ERT officers like her are trained in tactical and counter-assault skills. She patrols in public places with her gear, which is up to 17 kilograms, and she maintains her IPPT Gold and marksman qualifications. She is also a physical training instructor, a police defense tactics instructor, and a range safety officer, and highly regarded amongst her peers. Gender is no barrier in the police force, even for the physically and mentally demanding roles like the ERT. And SPF actively grooms its officers for leadership positions in the SPF. They will undergo postings in ground units, patrols and operations, investigations, intel. They may spend some time in MHA getting policy experience and the wider public service, sharpen their policy understanding, make them think whole of government. Some of them, the younger officers, may spend some time with me, assisting me directly. And if they perform well, prove that they can do the job, they will be appointed to command positions in SPF. SPF today is led by Police Commissioner Hung Wee Teck, rose from the ground, highly respected by the rank and file, because he is both operationally very good and at the same time understands his men and women, so they respect him. Below him, the Deputy Commissioners, Jerry C., Florence Chua, Tan Hang Hui, all in their early to mid-50s. There in the next echelons, you will get an example of SPF's approach to grooming leaders, and I'll illustrate by referring to three officers who are a little bit younger. Hao Kwang Hee, aged 42, Oxford, Stanford, started as investigation officer in Ops, moved on various positions, then Commander G Division, spent some time in policy work in MHA, then Director Ops, and now Director CID, which is one of the most senior positions in SPF at the age of 42. Well, Lian Gim Hua, 41, started again as investigation officer. Before that, on scholarship to Cornell and then Stanford, moved up eventually to become Commander F, which is a stressful position because it doesn't have, in terms of crime, it's not the highest, but it covers PM's ward, and coincidentally my ward as well. So it's a high-stress job. So it's now Director Ops and high-performing officer. Or Elvin Moore, aged 40, again started as an investigation officer, CO of NPC, of which DPM said something, Commander G Division, spent time at MHA, now Director of Police Intel Department. So all three, and others, and the Deputy Commissioners, and the Commissioner, and people below them, exemplify the SPF leadership today. And as I said, we also voluntarily gave up various other officers to the wider public sector. If we go down the ranks, I'll mention three officers with whom I worked directly. Again, more to illustrate how SPF grooms its leadership. One of them is 37, two others are 33, each spent about 18 months working with me closely. Teo Zeming, 37, Sergius, 33, Li Huan Ting, 33. They went through various ground postings, IOs, CO NPCs, and so on, came up to MHA, worked with me. Zeming is now Assistant Commissioner, Commander F Division at 37. Sergius is now a Deputy Assistant Commissioner, Deputy Commander J Division. Huan Ting is now a DAC, Deputy Commander A Division. I have mentioned the senior leadership because leadership is vital. Leadership also needs, however, committed ground officers. During this motion, we recognize all of them. The officer on coast patrol of our waters, the officer in the NPC on ground patrol, officers doing their ER patrol, transport command, traffic police, POCC command, investigation officers, Gurkha contingent, traffic police, I mentioned, many others, our volunteer constabulary. They are our heroes, unsung, doing their work day in, day out. They are all together integral to the Singapore that we have today. And SPF knows that it must take care of every officer appropriately. The SPF today is an institution that is confident and forward-looking. Officers have a strong sense of purpose, integrity, professionalism. Morale is high, and there is high public trust and confidence in the SPF. This is a remarkable state of affairs, even more remarkable when you look at the situation of police forces in other cities. In the US, police officers nationwide have faced years of protests. There have been calls to defund the police. Gun violence against police officers have also increased. According to data collected by one of the nonprofits, number of officers killed or injured by firearms in the USA, 346 last year in 2020, about one every day. Against this backdrop, morale of officers is affected. Retirements are up by 45%. Resignations are up 18% from a year ago. Many police departments have trouble finding new recruits. But the difference between Singapore and these places are not the officers. Our officers are neither superior nor worse. I mean, we make it a point to choose very good officers, but people for people, Singaporeans, I say quality-wise, it's difficult to draw conclusions. And the US police force in some states, we learn much from them. They are very good. But it's a difference is the wider criminal justice system and the laws that can have impact on the police force and the entire approach of society to the police. For example, if you have lax gun control laws, you will get more homicides and more police officers killed. And if you're a police officer in the US, as one officer described quite graphically, every time you get a call, whether it's a cat on a tree that is stuck, I don't know why cat should be stuck on a tree, but anyway, cat on a tree that is stuck, or a baby that is being abandoned, or a neighborhood call, any call, you go there thinking that someone might shoot you. You go prepared for all eventualities. You can see why. If you move to another example, London, I will illustrate my point by reference to a report by an independent panel called the Report of Daniel Morgan Independent Panel, which was released in June this year and received substantial coverage, including in the Financial Times. It relates to a person by the name of Daniel Morgan, who was a private investigator. He was murdered in southeast London in 1987. 5 criminal investigations and 5 unsuccessful prosecutions. In 2013, finally, an independent panel was set up to consider what happened. And the independent panel found that the family of Daniel Morgan was failed by police corruption. This is about the London Metropolitan Police. For example, the police officer who had searched Morgan's office was a business associate and later colleague of the chief suspect. In 2011, the London Met acknowledged, and I quote, "Police corruption in original investigation was a significant factor in this failure." London now has more than 100 murders reported every year since 2015, and a June 2021 survey shows that only 36% of the population in London have confidence in the police, vis-à-vis 48% nationwide in the UK. Morale is also low. In a survey of police officers in England and Wales, 85% reported that police service morale was low. 90% cited the public treatment of the police had the highest negative impact on morale amongst other factors, including pay and workload. So why this state of affairs? It's not because the London police officers are man for man worse. It's all these other factors. So I would say to members, have a care when we look at paths which we have avoided and which we now may feel tempted to go back to. The London Met is a highly professional outfit, and we learn much from them as well. But it's the criminal justice system, the pay of police officers, many other factors. It's a political will to make sure that the criminal justice system works, that the police officers are protected as long as they haven't done wrong, and that the system allows for proper investigation and prosecution while making sure that innocent people can go free. And therefore, the entire system works properly with the right balance. And look, every police force, including ours, will have errant officers. And we have to be most strict, the strictest with our own officers. That is the way to make sure that morale is up, integrity is up, public trust and confidence is up. So our officers know any officer caught wanting will be treated more severely than any member of the public. That's been our approach. When an allegation is made against any officer, the Internal Affairs Office conducts the investigation. If wrongdoing is uncovered, the SPF, or in appropriate cases, the Public Service Commission, will take disciplinary action against the officer. Where crimes are perceived to have been committed, there will be charging in court, and the courts often take into account the fact that this is a police officer who is charged with upholding the laws, and therefore the punishment is usually stricter. If a further review is necessary, there is an independent review panel comprising persons of standing who can review the findings of the SPF's own internal investigations. As a result, we have been able to maintain public trust, keep up morale, and a strong sense of mission within our police force. Consistently over the years, a large majority of our officers say that the work they do is meaningful, and these are anonymized surveys. The work they do is meaningful, they feel engaged with the SPF, they identify with the SPF's mission, vision, and core values. Internally, employee engagement survey results show very high morale over the last few years. Average scores for engagement across the SPF has increased from 76% in 2018 to 78% last year. Half-yearly surveys conducted over the last 3 years consistently showed that more than 4 out of 5 SPF officers found their work to be meaningful. But workload remains an issue. Members will know SPF's manpower strength is very lean compared to police forces in other major cities such as London, New York, Hong Kong. And there is a limit to how much our officers can do with the resources that they have. And we are studying this closely, and we will come back on this. The third factor that I want to touch on is explaining SPF success is the strong trust between the community and the police. Mr. Patrick Tay, Mr. Dennis Tan spoke about this. Sir Robert Peel, known as the father of modern policing, said, "The police are the public and the public are the police." We recognized early on the importance of building trust between the community and the police. Over the years, many different community initiatives, the NPP system, the NPC and COPS system, the community watch groups, Citizens on Patrol, to name a few, have contributed to the high level of trust between the community and the police. The public trust in the police sets the tone for everyday interactions between the police and the community. When a police officer arrives on a scene, people cooperate with his directions. They accept the officer has a right to investigate and manage the incident in the interest of the public. And members of the public largely trust the SPF. Many help the SPF by sharing crime prevention messages, providing information on crimes, and yet others have risked their own safety assisting police during arrests and live incidents. And we make it a point to recognize, honor, praise them, and give them an award. This level of public trust cannot be taken for granted, the SPF has to continue to maintain a high level of trust with the community. Now, let me move on to paying tribute to our officers. As we reflect on the SPF's progress, we want to pay tribute to SPF officers past and present for their contributions and for their sacrifices. I thank Mr. Murali for inviting to the House today some of our retired SPF officers and SPF officer representatives and leadership group led by our Commissioner of Police, Phung Vy Teck. They're all up in the gallery. Our SPF officers across the generations, regular officers, civilian staff, national servicemen, volunteer special constabulary officers, retired officers, they have served Singapore faithfully and with utmost commitment. Mr. Murali spoke about the 125 SPF officers who have given their lives, probably more, definitely more, but 125 that we see in their line of duty. And he has listed their names in the annex to his speech to be recorded in the Hansard. I will mention 6. Detective Corporal Yuen Yen Pang and VSC Officer Andrew Teo Bok Lan, who were attacked and killed by rioting mobs during the 1955 Hockley bus riots. Inspector Alan Lim Kim Sai, who died in a shootout with a notorious kidnapper in 1965. Mr. Murali spoke about him, and his son is here. Sergeant Mohammed Saad bin Omar, who died after being shot by a drug suspect in 1979. Station Inspector Bu Tiang Huat, who died while on anti-housebreaking rounds in 1994. And Staff Sergeant Natsri, who was involved in a traffic accident while on patrol duties in 2017, 4 years ago, and I went to his wake. These officers and others gave up their lives while trying to keep us safe and secure. We remember what they have done for the SPF and for Singapore. We are privileged to have the families of 2 of our fallen officers with us in the House today. Mr. David Lim, as you heard, is a retired police superintendent, son of the late Inspector Alan Lim, and his grandfather was also a police officer. We also have Madam Chu Tuan Jong and Mr. Bu Jia Liang, widow and son of the late Station Inspector Bu Tiang Huat. They are standing up in the gallery. Can I invite them to stand up? And we thank you. Thank you. As we commemorate the SPF's bicentennial, we want to recognize the important contributions of the SPF and accord recognition to its officers. Members asked for it, so I will set out how we will recognize them. A commemorative Singapore Police Bicentennial 2020 medal will be awarded to SPF officers who are in service for any period between 1st January 2020 and 31 December 2020. This includes regular police officers, volunteer police officers, full-time national servicemen, and operationally ready national servicemen. The medal will be worn on their uniform. We will also award a medallion to former police officers who had retired or completed their national service liabilities before the 1st of January 2020 to recognize their contributions. This medallion will also be given to civilian officers who are in service with the SPF in 2020. The families of SPF officers who had given their lives in the line of duty will also receive the medallion in honor of their contributions and sacrifice. The Singapore Police Bicentennial 2020 Medallion is a reminder of SPF's proud history and of the country's appreciation of their steadfast commitment in safeguarding our everyday lives. From the past to the present and now to the future, I said the third part of my speech is that as SPF commemorates its bicentennial, we are looking ahead. How can the SPF strengthen itself for the future? It's better equipment, training, and more technology. Let me explain to members by giving you the perspective of a police officer responding to a hypothetical incident 4 years from now in 2025. And I'll show this, or I'll explain this by reference to some slides. First, before the police officer reports for duty, Information on his work assignments for the day will be available through his police smartphone. He will be notified of his patrol sector and partner. Next slide. Once in the station, he collects his equipment from the automated systems. The systems use RFID technology, seamless. At the touch of a button, he will instantly draw his communication sets, his firearms and taser, his other patrol equipment such as his riot shield, ballistic resistant vest. His body-worn camera comes equipped with live streaming capabilities for enhancing sense-making during incidents. And his Glock 19 Gen 5 pistol provides higher firepower and ammunition capacity. The officer and his partner then get into their next-gen fast response car, FRC, equipped with RFID technology as well, enables them to keep track of the equipment within the FRC. They perform a visual check, drive off in the FRC for duties, so no more stock taking, checking everything. Each FRC is equipped with improved safety features, cameras with live streaming capabilities, feeding back to Police Operations Command Center. Assume a homicide is reported. Victim's body is found burnt and disposed in a car parked in a secluded location, no witnesses. POCC will push the case information to the officers in real time. And as officers rush to the scene, SPF investigators will make inquiries. POCC, the extensive network of police cameras, will allow investigators to quickly narrow down a prime suspect based on movements caught on camera, and also help trace his current movements and whereabouts. This sounds hypothetical, but I've based it on a real incident where a body was burnt in a remote location, and police did find the culprit based on cameras and other information. Investigators access a digitized and automated screening platform. System combs through multiple police databases, provides case information on the culprit, taking maybe 75% less time to do so than before. Very powerful, brings all the databases together, information at fingertips. Crime scene specialists process the murder scene with advanced technology, and through forensics, victim is identified, DNA evidence places the culprit at the scene of the murder. The officers then locate the suspect and arrest him. This is an SPF that will use technology quite extensively to enhance its operational capabilities and streamline its processes. In particular, we will continue to enhance our sensor networks. We have installed more than 90,000 police cameras since 2012, as I've told this House a number of times. Surveillance cameras deployed by government, whether in Singapore or other countries, are sometimes criticized as being an invasion of privacy. These claims overlook a couple of basic points: that most people want to live in an environment which is safe and secure. And conceptually, having cameras in public spaces is no different from police interviewing eyewitnesses to establish what happened. The camera is a constant, ever-present eyewitness whose memory won't be suspect. It's literally black and white evidence. Surveys also show that people feel safer with the prominent placement of police cameras in their own neighborhoods. People want these cameras in their neighborhoods. And they've been very effective in helping police deter, detect, solve crimes. For example, in April this year, there was an armed robbery. It was solved within 5 hours. The suspect was an ATOS auxiliary police officer. He had drawn his firearm. He changed his uniform, left the headquarters without authorization, visited a moneylender in Jurong, told staff to hand over the cash as he had the firearm, made away with more than $24,000. With the help of cameras and other tech and investigative techniques, he was identified, traced, tracked, and arrested in a safe manner within 5 hours. The potential he could have caused was great. So we will install more cameras across the island. As I have told members, we aim to have 200,000 cameras at least by 2030. They help our police officers to deter and detect and solve, as I said earlier. SPF will also continue to prioritize community policing step up partnerships with individuals, grassroots organizations, businesses, other public agencies in keeping Singapore safe. Some key initiatives include the Safety and Security Watch Group and the upcoming Community Watch Scheme, which will go beyond geographical-based approaches to interest-based engagements with the community. Madam Deputy Speaker and members, the SPF's story has been an inspiring one. Let me conclude with a quote again from Mr. Lee, again in 1972, when addressing police officers at the dining inn. Various quotes from MM will give a sense to members that he was a key architect, if not the key architect, of modern SPF, and a lot of philosophy, the approach to the legal system, SPF work came from him. So let me quote, "You need integrity, you need a sense of purpose, you have got to have that mark which others recognize to be special. You are upholding the state. Without you, without the quiet civil servant who gets things done, all the young executives who can wine and dine in Shangri-La, they will be down the drain." As the SPF writes its next chapter, I am confident that the SPF will continue to uphold its tradition of excellence and stay anchored on its core values: courage, loyalty, integrity, fairness, even as it charts its way through a more complex operating environment. And in doing so, the SPF must continue to hold its officers to the highest standards of integrity and professionalism in order to maintain the trust of Singaporeans whom it serves. I ask all members to join me in congratulating and thanking the SPF for its 200 years of exemplary service in keeping Singapore safe and secure. And long may this continue for many generations to come. Thank you.
Mr. Christopher D'Souza.
I would like to thank the members, including the Minister for Home Affairs, as well as the Deputy Prime Minister, for speaking on this motion and for your support. I fully support the introduction of the Singapore Police Bicentennial 2020 Medal and Medallion for police officers and other officers serving with the SPF to honor the SPF's contributions on the occasion of its bicentennial. It is a meaningful way to honor the SPF's contributions and strengthen the sense of pride and identity amongst police officers on this significant occasion. It expresses the collective appreciation of the House for all that our police officers have done. Before I move on with my planned speech, I would like to just make reference to Ms. Sylvia Lim's comments that the CNB and the ICA were not mentioned. The reason for that really is when Mr. Murali and I proposed this motion, it was to commemorate SPF's 200th anniversary. It's bicentennial. And I did a check. CNB was formed in 1971, and the ICA was consolidated into the ICA in 2003. So nothing in this motion dilutes our appreciation to CNB and the ICA. In fact, in 2017, the House debated a motion which I moved on strengthening Singapore's fight against drugs. And I quote from a speech that I gave, that the CNB and the Singapore Prison Services are sterling institutions staffed with dedicated and committed officers. Their effort in the fight against drugs is courageous, but the fight is not only theirs to bear. All Singaporeans have a role to play. So nothing in this debate should be misinterpreted as being diluted appreciation to CNB and ICA. In fact, we hold them also in high esteem. Looking to the future, over the last 200 years, the SPF has displayed an unwavering commitment to keep Singapore and Singaporeans safe and secure. Our SPF officers have served with integrity, professionalism, and courage. We are proud of the SPF's reputation as a world-class police force, trusted by Singaporeans. As we look to the next 200 years, I'm glad to hear from the Minister of Home Affairs that the SPF is already enhancing its capabilities to meet the emerging challenges. However, even as the SPF continues its transformation and capabilities, it is crucial that SPF and its officers continue to be anchored by their core values of courage, loyalty, integrity, and fairness. If this is achieved, I am sure that SPF will continue to grow from strength to strength, and Singaporeans will get to enjoy many more years of safety and security. Therefore, in conclusion, Madam, I invite this House to resolve to commemorate and honour the important contributions of the Singapore Police Force and its officers to nation building and to keeping Singapore as one of the safest countries in the world. Thank you.
The question is that this House commemorates and honours the important contributions of the Singapore Police Force and its officers to nation building and to keeping Singapore as one of the safest countries in the world. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Item 3, a motion standing in the name of Ms. Herting Rue on empowering women.
Order. I propose that we take a break now, and I suspend the sitting, and we'll take the chair at 3:53. Okay, 4 o'clock. Order.
Item 3, Empowering Women. A motion standing in the name of Ms. He Ting Ru.
Ms. He Ting Ru.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this House affirms that gender equality requires a whole-of-society effort to empower every woman to freely realize her full potential and participation in society. As a little girl, I remember listening to stories told by my maternal grandmother about how she moved with her mother to Nanyang, a term used to describe Southeast Asia by the Chinese diaspora. As the eldest child and being a daughter, her childhood was often a battle between herself and her parents, who felt that it was unseemly for girls to not only be seen running around outdoors, but for them to be educated. She was allowed to start primary school, but was pulled out 2 years later when it was deemed this was more than enough education a girl would need. The next 3 years were a battle, which she obviously won, as she was allowed to attend another 2 years of school before being banished to the upper floor of their house to look after the household and her younger siblings. I would imagine how she would sneak books upstairs and hide in dark corners, poring through them as she painstakingly taught herself how to read. This learning was to be a lifelong journey for her, for even into her 90s, she would carry around a battered old dictionary with her, which she would use to look up words she came across in the newspapers that she did not know. I now know that it was a bitter regret of Papa's that she was born a girl and that she was not allowed to further her education as a result. But by the time she passed away 5 years ago, age 99, her 9 granddaughters have led hugely different lives, from being the first Singaporean woman on Everest, authoring best-selling cookbooks, studying, living, and working on 5 continents, and speaking here today in this House. She would also marvel at how Singapore's legislative chamber would now comprise 30% women, and that there would even be a year officially dedicated to women. But while we applaud the efforts of all that have made progress for women possible, true gender equality is yet to be obtained. It is something that we still have to work towards, and we must make sure that the strides that we have taken do not suffer any reversals, as is indeed threatening to be the case in a post-COVID world. Some of the issues faced by my grandmother may seem extreme to us with modern eyes, but I believe we women still feel the vestiges of such issues, whether it is the promotion or pay raise being held off because we have taken or about to take maternity leave, or the perception that men should continue to play a secondary role in caring for our loved ones. Just after the general election last year, the government announced that 2021 would be designated as the year to celebrate SG women. I noted that the government is due to publish its white paper imminently to review women's issues. And the government has also been carrying out a series of feedback and recommendation sessions through its various organizations, ranging from the NTUC Women Committee to the People's Association Women Integration Network, and many more. I also noticed 8 days after the notice for this motion was filed, the PAP Women's Wing and Youth Wing released its joint paper on women's development. I am heartened to see that this flurry of activity indicates that we are not alone in believing that much remains to be done to advance gender equality and to remove barriers to empowering women. Coming back to the reasons for filing this motion, we at the Workers' Party also believe that it is more important than ever that we talk about the lived experience of our Singaporean women, to identify the areas for improvement, and to have a discussion about empowering women to carve out our own roles in Singapore and the world. It is why our manifesto for the 2020 general election contains concrete proposals that address issues relating to improving gender equality. The ideas and topics we will bring up today represents the Workers' Party's contribution to the discussion based on our own policy proposals, lived experiences, and our engagement with fellow Singaporeans and our constituents over the years. It is with this in mind that my colleagues and I will today share our thoughts and vision for gender equality in Singapore. We believe that it is a good thing that the government has, over the last 12 months, put in much time and effort into understanding the issues relating to gender equality. This private member's motion is our contribution to this national discourse. We look forward to seeing the results of the consultations and conversations held and hope to see substantive legislative action taken to fully enshrine the changes we want to see into law. The UN Human Development Report in 2020 ranked Singapore 12th in the world for the Gender Inequality Index, behind countries such as Switzerland, Denmark, and South Korea. Clearly, we can and must do more to improve gender equality in Singapore. The promise of a society in which every woman and girl enjoys full gender equality, where all legal, social, and economic barriers to empowerment have been removed, remains unfulfilled. When speaking about gender equality, I'm often asked, as someone who only has sons, why is this an issue which I feel is important? Why would I want to disadvantage my sons by speaking about empowering women and girls to achieve equality with their male peers? My answer is simple. Gender equality benefits all of society. We must stop thinking about gender equality as being gender wars. This is especially the case in Singapore, where we have been told since a tender age that our people are our only natural resource. Women and girls represent half our population, and any form of gender inequality means that we, as a society, are not able to fulfill our full potential. My sons, along with other boys and men, will and should not be threatened by a more gender equal society. Instead, I believe that they too will benefit when we remove all barriers for both sexes to achieve their full potential and to freely decide whatever role in society each of us could choose to play. Gender equality should be an aim for all of us. As we will see during today's debate, men are an integral part of the conversation and must do their part to bring it about. But before we get carried away slapping ourselves on our back and congratulating ourselves for managing to recruit many allies, we should also pause and ask whether it's helpful to conflate this with the attitude that women need champions and rescuing by some white knight in shining armor, or if women can be empowered to choose for ourselves the best path forward, noting that my best path may or may not be what the next woman needs or desires. Of course, we must not forget that there are vulnerable groups of women who do need the protection of the law and wider society, and our suggested approach does not take anything away from that protection. Our concern is when we approach gender equality with preconceived ideas of what is right and wrong for a woman's place in society and how we can help them. This is not helpful because women are not victims, and to treat us as such only continues to reinforce some of the patriarchal prejudices which have held women back from achieving our fullest potential for too long. Another question we get is why we are focusing so much on this topic while the country is battling a new wave of COVID and there are bigger issues which we need to contend with, instead of opening a debate on gender equality. Again, the answer is that across all societies, women make up the bulk of those in the caring professions such as nursing and social care, who have been stretched to their limits in the last 18 months. And it is also at home that it is often mothers who have taken on the burden as we juggled home-based work, homeschooling, childcare, and housework. It is only right that we address these issues now as we emerge into a post-pandemic world to ensure that we do not fall behind in the progress made thus far. And for those who feel that gender equality is a largely philosophical exercise, Perhaps speak to a woman who's denied a pay increment or job offer because of her gender or status as a mother. For us, it does not get any closer to bread and butter issues than this. How to achieve gender equality is a wide topic that comprises many areas, ranging from the gender impact of aging, care responsibilities, and our economic and social contributions. My colleagues and I will today elaborate on each of these and share our thoughts on how we can remove barriers to gender equality and what support and infrastructure we feel is necessary to better empower women to fulfill their potential. I would like to focus on a few topics today. First, the systemic and cultural impediments to gender equality and what can be done about it. Second, the adverse effects that the COVID pandemic has brought to women in particular. Third, the challenges faced by women as we age. Starting with the biggest impediment to gender equality, it is our view that if we persist of thinking of women's issues and women's success and progress through the lens of traditional measures, such as climbing the career ladder and economic earning power, gender equality will be hard to obtain. Work traditionally done by women, such as caring, running households, and looking after our families, continue to be seen as being inferior or merely ancillary to the real work of earning wages. Ask parents of young children during lockdown whether they truly understand how essential and difficult the job of teaching and caring for children is. And we will tell you that we do not understand why such crucial labor is generally seen as being low status and is not well paid. Conversely, the issue cuts both ways. It is a shame that the worth of a man is also often based so much on his ability to earn wages to support his family, with little acknowledgement given to his wish to also participate in the unpaid labor of the household and the care of his loved ones, should he choose to do so. We should also strive to respect choices that women made and leave room for women to choose non-conventional paths in life. A woman should not be defined by her relationship status, nor should we judge her for deciding not to have children. Instead of jumping to conclusions and assuming that there must be something wrong if someone, especially a woman, is unmarried or does not have children. Perhaps it is time we accept these as one of life's outcomes and move on, instead of constantly questioning what went wrong to lead to it. This approach would also mean much to women and men who may be single or childless, not by choice, but because of the hand that life has dealt them. In this, our media also needs to play its part. Notably, in a CNA article dated 30th June this year, which attempted to explore the trend of highly educated women remaining single, the questions asked were, I quote, "Are they too picky, too busy, too independent, too intimidating?" unquote. I'm just not sure if we will ever see questions like this being asked if a highly educated, unmarried man in his 40s were to be presented the same. Now that we have laid out the problem, what can we do about it? There have been many studies that have shown that having enough female leaders is important for any society or organization to ensure that female perspectives are taken into account and to give rise to a diversity of views and experiences. As women, we too need to lead by example in accepting and supporting other women and to show how this can be done, regardless of the choices we wish to make in life. These range from striving to be corporate or political leaders to deciding to take time off work to concentrate on starting a family or other interests. Easily accessible and widely known support and mentorship networks need to be continued to be built up along with formal mentorship programs with both female and male mentors at various levels to support women. Policymakers can help and should work together with employers and other stakeholders to put in place the right policies. For example, we must remove barriers to women who wish to re-enter the workforce by targeted job matching and paid re-entry schemes. Our 2020 manifesto's specific proposal was for tax reliefs to be granted to employers to run successful re-entry programs for mothers and informal carers who have taken time off to fulfill their caring responsibilities. These schemes could range from mentorships to skills updating and should offer a permanent position at their completion. Participants would benefit from not having to accept a lower paid or lower skilled position. This is also a proposal which I spoke on during the 2015 general election campaign. It is also one which the Workers' Party has had in our manifesto since at least 2015. Beyond this, I'm happy to see that there have been calls from all sides for the introduction of anti-discrimination laws to better protect women, especially in the workplace. This is a crucial, yet missing part of our legislative framework. Mandating the obligation of a harassment-free workplace that is imposed on employers sends a strong message to our business community that we as a society will not accept discriminatory practices against any of our workers. The current TAFEP regime does not go far enough in providing a framework for accountability for perpetrators and neglects the nuances of such situations by placing the burden of reporting the incident on the victim. It has been more than 50 years since the Women's Charter has passed in Singapore. We must make more progress. Likewise, when we consider that not all women tread or should be expected to tread the same path in life, we should consider the aspirations of women and their partners of when and how to start a family. It is why we have, in our last manifesto, called for the formation of a not-for-profit national fertility centre to provide assisted conception procedures along with advice. This centre should also look to offering preservation of eggs and sperm to benefit married couples for whom this option may be necessary. There should also be a wider conversation about relooking the laws that currently ban egg freezing for non-medical reasons, with any proposed amendments or solutions bearing in mind not only the concerns raised by some of us, but also whether such procedures will be accessible to different socioeconomic groups. More generally, considering the gender angle for any policy being proposed or implemented should also become second nature, and perhaps a national gender scorecard can be created and published in this regard. This scorecard would track progress, or not, as the case may be, that we have made for matters such as the gender wage gap, and contain a regular time-use study which quantifies the amount of unpaid work being performed in Singapore on an annual basis, particularly as the bulk of care work is undertaken by women. The scorecard can also profile companies that are leading the way in efforts to increase women's participation in leadership positions and decision-making processes to encourage greater adoption of these best practices. Another partner in our quest to change mindsets relating to prejudice and stereotypes would be our schools. Education is a key way for us to encourage a change in prejudicial mindsets from an early age. Teachers should be empowered to host frank discussions on gender inequality, the impact of discrimination, and a rethink of gender roles and expectations. An independent review of our school curriculum should also be held, as it can help to propose measures to be applied consistently across all schools to make progress on our gender equality efforts. Moving on to why we need to take action now. Why must we act immediately to put in place the appropriate policies and any legislative amendments while Singapore is still feeling its way out of the pandemic? It has been found that while men are more likely to suffer ill effects from COVID-19 infection, women across different societies around the world have been disproportionately affected economically, mentally, and physically by the changes and disruption brought about by COVID-19. For example, a study by Ipsos in May this year here in Singapore found that household and care responsibilities were sources of strain for more than half of mothers, with similar figures reporting not having the time to look after their physical, mental, and emotional well-being. The adverse impact on women stretches across all spheres in a woman's life, from the workplace to the home, as it has been found across all socio-economic classes and societies. On the economic front, women in the labour market have suffered more than men in the economic slump that has followed the pandemic. A Politico article published last month cited expert opinions that women in low-wage jobs are most at risk of leaving the workforce permanently, which in turn would have a detrimental effect on our economy. Singapore, too, is no exception. A study published in the European Society's Journal in September 2020 included women in Singapore in their data and found that across the board, change in working status to unemployment, reductions in working hours, and transitions to working from home have been more frequent for women than for men. The consequent loss to income or adverse impact on careers could be irreversible for us who have been so affected. And for women who do manage to hold on to our employment status despite the ever-changing, challenging environment, study after study has found that the transition to alternative working arrangements and the shutting off of school and care support structures have affected women more than men. In fact, UN Women has estimated that while women were doing 3 times as much unpaid work as men before the pandemic, the figure has at least doubled since the pandemic hit. Warnings were also sounded that any gains of the last 25 years could be wiped out, and there are also many concerns about the impact on the well-being of women who already bear so much mental load of running households. Having myself come through the circuit breaker last year with a very active 3- and 2-year-old cooped up at home, locking my study door so that I could answer emails and get on Zoom calls while nursing first trimester morning exhaustion and morning sickness, with our usual main support network and my parents cut off, I often wonder how I managed to survive. And I know that I only managed to juggle my full-time job due to an extremely understanding boss. I can only imagine how much worse this would have been for other women such as single mothers and families who do not have access to help at home or a support network. These challenges are further exacerbated by how gender-based violence too has increased since the beginning of the pandemic. Indeed, the Association of Women for Action and Research, AWARE, also reported increases of 137% in the number of family violence calls during our lockdown last year. These developments are worrying and tell us that addressing gender equality must be done even as we continue to tackle the effects of COVID-19. What is equally alarming is that there appears to be a limited number of Singapore-specific studies available, which leave us in the dark as to the true impact of COVID in women here. I therefore believe that the government has to study and publish its data and statistics to measure the adverse impact COVID has had on women, and also to carry out longitudinal studies to measure the different spheres in which women have been adversely affected, and to catch any trends before these reverses become hard-baked into our economy and society. The fragility of progress in gender equality itself is also a matter for consideration as we build further policies to ensure that future shocks to society do not result in such reversals in the future. My colleagues will continue to set out our proposals to address this. Finally, to conclude, I would like to touch on the issues that women face when we age. Singapore is aging, and by 2030, 25% of our population is expected to be aged 65 and above. This means that more Singaporeans would need help to perform day-to-day tasks and will cease to be active members of the workforce. The informal caring burden will grow. It is therefore essential that we put in place sustainable policies to address these concerns. As a first step, we repeat our previous call for better recognition of those that carry out these informal caring responsibilities, and it is only by measuring the contributions of unpaid workers and publishing it as a supplement to our GDP data that we can start developing policies to guard against these workers, who tend to be overwhelmingly female, from becoming destitute in what should be their golden years. To add to the challenges women face, the life expectancy at birth in 2020 for women was 86.1, compared with 81.5 for men. Yet women are more likely to take on a disproportionate role in providing informal care, be it for their children, husbands, or elders, often at an economic cost, as we often have to scale back on the type or amount of paid employment taken on. Coupled with the gender wage gap, this is something that has serious implications on women's financial resources and, in particular, retirement adequacy. Indeed, it was found that women have more difficulty than men when it comes to meeting the basic retirement sum in their CPF accounts, with only 56% of women meeting the amount compared to 67% for men in 2018. Clearly, the various top-up schemes available have not addressed this gap between the genders. Hence our call to relax rules on the transfer of CPF funds before the age of 55 after the minimum sum has been met, to allow transfers to older relatives. While I note there are more top-up schemes available now, it is not yet clear what the impact is on women's retirement adequacy. We need to continue to question gender norms that view informal caring as primarily a job for women, and instead encourage a more equal distribution of such responsibilities. But the problem will, of course, not be solved overnight. At the same time, it is also key that the women who currently shoulder the responsibility of informal care do not end up being further penalized by our policies. In this regard, the Workers' Party has spoken up against the government's current policy of requiring higher CareShield premiums to be paid by women, as this at best causes a double penalty on many women who are already struggling to deal with a gender wage gap and taking on less paid work due to their caring responsibilities. In 2018, when CareShield was introduced, my colleagues Sylvia Lim and Pritam Singh, the members for Aljunied GRC, pointed out not only the devastating impact this would have on women's participation in the labour force, but also fundamentally how this difference in treatment along gender lines directly contradicts the scheme's intended features of universality and risk pooling. Apart from being unfair on women, this sets a dangerous precedent where we differentiate policy application within society. For example, if life expectancy differs between races and socioeconomic groups, would different premiums then be justifiable between these groups, depending on how we splice the population? Creating this heavier burden on women, therefore, does not move us in the right direction. National policies, such as CareShield Life, should pool risk across differences and instead share the burden of care, especially as our population ages. To conclude, yes, we can be proud of the progress that we have made for gender equality so far. But as has already been acknowledged by many in this House, much work needs to be done. We should not get so carried away by our perceived successes and with patting ourselves on our backs that we miss this key moment to effect sustainable change for gender equality. I have outlined some of the key areas of concern in this speech, and my colleagues at the Workers' Party will continue to do so. I also believe that all of us here do want to ensure that we work together to engender a whole of society effort to empower every woman to freely realize her full potential and participation in society. And in that spirit, I look forward to a collegial, frank, and honest debate on the motion. Thank you.
The question is, as moved by Ms. Herting-Rue. Mr. Leon Pereira.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's my honor to rise in support of this motion. Madam, this motion calls for a whole-of-society effort to further gender equality. The choice of words in today's motion, led by my parliamentary colleague Ms. Herting-Rue, is significant and deliberate. The motion refers to each woman freely realizing her potential and participation in society. The word freely refers to how different women may choose different pathways at different stages in their lives, without facing significant disadvantages for the decisions they make. And why does our motion speak of the need to strive for gender equality? Because obstacles bar the way to that today. These obstacles lie in our ecosystem of laws and regulations, which present challenges in terms of discrimination in the workplace and insurance premiums, for example. My parliamentary colleagues and I from the Workers' Party will cite more examples and offer proposals to address these. These obstacles also lie in cultural norms. The unspoken assumption that a woman should bear more of the burden of housework, even if she has a career like her husband, or the assumption that the mother has to be the one responsible for the child's academic progress in school and liaising with teachers more than the father. The obstacles to gender equality also lie in our minds, in the mind of the woman who hesitates to speak up at company meetings such that her male colleagues hog the airtime, or in the mind of the man who believes he can sexually harass a female co-worker with impunity. In debating this important motion, let us address ourselves to these three types of impediments to full gender equality: the structural, the cultural, and the psychological. All of society will gain if we succeed in that, because every woman freely realizing her full potential will mean that every woman can give of her best in the workplace and in the home, assured of an environment where she is given opportunities and support that are not less than any man. It means that every woman can strive for new heights in her professional field and contribute fully to leadership. This would mean a better, stronger society which benefits men too. The obstacles outlined above underscore the need for us to review the challenges facing the diversity of roles women take on in society. For this speech, Madam, I will take reference from the three most important women in my life: my wife, my mother, and my daughter. It is with that reference that I shall touch on three segments of women today: the homemaker, the career woman, and the young woman who is our hope for tomorrow. Firstly, Madam, the homemaker. In today's world and with Singapore's high cost of living, the decision to be a homemaker is not made lightly by either wife or husband. My wife was an executive in the fields of public service, communications, and academic administration before becoming a full-time homemaker, transitioning via a period of flexible working. Her day is packed as she makes many decisions while providing a great deal of parenting attention to our teenage children. In my wife's case, she sacrificed a dynamic professional career in the media industry for the sake of focusing on our two young children. Many women make this choice, knowing that they would have enjoyed more lucrative outcomes if they had stayed on in their careers. Some women who make this choice find themselves struggling economically in later life, as Ms. Herting-Drew referred to. Many women outlive their husbands, life expectancies being what they are. And many have insufficient funds in their CPF or an insufficient inheritance from their late husbands or support from their children. Older women have 12% to 25% less in their CPF compared to older men, depending on the age bracket. The government currently encourages husbands to voluntarily transfer funds to their wife's CPF. 15,000 persons topped up their spouse's CPF in 2020, up from 11,000 in 2018. But this is still a drop in the ocean and does not fully address the problem if you consider the numbers of women who find themselves in this position. Can quantifying the economic contribution that a homemaker makes help us design policy solutions? An ILO study from 2018 of 60 countries found that men spend 83 minutes a day on unpaid household work, whereas women spend 3 times that, at 265 minutes. Academic studies have been conducted to attempt to quantify the commercial value of the work a homemaker does in other countries, yielding various dollar figures. It is not fair that women who sacrifice to build a home and support their children should have to struggle later in life because of an inequitable sharing of family earnings. As a start, I would suggest that research be undertaken on the commercial value of a homemaker's contribution, and that this be used as a reference point in determining if there is a need to raise the government quantum or ceiling for dollar-for-dollar matching of husband CPF transfers to their wives, or the tax reliefs to the husband for the same, or other policy interventions. Next, many women who become homemakers would like to have the choice of going into part-time, flexible work or job sharing. Employers should strive to make more of such options available, as many more progressive employers already do. My colleague, Professor James Lim, will speak more on this. Rather than focusing on consulting work for companies to create more flexible work arrangements, rather than supporting that in government schemes, as a focus, I would urge the government to consider more schemes that directly financially support, during the transition period, mothers and fathers who want to transition from a homemaker role to part-time work, nudging people to make such a choice and thus helping to use local talent to boost our labour force participation rate. As the largest employer, the public service should set an example here. In 2016, I asked a parliamentary question on the extent of job sharing and flexible work in the public service, revealing that there were 2,000 public officers on part-time arrangements. If the public service takes a proactive approach to designing and offering part-time jobs or job sharing, rather than only reactively considering applications for such from their full-time officers, it could well find that it is able to tap on a broader field of talent, as well as help ex-officers transition back to full-time work at their own pace. Next, Madam, many homemakers these days are experimenting with becoming home-based entrepreneurs, working flexibly and often using digital platforms like YouTube videos, virtual meeting providers, and e-commerce enabling platforms. Some have become quite good at this. I hope that such home-based entrepreneurs can obtain the same access to startup grants as other kinds of startups. I would urge our social enterprises and trade associations and chambers to support such micro-entrepreneurship and publicize good case studies. Supporting home-based micro-businesses enriches the ecosystem of options that women and indeed men have. As I think back to my wife, I would want her to live in a society which respects and recognizes the work she does and gives her many meaningful choices for her future. Secondly, Madam, I turn to working women. My lodestar when I think about working women is my own mother, who was an excellent, recognized primary school teacher in a neighborhood school and who held out more than her fair share of the work at home. Many women, like my mother did, toil in the workplace and also bear an unequal share of housework and parenting at home. Many also face a non-level playing field at work. How can we make things better? Madam, we do continue to hear stories of women who feel that they have been denied promotions or pay raises because of their maternity leave or the expectation of the same or worse. According to the answer to a PQ I filed in March this year, TAFEP handled an average of around 400 discrimination cases each year for the past 3 years, about a third of which related to gender or age discrimination. In about 50 cases each year, or 13% of cases, the employers were found to be in breach of the tripartite guidelines on fair employment practices and had their foreign work pass privileges suspended. These numbers seem small. However, surveys showed that perceptions of discrimination are not small. From the reply to a PQ I filed in February last year and a report released in November, the percentage of Singaporeans who perceive discrimination during their job search process has increased from 10% in 2014 to 15% in 2018. This 15% figure does not seem to me to gel with only 400 discrimination cases a year and only 13% of that 400 leading to actual findings of discrimination. There could be underreporting by those who have concerns, by those who feel that they may be on the receiving end of discrimination, but have concerns about confidentiality or are unclear about what is discrimination, or are pessimistic of the odds of success. In fact, some of my constituents have shared such concerns with the current discrimination complaints handling regime. Currently, from my experience, there is a perception also on the other side among firms, employers, that TAFEP guidelines are not sufficiently clear as to what constitutes a breach. There is also a perception among potential complainants that the burden of proof is on them and the odds of success are not high, which the 13% figure seems to be consistent with. The advantage of anti-discrimination laws, which the Workers' Party called for in its 2020 GE manifesto, is that there is necessarily clarity on what constitutes an offence and a clear line of investigative and prosecutorial responsibility for enforcing the law against offenders. Also, the prospect of an offence by a company would have a stronger deterrent effect than that of merely being found in breach of non-mandatory guidelines, and, if you're in the 13%, merely being subject to curtailment of work pass privileges, which is not a publicly known demerit, as it were. Moreover, not every company would be equally dependent on foreign work passes, so that lever of control would have variable efficacy and deterrent effects. There is an argument, madam, that anti-discrimination laws would deter investment into Singapore and be anti-business. I disagree. In fact, many companies would benefit from the greater clarity and stronger penalties that such laws provide, as it would enable them to pressure their middle managers more effectively to stop discriminatory practices and thus protect their companies from reputational risk, like if an ex-employee takes to social media to allege discrimination. These are things that damage brands. A 2007 UNESCO study found that much talent is being wasted as women turn away from science and technology careers as a result of discrimination. A World Bank study also found that gender gaps in education and employment considerably reduce economic growth in countries. Madam, a few days ago in this House, the government said that it would review the viability of anti-discrimination laws, a shift in the position that it had previously held and defended inside and outside this House. We in the Workers' Party welcome this change and look forward to the outcome of this review. There is more that companies can do to level the playing field for working women. For example, promoting shared paternity and maternity leave, another Workers' Party manifesto point which my colleague Mr. Louis Chua will expand on, countering sexual harassment in the workplace, which my colleague Ms. Raisa Khan will speak on, and making available pump rooms and enabling parents to bring children to work under certain circumstances where practicable. It's important for us to remember what is at stake in ensuring a level playing field for women. A fairer workplace will bring more women into the workforce and enhance our labor force participation. It promises to unlock female talent. Ultimately, giving women a fair deal in the workplace is not just about the workplace. It's about ensuring that women have a fair deal at home and across society, which brings me to the third and last part of my speech on young women and how we bring about a change in culture and mindsets. I speak passionately about this because I am thinking about my daughter. She loves debate, literature, current affairs. She's the only extrovert in the family. She has far more friends than I had at her age, maybe even at my age right now. We have raised her to choose her own path freely and to never feel less than anyone else because of her gender or the color of her skin. And I'm proud that she lives and breathes those values. Madam, gender equality is more than the sum of government policies. It has to be rooted in our culture and our mindsets. Too many men and even women still feel that the man should be the dominant partner at home, that men have the right to dominate the airtime and the rewards at work, and that, quote unquote, men will be men socially, and standing up to sexual harassment is futile or worse. What we need is a culture where men and women openly acknowledge and shift social mores against non-gender neutral policies, practices, behaviors, and assumptions. In an adjournment motion, my colleague Ms. Raisa Khan spoke about the need for the education system to teach the notion of consent. I would urge the government to also ensure that secondary school students are taught the principles of gender equality, as Ms. Herting-Rue referred to, what it is, why it's important, and what laws and provisions buttress this principle in Singapore. I would like to ask if this is being consistently done through the social studies curriculum in secondary schools right now, and whether this curriculum has been updated to reflect the general understanding of things like harassment that has evolved since the Me Too movement emerged in 2017. Lastly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to speak about men. Men need to reflect on our own mindset towards gender equality. From my experience, I do not believe that most men want their wives, mothers, daughters, and female friends to live in a gender unequal society. Having said that, some men continue to harbor sexist attitudes when it comes to things like the notion of consent and when it comes to parenting and housekeeping at home. We need to continue to shine the light on this. Whole of society efforts from government, business, NGOs, and ordinary citizens are needed to banish these attitudes into the rubbish bin of history. We cannot adopt the dangerous assumption that these anachronistic attitudes will naturally disappear over time. They won't. The process needs nudging and accelerating. Madam, I wonder whether national service can be a platform to convey training in an engaging way about how sexist attitudes and behavior, including domestic violence and harassment, harm everyone. This should be looked into. I made a similar argument when speaking on the Aspirations of Singapore Women motion in 2017. Efforts should be also made to ensure that most batches of NSFs train under at least one or a few female instructors. I would also like to address the concerns of some men who have opined that too much talk about sexism against women is in itself sexist and equivalent to misandry, or the hatred of men. I had to look this word up, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly, misandry. Madam, it saddened me to see some such comments on the social media platforms of the Workers' Party, Ms. He Ting-Ru and myself, after we announced the filing of this motion. The argument used here is that men are placed at a disadvantage due to having to serve national service and reservist duty, and due to the effect of the Women's Charter on events like divorce. I do not disagree that there are men who need help and may face unequal treatment in certain contexts. Some men experience abuse from women in their lives, or as stay-at-home fathers, may face difficulties collecting maintenance payments, for example. Many men struggle to balance reservist obligations with the demands of their career. The Workers' Party will always stand up for workers that are facing problems with unequal treatment, whether male or female. But I would urge men to reflect on the fact that while there has been progress, sexism and gender inequality also harms men. Diminished opportunities or discrimination at work against women mean that men have to step up and bear more of the income-earning burden in the household. Sexist expectations in the workplace and at home can deprive men of the opportunity to be equal co-parents with their wives. Gender stereotypes also hurt men. For example, the social stigma against men who earn less, who are carers, and who make non-mainstream career choices. Moreover, women still face unequal challenges on the whole. Sexist discrimination at work still exists. Sexual harassment and assault against women by men still exists. The unequal effect of COVID on women exists. A gender wage cap and unequal CareShield life premiums still exist. Working women bearing an unequal burden of housework and parenting and losing out in their career still happens, along with many other aspects of the gender equality problem that we shall touch on. Bridging the gap on these issues helps the mother, daughters, and wife of every man. A shift in the perception of these issues would also signal to men that they have the freedom not to conform to existing stereotypes and expectations placed on them. Therefore, remedying these issues is ultimately in the interest of every man. My wife and I are doing our best to raise our 13-year-old son to deeply internalize these values. The progress he has made thus far gives me cause for pride. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, usually for most policy outcomes, we have quantifiable measures and hard targets we want to achieve. This is a good way to measure the success of any policy we adopt, and that should be continued. But I would like to add that in the case of gender equality, the biggest indicator of success will be when we, as a society, stop boxing women into long-held stereotypes. When we think of engineers and scientists, will we be gender blind? Instead of the term girl boss, why not just boss? Instead of struggling between being a stay-at-home mum and giving up one's career on the one hand, or being a working mum and facing certain disadvantages and losing out while facing mom guilt, is it too much of an ideal to expect that one day women will, by and large, have the tools and means to combine both roles comfortably? Achieving that balance will go far in benefiting not just women, but the progress of Singapore as a whole. Madam, I support the motion. Thank you.
MOS Sun Xueling.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the members, Ms. He Ting-ru and Mr. Leon Pereira, for moving the motion. Since the government launched the Conversations on Singapore Women's Development in September 2020, we have held 160 conversations involving more than 5,700 participants from all walks of life. Participants include men and women, young and old, homemakers, professionals, executives, social workers, students, and many more. And they have provided many suggestions and feedback. Women organizations such as Singapore Council for Women's Organizations, SCWO, NTUC Women and Family Unit, and the PA Women's Integration Network hosted many of these conversations. Other women organizations, including PAP Women's Wing, AWARE, Trade Association Women's Subgroups, and student union groups have submitted their recommendations before the stipulated deadline of 31st July 2021. The government had said at the onset of the conversations that it would consolidate views from the conversations and present action plans for the future in the form of a white paper. The white paper would form the basis of a full debate in Parliament, as it would have taken the range of views expressed by all participants throughout the process into account. I thank the members for their views and inputs shared today, and I would like to assure them that their views today will feed into this process. For today, I will focus on the historical context for women's development in Singapore and also provide an update on the Singapore Women's Conversations. Madam Deputy Speaker, a discussion on women's development in Singapore needs to take into account global developments, our history, the socio-economic conditions we are in, and the values and aspirations of our society. We cannot look at issues in silos at a point in time without understanding where they sit relative to the bigger picture. The past 130 years has been a time of great awakening and great progress for women in many parts of the world. Women's suffrage gained momentum in the early 1900s in the Western world. From the 1930s, there were more jobs for women in the developed world as the services industry grew. Singapore found itself in these worldwide winds of change as we moved towards independence in the 1950s. But what was the status of our women then, and what path did we set ourselves on? In the census of 1957, the general literacy rate of women in Singapore was 29%, and only 21.6% of the total female population aged 15 years and above were economically active. The early PAP party leaders had a vision for the women of Singapore, and they believed in women's advancement and gender equality. I have with me an original copy of the People's Action Party's manifesto for the Legislative Assembly elections in 1959. And under its proposed program, Item 10 states to raise the status of women by introducing a monogamous marriage law. This was further elaborated in the PAP's 5-year plan for 1959 to 1964, titled The Task Ahead, where there is a specific mention on the emancipation of women. And I read, "Women, who form nearly half of our population, have an important part to play in our national construction. In the first instance, in order to emancipate them from the bonds of feudalism and conservatism, a monogamous marriage law will be passed. Further down in the paragraph, we shall foster the principle, if necessary, by legislation, that there shall be equality of women with men in all spheres, and we shall encourage them to come forward and play a leading role in politics, administration, business and industry, education, and in other spheres." Faithful to its publicly declared goals, the PAP took action when it formed the government in 1959. The Minister of Labour and Law, Mr. K.M. Bryan, presented the Women's Charter Bill to the first session of the First Legislative Assembly of the State of Singapore on 2nd March 1960. At the second reading of the bill, he said, the government is carrying out its promise that it will enact legislation which will make it an offence to contract other than monogamous marriages and to consolidate the existing laws relating to marriage, divorce, the rights and duties of married person, the maintenance of wives and children, and the punishment of offences against women and girls. This paved the way for the passage of the Women's Charter in 1961, which was significant as it raised the social standing of women by institutionalizing the equal standing of men and women in marriage and ensuring the welfare and protection of women in Singapore. It is most apt, then, that 60 years later, in September 2020, to advance the trajectory of women's progress and to provide them with enhanced protection, that our current Minister of Law, Mr. K. Shanmugam, would initiate the conversations on Singapore women's development. This is the PAP government's continued commitment to the advancement of our Singapore women, in partnership with the whole of society, to continue to support, enable, and empower our women. Between the passing of the Women's Charter in 1961 till today, Singapore underwent rapid transformation and the status of women improved. The political leaders rightly reasoned that for Singapore to be lifted from its fairly low economic status in the 1950s, it needed its entire population to be as highly educated and economically productive as possible. The Singapore government systematically introduced and improved legislation, policies, and initiatives to advance the progress of Singapore women and worked in close partnership with the community over the years. 41 ruling party women MPs, 7 opposition women MPs and NCMPs, and 34 female NMPs have sat in this House to vote on legislation which empowers our women. First on the agenda was the need to make quality education freely accessible to both boys and girls. Universal education for children of all races, gender, and backgrounds was implemented. Boys and girls were equally valued and given as much opportunity as possible to pursue education and skills-based training. Female literacy rate went from 29% in 1957 to 54.3% in 1970 and crossed 80% in 1988. The female share of university intake has remained at about 50% since around 1980. Healthcare services for women and girls were improved. Did you know that in 1966, KK Women's and Children's Hospital entered the world records for delivering the highest number of newborns within a single medical facility for that year and continued to hold on to the record for the next 10 years? And we continue to care for the physical and mental well-being of our women and girls. My colleague, Ms. Rahayu Mazam, will touch on this later. Female employment was encouraged. Female labour force participation rate for those aged 15 and above went up from around 21.6% in 1957 to 29.5% in 1970. In 1991, the female labour force participation rate for those aged 25 to 64 was 51.5% and stands at 76.6% now. Current programs such as career trial and job growth incentive also encourage women who have left the workforce to re-enter the workforce, and tripartite partners work with employers to promote pro-family work environments. The community has also been active to promote women's advancement. In the 1970s to 80s, several women's organizations such as SCWO, NTUC Women's Committee, PAP Women's Wing, AWARE, and AWA were formed. In 1978, the first Family Service Centre opened to support vulnerable women and families in need. In 1996, the National Family Violence Networking System, which involved various community partners, was set up to address the problem of family violence. The government also knew that women needed to be supported as they strived to balance caregiving and work-life harmony. In 2001, the first marriage and parenthood package was launched, followed by subsequent packages in 2004, 2008, and beyond. Leave provisions for mothers and fathers were increased over the years, and additional support was provided for families via subsidies for maternity-related medical costs and other expenses. Separately, subsidies for childcare and infant care were also provided to families. As Singapore went from mudflats to metropolis, the Singapore women similarly made significant strides over the years, and their contributions are integral to our Singapore story. Exactly 60 years later from the passing of the Women's Charter Bill, the Government of Singapore launched the Conversations on Singapore Women's Development to chart the next lap forward for our women's progress. Our efforts are consistent and unwavering. There was an open call to the public to participate in the conversations, and we heard from more than 5,700 participants. Let me now update members on the key themes that have emerged from the conversations. And I hope that the members who have spoken before me will be pleased to note that many of their inputs have been reflected in the key themes. We heard Singaporeans' aspirations and hopes for Singapore women. A, that women and men are equally empowered to achieve their career aspirations, and women would not be denied opportunities on the basis of gender and/or family commitments. B, that caregivers' contributions to society are better recognized and there is more sharing of caregiving responsibilities between men and women. C, that stronger protection will be provided to women. D, that support be strengthened for vulnerable groups of women. E, undergirding these aspirations, participants hoped that we could overcome traditional mindsets and stereotypes about gender roles in our society. My colleagues and I were greatly inspired by participants' vision of a Singapore where women and men work as close partners so that real choices are enabled for women, and where whole of society works together so that everyone can achieve their fullest potential. We thank everyone for participating actively and for sharing your personal stories, your challenges, your aspirations, and ideas. While the 31st July deadline for submission of feedback has passed, we understand that many Singaporeans and local organizations are still brimming with ideas for Singapore women's progress. Any new ideas from today's session will also feed into the overall process. We continue to welcome your feedback, so please send them to us before end August. Even as we are reviewing the feedback and preparing for the white paper for debate in Parliament, we have begun work to address some of the feedback that we have received, building on what we have already been doing to support Singapore women. A, to enhance protection for women, MHA has reviewed the sentencing framework for sexual and hurt offences and increased the penalties for 3 specific sexual offences. The Interagency Task Force on Family Violence will release its recommendations later this year. MCI launched a Singapore Together Alliance for Action to tackle online harms, especially those targeted at women and girls. B, to cultivate a shift in mindsets. MOE has enhanced its character and citizenship education curriculum to build an appreciation of the equity of roles in the family, respect for both genders, and the importance of not ascribing to gender stereotypes when considering education and career pathways. C, to review how we can stamp out discrimination in the workplace, MOM announced that it was setting up a tripartite committee to study whether legislation should be pursued and its appropriate scope. Madam Deputy Speaker, as the saying goes, in the past 60 years, we have made significant progress because of partnership at all levels of society. This year, through the conversations launched by the government, we will have outlined and united around a common vision for Singapore women's progress. Given the importance of Singapore women's progress to our nation, the Prime Minister will be attending the final session of the conversations in September, and he will be sharing our plans for the future, taking into consideration the feedback received from the conversations. Madam Deputy Speaker, I support the good intentions of the motion. Individuals, families, employers, and the community have all played important roles in this partnership. In the next lap of our journey, Let us all work even more closely together towards a fairer and more inclusive society where our Singapore women can realize their fullest potential. Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, sorry, in Chinese, please. 在过去的50年里，新加坡女性的地位显著提高，从事经济活动的女性逐年增加。如今，新加坡每年的大学毕业生有近一半是女性。新加坡的女性发展指数也常年在国际排名中名列前茅。新加坡女性的发展得益于这些年来的经济发展、社会进步以及政府多年来的不懈努力。1961年，由人民行动党议员陈翠婵等人推动的妇女宪章正式生效，这在当时是一个重大突破，也标志着新加坡女性向前迈进了一大步。它明文规定实行一夫一妻婚姻制，从而将女性从封建和保守主义的束缚中解放出来。妇女宪章也保护女性在婚姻中及离婚时的权利，并且规定了妻子和孩子的赡养费，以及惩罚侵害妇女和女童的罪行等。从那时起，人民行动党政府一直坚定不移地致力于提高女性的地位，这包括改善育儿和医疗服务，重视孩童的发展，普及义务教育，推动男女平等，鼓励女性接受高等教育，保护公有权益，鼓励女性就业等等。我们的努力得到了回报，我们一起经历了这些时代的变革。为了让各个年龄段的女性都受到照顾，政府出台了一系列政策，针对她们不同的需要。例如，年长的女性可能会担心没有足够的退休金，万一自己生病了，或是丈夫生病了，该怎么办呢？对此，政府近年来推出了退休户头配对填补计划，为他们增加公积金，还通过乐龄补贴计划增加补贴。另外，政府还推出建国一代和立国一代配套，大幅减少了年长者的医疗负担。2019年，卫生部专门推出了看护者支援行动计划，加强对看护者的支持。这些都有利于年长女性的政策。对于新一代的新加坡女性，她们要追求自己的梦想，又希望能照顾好家庭和子女。一方面，政府为女性提供平等的教育机会，学校现在还提供了教育与职业辅导计划，鼓励女性选择科学、工程、数学等课程，为她们未来参与更广泛的工作领域提供支持。另一方面，政府近年来不断大力投资幼教服务以及婴儿护理服务，就是为了让母亲们能够放心、能够安心，让孩子们能够获得便利、优惠、高质量的教育。同时，我们一直在聆听女性的声音，聆听社会的反馈。政府在去年的9月启动了新加坡女性发展对话系列，希望更好地了解当前女性的发展情况和她们的担忧。在过去的10个月里，我们与社会各界共同举办了160场新加坡女性发展对话会，共有5700人参与。我很高兴地看到参与者们反应踊跃，纷纷提出自己的意见和建议。今天议员们提出的任何新的建议，我们也会一并收集。在交流会全部结束后，我们会综合这些反馈，制定白皮书，提呈国会，期待大家对女性问题展开更加充分的研究和讨论，提供解决方案，为新加坡女性的进步构了共同的愿景。无论是过去还是现在，人民行动党政府一直是女性发展的强有力的推动者。放眼未来，我们会秉承前辈政治家的努力成果，与社会各界人士和机构合作，与时并进，为新加坡女性的发展继续努力。谢谢大家。
Mr. Louis Chua.
Madam Deputy Speaker, gender inequality manifests itself in a number of forms here in Singapore. Unequal pay for equal work, unpaid care work, and lower wage work choices available to women, to name a few. My speech today will touch on the unequal distribution of care responsibilities and how this is linked to discriminatory social institutions and stereotypes about gender roles. The changes in working patterns due to the COVID-19 pandemic have increased the spotlight on gender inequality that exists at home, and in particular, the difficulties women face in being both caregivers and breadwinners. Strong societal recognition of shared responsibilities helps reduce the disadvantages women face in the workplace, including the motherhood penalty, mom guilt, and stigma that they face when they want to return to the workforce. Women will have more time for themselves, to rest, to pursue their aspirations freely and contribute even more to the community at large. Similarly, men too will be able to put aside their fears of being discriminated against at the workplace, facing backlash for their lack of perceived work commitment in trying to take on greater responsibility for caregiving roles at home. Sad to say, we are not quite there yet, and the idea of equal shared responsibilities remains unideal. Earlier this year, I recall watching a documentary series produced by Channel News Asia, Give Mom a Break, which documents 3 Singaporean households and what happens at home when moms are shipped off to a 4-day, 3-night staycation, leaving dads to hold the fort at home. They struggled, to say the least, and while it was amusing to watch, truth be told, I have doubts in my mind whether I can survive being at home on a one-to-one basis with my 2-year-old toddler for 3 nights straight. Based on a study by market research firm Ipsos and United Women Singapore, close to 9 in 10 agree that household chores can be equally shared by husband and wife. However, fewer women, about 54%, than men, about 75%, say they're happy about their household and caring responsibilities, with a wider gap between mothers and fathers at 47% and 78% respectively. Now, we need not look further than Singapore's official manpower statistics to see such effects play out. Based on the MOM's Labour Force in Singapore 2020 report, women represented 63% of residents outside the labour force as of June 2020. Women represented, or 689,400 out of the total of 1.1 million residents. Of the men reported to be outside the labour force, a mere 0.2% cited housework as the main reason for not working, which is the least common reason among men, while this is in stark contrast for women, where housework was the most common reason for not working, coming in at 21.5% of women outside the labour force. Meanwhile, only 2.5% of men were outside the labour force due to care responsibilities for their own children and family members, which is again significantly different from that of women at 15.9%. This echoes an MSF survey on social attitudes of Singaporeans, where 96% of married working women indicated that they were equally or primarily responsible for caregiving responsibilities, compared to 53% of married working men. While this survey was from 2013, this reinforces the societal standards that have been placed on women to take on the larger responsibility in their households. Now, statistics aside, few would disagree that much of today's unpaid care work is still done by women, as it is largely considered a female responsibility. While there is an increased awareness of shared responsibility within and between households today, there is much work that remains invisible and unpaid. This needs to be urgently addressed if we are to advance women's development in Singapore, because such work, if it remains unpaid and unnoticed, has effects on the female labour force participation. Recognizing unpaid labour, whether carried out by men or women, must therefore be the first step in addressing the disadvantages faced by those that take on the bulk of unpaid labour for a household. There should be annual measures of the amount of unpaid work undertaken by Singaporeans, and this should be published as a supplement to national GDP data as shared by my colleague, Ms. He Ting Ru. An International Labour Organization report published in 2018 estimated that women in APAC do 4 times more unpaid care work than men. In the local context, the study by Ipsos and UWS I referred to earlier highlighted that women are doing more unpaid domestic work than men think they are. The study notes that while gender-defined roles still exist in the Singaporean household and are held by both men and women, the younger generation holds these views less. Entrenched patriarchal views can and are shifting. Society is moving towards acceptance and being supportive of equal caring responsibilities, and this is encouraging, but we can do more as we create our roadmap towards gender equality. It is often suggested that to address the unequal distribution of caring responsibilities, we must begin by addressing internalized gender norms and stereotypes in redistributing responsibilities for care and housework between women and men. In today's context, we need to be mindful that gender norms and stereotypes may be internalized differently for different groups. As suggested by AWARE, a review should be conducted via an intersectional lens to understand the differential impact it has on not just men and women, but those with disabilities, ethnic minority women, migrant women, and so on. As a starting point as lawmakers, it is important for us to do a stock take on our existing policies to ensure that our care-related policies do not ironically perpetuate stereotypes and reinforce notions on gender roles. At the same time, we need to provide adequate support to all caregivers in Singapore to enable all caregivers, whether women or men, to freely realize their full potential in society. My fellow Sengkang MP Jamus has asked about instituting different tiers of childcare leave, such that those with more children will be entitled to comparatively more days of leave. In my MOM-COS speech earlier this year, I too called for childcare leave to be extended on a per-child basis and up to the age of 12, as our primary school-going children would still need a degree of care if they fell ill or simply to allow families to spend more time together. The COVID-19 pandemic over the last 1.5 years has also compounded the problem, where a stay-home notice issued to children who are down with respiratory symptoms will effectively wipe out 5 days of leave for working parents, making it extremely challenging for parents to balance their work commitments. With an increasingly aging society, we also have a moral duty to take care of our parents. And as of June 2020, the population of children between age 0 to 4 is at 183,000 as compared to 611,000 elderly citizens aged 65 and above, with our population continuing to age. Many companies have started to offer elder care leave as an employee value proposition, and I have asked if this could be considered as statutory leave. The Singapore Council of Women's Organisation has advocated to make childcare leave and elder care leave interchangeable. AWARE too has suggested that the government could implement the statutory right to request for flexible work arrangements, as well as making paid elder care leave and family care leave mandatory for sandwich caregivers. Similarly, the Singapore Alliance for Women in Ageing has called for the conversion of childcare leave to family care leave, which could allow other members of the family to help provide the necessary care for persons who need it. These are worthy suggestions to improve the ecosystem of support for women caregivers in Singapore. Additionally, changing family structures require more flexible guidelines for support, such as expanding the definitions of leave and subsidies to ensure that all caregivers are supported. For example, extended families providing care on a regular basis for children of our frontline workers during this pandemic, or grandparents who provide care to their grandchildren, whom the MOH recognise as essential and would not be counted towards the prevailing permissible visitor cap per household or to the number of social gatherings per day. These caregivers are currently not entitled to caregiving or childcare leave, unlike their peers who have children. The reality is, caregiving responsibilities between parents of children go beyond the couple. It takes a village to raise the child, and our policy should provide due recognition to the village, and to go beyond merely adopting a so-called practical approach to calibrating childcare leave provisions. More broadly, despite the release of the tripartite standard on flexible work arrangements in 2017, true flexible work arrangements only became commonplace in Singapore due to COVID-19. In 2019, it was said that about 85% of employers offered some form of formal or ad hoc FWAs in the workplace. However, FWAs come in a spectrum, and clearly the level of flexibility that was in place pre-COVID is dramatically different from what we have seen in 2020, or even today, with work from home being the default work arrangement. As I have shared in my MON Committee of Supply speech, is it now time for the government to reflect the needs of today's employees and employers, and legislate a baseline level of flexible work arrangement so that we do not have to make the false choice of choosing between work or family? Calling on employers to implement good practices and foster more family-friendly work environments may not be enough, particularly when much of caregiving right now is narrowly defined as childcare, care for disabled persons, or for the elderly. Even if elder care leave is available, it is currently not a legislative requirement. Some in Singapore may not be eligible for it if they are caring for a spouse and are elderly themselves. Caregiving should be as broad, gender-neutral, and norm-free as possible if we are to ensure greater equality for women in Singapore. If we do not address unequal care responsibilities, caring can become a drain on Singapore's workforce. Caring tends to be overlooked in the workplace, leading to some having to choose between gainful employment and their families. In the near future, this could apply not only to women but to men as well. And this is pertinent because with life expectancy increasing and slower population growth, we must begin to make changes so that employers can better support workers that have work and care responsibilities. One way is to ensure that managers are adequately trained to overcome unconscious gender bias towards employees. This should be a mandatory part of workplace training if workplaces are to become more inclusive. Male-dominated industries should also review their diversity policy and enhance support in the workplace, including recognizing men as caregivers. Indeed, men are also sons, fathers, brothers, and more. Men may be concerned about being discriminated against professionally, missing out on promotions and pay increases, marginalized, or even laughed at for taking time off. Gender norms and stereotypes are also damaging for men, and while cultural and mindset shifts are important, institutional changes are also going to be necessary if we are to move towards equal care responsibilities. This brings me to my next point on the role of fathers in child development. As a father to a 2-year-old toddler, I'm thankful to have witnessed his various development milestones over the past 2 years and partake in the joys of parenthood while continuing to stay productive at work. Psychological research across families from different ethnic backgrounds suggests that fathers' affection and increased family involvement help promote children's social and emotional development. However, according to research by Dads for Life SG, there has been a continued lag in terms of fathers' involvement compared to mothers in Singapore. Some of these, as discussed earlier, is due to entrenched gender norms. Teachers may call up the child's mothers instead of their fathers, as fathers may be perceived as too busy working. A Dads for Life Fatherhood Perception Survey in 2010 highlighted that 39% of fathers surveyed said that society's views on how men should behave also posed challenges to them. There must be more attention given to fatherhood and the diverse range of fathering practices, and for further local research to understand and support fathers' involvement as times change. We should not blame women's education and careers leading to calls for more equal parenting, and instead be challenging more time and effort to understanding and overcome the challenges of men's roles in caregiving, including fatherhood. The last Fatherhood Perception Survey was done more than 10 years ago and is long overdue. What can we do as lawmakers to make this change? This is where our existing care-related policies covering government-paid maternity and paternity leave run the danger of further reinforcing gender roles and stereotypes. When my son was born, as much as I would like to be alongside my wife on our parenthood journey as first-time parents, the mere 2 weeks of paternity leave wasn't even sufficient to last throughout my wife's confinement period. The Workers' Party has in our manifesto called for a shared parental leave scheme that entitles parents to 24 weeks of government-paid leave to be shared between mothers and fathers as they choose, but with a minimum of 12 weeks to be granted to the mother and 4 weeks to the father. This scheme will replace the existing 16-week maternity and 2-week paternity leave entitlements. So we're looking at 24 weeks instead of 18 weeks in total of gender-neutral parental leave. This will encourage closer parental bonds with children while having positive effects on the relationship between the parents. Shared parental leave supports fathers who want to partake in the joys of parenthood and allows them the flexibility to take on greater responsibilities in childcare to support their wives. In addition, the Workers' Party also shared in our manifesto the need to increase the number of infant care centres to better serve the needs of young families. And the motivation behind this is multifold. Having adequate infant and childcare places will allow caregivers, both men and women, to free up some of their time in the day and play the necessary roles of a parent, employee, and individual without having to sacrifice their careers or retirement adequacy. In my MSF Committee of Supply speech earlier this year, I noted that while the government has increased the number of infant care and childcare places over the last 5 years, this is still woefully inadequate in towns such as Sengkang, which has the highest number of young children across Singapore by planning area. This is 16,380 for 0 to 4-year-olds and 17,600 5 to 9-year-olds as of June 2020. As such, while there may be vacancies in the system as a whole today, this may not be so for particular areas with high concentration of young families. Meanwhile, the Workers' Party also called for childcare subsidies to be equalized for all children, regardless of the employment status of their mothers. At present, mothers of Singaporean children working at least 56 hours a month are entitled to additional childcare subsidies. This, however, does not take into account the unpaid care or voluntary work that other mothers take on, or those who are engaged in part-time work due to their care commitments. All these ultimately shows the importance of state policies in enabling women and men who are key members of our families and society to be supported in their efforts as a parent, individual, and employee. Building strong families and societies must start with supporting parents with young children to achieve their fullest potential, all whilst becoming a more involved parent. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is arguably still a long road ahead of us before we can proudly say that there is strong societal recognition of equal and shared care responsibilities between men and women. Post the pandemic, companies should consider making flexible work arrangements a norm at workplaces, as many forward-thinking companies have already done so to boost employee productivity and promote talent retention. As individuals, we should not be afraid to challenge archaic gender stereotypes and to support our own families to the best of our abilities. But more importantly, as lawmakers today, we have an opportunity to set the right tone on gender equality in Singapore. And it is imperative for the government to demonstrate leadership on this matter by setting right our current care-related policies today. Thank you.
Mr. Vikram Nair.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the progress of women's rights has been long drawn and hard fought in many parts of the world. Even in developed countries like the UK and the US, women obtained only basic legal rights such as the right to vote in 1918 and 1919, respectively, thanks to the efforts of early women's rights activists like the suffragettes the century before that. Now, around the 1960s and 70s, women's movements started taking off again in the Western world, and as the movement focused on political and economic rights and substantive equality. Helen Reddy's famous song, I Am Woman, was from this era in 1971, topping the charts in 1972. Singapore had a jump start in women's rights with the Women's Charter in 1961, which was focused on legal equality for women. This included making polygamy an offense, prohibiting marriages between close relations, and including a minimum age for marriage, so we can imagine some of the issues that were present at the time. Consent of the married couple was also made a requirement. Rights and duties of husbands was legislated for, and protections were put in place in the event marriages broke down. This legislation was groundbreaking at the time, forcing many established practices to change. Since then, women have made leaps and strides in the journey to equality. Now, I have seen this in my own family. Both my grandmothers had their education cut short in primary school as a result of World War II. After the war, neither returned to school. One was told that being too educated would make it more difficult to get married. The other, who was the eldest child in her family, had lost her own mother and had to take care of her younger siblings, so she took on a caregiving role as a young teenager. Their children, my parents' generation, were born during the post-war baby boom. The daughters of that generation, unlike their mothers, had the opportunity to attend and complete school. In fact, primary school was mandatory for many of them. My maternal grandmother, who was an excellent cook, refused to allow any of her 4 daughters to assist in the kitchen, insisting they study instead. This generation of women who joined the workforce in the 1970s and 1980s were more economically independent than the generation before them. This period also saw women become global leaders. Leaders of this era included Golda Meir in Israel, Margaret Thatcher in the UK, Indira Gandhi in India, and Benazir Bhutto in Pakistan. It was quite clear that women were capable of leadership at the highest levels. Now, in my household, my father and mother both supported each other in caregiving and providing, and they also had support from our grandparents. In contrast to my mother, who was kept out of the kitchen by her own mother, my mother actually got me my very first cookbook back when I was in primary school and encouraged me to try out the recipes. When my mother went off to further her studies for 3 years while my brother and I were in primary school, my father and his parents played the main caregiving role. Essentially, I grew up without too many stereotypes on male and female roles, and believing that women could do and achieve anything men could, and likewise, that men should play a part in the household. In primary school, I was fortunate to be in the top class in my primary school, but boys were outnumbered by girls 2-1. I went to an all-boys secondary school, but in junior college, again, I was outnumbered in class, boys to girls, 2-1. So in university, all around me, women were very well represented, and the law faculty had around equal numbers of men and women. However, after entering the workforce and starting my own family, I realized that women still face obstacles to attaining substantive equality. There are not as many women in leadership positions in organizations, and women still end up being the primary caregivers for children and the elderly. Usually, because they are the primary caregivers, they will drop out of the workforce or work part-time at some stage in their working lives, which in turn feeds into more difficulties getting back into the workforce. These issues are often more difficult to solve as they involve changing not just laws, but social attitudes and invisible barriers or glass ceilings. Now, these have been matters that the government has continued to focus on over the years. Last year, for example, the government started conducting a series of dialogues called Conversations on Women's Development. And as Ms. Sun Xieling mentioned earlier, I think there were 160 such talks. Now, I attended one of these dialogues along with Minister Indrani Raja with Indian and Sikh women, organized by Sinda, Reach, and the Young Sikh Association. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will continue in Tamil. நானும் குமாரி இந்திராணி ராஜா அவர்களும் பங்கேற்ற இந்திய பெண்களுடனான இந்த உரையாடலில் நாங்கள் சிறிய குழுக்களாக பிரித்து ஒவ்வொருவரும் சமத்துவத்தை அடைவதில் பெண்கள் எதிர்கொள்ளும் வெவ்வேறு பிரச்சனைகளை கவனம் செலுத்தினோம். சமத்துவத்திற்காக சட்டங்கள் நடைமுறையும் இருந்தாலும் கூட குடும்பம் மற்றும் சமூக எதிர்பார்ப்புகள் பெரும் மகளில் மாறவில்லை என்பது பெண்கள் எழுப்பிய பிரச்சனைகளை ஒரு வகையாகும். தனது 30 வயதில் அறிவியலாளராக இருக்கும் ஒரு பெண் தனது குடும்ப உறுப்பினர்கள் இன்னும் திருமணத்தையொட்டி தனக்கு அழுத்தம் கொடுத்து கொண்டிருப்பதாக குறிப்பிட்டார். தாம் சந்திக்கும் ஆண்களில் பலர் தனக்கு முனைவர் பட்டம் இருப்பதை கண்டும் ஆராய்ச்சியில் ஈடுபட்டிருப்பதை பார்த்தும் மிரள்கின்றனர் என அவர் குறிப்பிட்டுள்ளார். வேலையிடத்தில் பாரபட்சம் தொடர்பான விவகாரங்களை பற்றி பல பெண்கள் கருத்துரைத்தனர். கர்ப்பிணி பெண்களுக்கு எதிராக பாரபட்சம் காட்ட முடியாது என்பதில் சட்டம் தெளிவாக இருக்கிறது. இருப்பினும் சட்டம் ஒரு புறம் இருந்தாலும் கூட முதலாளிகள் சில நேரங்களில் ஒரு பெண் கர்ப்பமாக இருக்கும் போது அவர்கள் தங்களின் அதிருப்தியை வெளிப்படுத்துகின்றனர். இது குறிப்பாக சிறிய நிறுவனங்களில் தங்களுக்கும் தங்களது முதலாளிகள் மற்றும் சக ஊழியர்களுக்கிடையே அழுத்தத்தை ஏற்படுத்துகின்றன என்று சில பெண்கள் சுட்டிக்காட்டினர். திறன்கள் மற்றும் தகுதிகள் இருந்தாலும் கூட பராமரிப்பு கடமைகள் ஈடுபடுகிற ஊழியர் அணியிலிருந்து பல ஆண்டுகள் விலகியிருந்த வயது முதிர்ந்த பெண்கள் மீண்டும் பொருத்தமான வேலை தேடுவதில் சவால்கள் உள்ளன. பராமரிப்பின் தொடர்பில் குழந்தை பராமரிப்பு மற்றும் மூத்தோர் பராமரிப்பு வசதிகள் கிடைப்பது அன்பிற்குரியவர்களை பராமரிப்பதற்காக ஊழியர் அணியிலிருந்து விலகியிருக்கும் நேரத்தை குறைக்க உதவியாக சிலர் குறிப்பிட்டனர். இருப்பினும் மூத்தோரை கவனித்து கொள்ளுவோருக்கான ஆதரவு குழந்தை பராமரிப்புக்கு ஏற்கனவே உள்ள விரிவான ஆதரவோடு ஒப்பிடுகையில் இன்னும் பின்தங்கியிருப்பதாக அவர்கள் குறிப்பிட்டனர். மூத்தோர் பராமரிப்பு விடுப்பு வழங்கப்படுவதில்லை மற்றும் மூத்தோர் நடவடிக்கை மற்றும் பகல் நேர பராமரிப்பு நிலையங்கள் எளிதில் அணுகக்கூடியவையாக இல்லை. அன்புக்குரியவர்களை அவர்களுடைய அந்திம காலங்களில் கவனித்து கொள்ளும்போது அதில் மன ரீதியான பலமும் அதிகடிப்படையாக இருக்கும். மேலும் வழக்கத்திற்கு மாறாக வாழ்க்கை சூழ்நிலைகளில் பெண்கள் எதிர்கொள்ளும் களங்கம் மற்றும் ஒரு விஷயமாக எழுப்பட்டது. இதில் திருமணமாகாத ஒற்றை தாய்மார்களும் உள்ளடங்குவர். திருமணமான தாய்மார்களுடன் ஒப்பிடுகையில் திருமணமாகாத தாய்மார்களுக்கு இன்னும் மோசமான சூழ்நிலைகள் இருந்தாலும் கூட அவர்களுக்கு கிடைக்கும் அனுசூலங்கள் குறைவாகவே உள்ளன. மேலும் விவாகரத்து போன்றவை இன்னும் களங்கத்தை ஏற்படுத்துவதால் சிலர் இன்னும் துன்புறுத்துக்கு ஆளாகும் திருமணங்களில் நீடித்து வருகின்றனர். இருப்பினும் கூட கிட்டத்தட்ட அனைத்து பெண்களுக்கு தங்கள் வாழ்க்கைகளில் பெண்கள் பிரச்சனைகள் தொடர்பாக முன்னேற்றங்கள் பெரிதளவில் ஏற்பட்டுள்ளதாகவும் தங்கள் தாய்மார்கள் மற்றும் பாட்டிமார்களை விட அவர்களுக்கு சிறந்த வாய்ப்புகள் இருந்து வருது வகையும் ஒப்புக்கொண்டனர். இருந்தாலும் கூட செய்ய வேண்டியவை இன்னும் அதிகம் உள்ளன. Madam Deputy Speaker, in English. Madam Deputy Speaker, the journey to get more equal outcomes for women is ongoing, and one that our government has been pushing hard since independence. I thank my colleagues from the Workers' Party for their support in this important journey. As the motion rightly acknowledges, this is a whole of society effort to remove the barriers, both visible and invisible, to help women achieve their full potential. I would, however, like to go a little further and would like to see action and concrete steps to help remove these barriers. In relation to this, the government had announced in September last year that it would be presenting a white paper arising from its findings from the conversation on Singapore women's development. Now, many conversations with different groups of women have been taking place, similar to the one I mentioned earlier, and I expect there will be interesting insights from all of these conversations. What I hope is that the findings in these dialogues can be converted into action plans. Madam Deputy Speaker, in line with the above, with your permission, I would like to propose to amend the motion.
And I have a copy of the amendment. The amendment is in order. Are copies available for members?
Yes, I've given copies to the clerk for distribution.
Right, distribute. Please move your amendment.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move in line 3 after the word society to add the following words, and looks forward to action plans in the upcoming government white paper arising out of the conversations on Singapore women's development. Now, the motion as proposed by the Workers' Party is one that I think everyone in this House agrees with, and as my colleague Ms. Sun Xie-ling has set out, has been in line with the government's efforts since inception and over the last year. The additional words I'm proposing are to tie the spirit of the motion with concrete action, which I hope the government will put forward in its white paper. I propose the debate of this amendment take place concurrently with the debate on the main topic, and I look forward to support for this amendment from my colleagues in the Workers' Party too. I'm sure that they would want to see what plans the government has in store as well for these issues to be raised. Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move.
It has been proposed as an amendment in line 3 after the word society to add the following words, and looks forward to action plans in the upcoming government white paper arising out of the conversations on Singapore women's development. It may be convenient that the debate on the original motion and on any other amendments moved by the members be proceeded with simultaneously as a debate on a single question. Do I have the honourable members' agreement to this? The question is that the words proposed to be added be there added. Ms. Raisha Khan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my speech today is about women. I want to focus on 4 main areas: sexual violence, female genital cutting, polygamy, and the hijab. Last month, I spoke about sexuality education. I shared that underage cases made up 37% of sexual violence cases between 2017 and 2019. Yet, our sexuality education programs only teach consent explicitly at the university level, and sexuality education at lower levels happens just once or twice a year. Without consent-focused sexuality education from a young age, our children remain vulnerable to sexual violence, a trauma that can hurt a person for a lifetime. Sexuality education is a lifelong journey that starts at home and in school. Open, non-judgmental discussions about consent and respect under a standardized and compulsory national curriculum are essential, as are safe spaces and bystander training from an early age. This will help our children grow up to be responsible, aware adults, and make Singapore a safe and nurturing home for all. The PAP Women's Wing and Young PAP released a joint paper last week on women's development that includes a review of sexuality education. I'm glad to see the consensus on our need to update sexuality education and look forward to more conversations on such updates. Persons with intellectual disabilities, too, have often been victims of sexual violence. In the US, a study on sex crimes data found that persons with intellectual disabilities of all genders were victims of sexual assault at rates over 7 times higher than those of persons without intellectual disabilities. Closer to home, a man was charged in November last year for sexually assaulting his 17-year-old intellectually disabled daughter when her mother was not home. This March, a woman was jailed for sexually assaulting her daughter's intellectually disabled schoolmate on several occasions. These cases surfaced as the first victim's teacher had noticed something was amiss, and the second victim had reported the incidents to social workers. As with all sexual assault cases, it is likely that many more go unreported. I would like to ask the Minister for Home Affairs, out of the total number of sexual assault cases reported and prosecuted in the past 5 years, how many cases involved individuals with intellectual disabilities? I hope that the studies can be done on this issue so that we can better protect our Singaporeans with intellectual disabilities from violence and its resulting trauma. Where possible, we should also seek to improve training for teachers, social workers, and others who may interact with these vulnerable individuals to help them better identify potential cases of abuse and sexual violence. As we improve our policies targeted at preventing sexual violence, it is just as important for us to improve support for survivors. The suicide of a South Korean female Air Force officer 3 months after she had been sexually assaulted and pressured to cover it up is a powerful reminder of the cost of turning a blind eye to survivors and their needs. In the case of Nicholas Lim, who filmed a fellow female student while she was showering, the survivor shared with the public that she didn't receive much support. While many institutions have since moved to improve their support structures for survivors of sexual violence, this has likely varied amongst institutions. It's incredible to see the emergence of more ground-up initiatives, including safe spaces and support groups for victims of sexual assault. Could the Minister for Social and Family Development share on current work done by the Ministry and the other government agencies to offer robust and accessible survivor support in the medium to long term, including but not limited to psychologists, therapists, and support group linkages? In my line of work, I've accompanied people to police stations to make reports on sexual violence. It's incredibly difficult for survivors to feel comfortable about making a report in the first place. But sometimes the responses from those called to protect us can be disheartening. 3 years ago, I accompanied a 25-year-old survivor to make a police report against a rape that was committed against her. She came out crying. The police officer had allegedly made comments about her dressing and the fact that she was drinking. We need better treatment of survivors of sexual assault and sexual harassment by law enforcement. In recent years, we have seen training rolled out for judges and regulations for how lawyers argue sexual assault cases, all steps in the right direction to prevent re-victimization. I would like to call on the Ministry of Home Affairs to provide more police officers with specific sexual violence training to handle sexual assault and harassment cases with sensitivity and care towards victims during the reporting and investigation process. Survivor-centered care is a crucial step in addressing sexual violence, and our police officers can also be supported by counselors or trained mental health personnel at police stations other than the One Safe Center in Police Cantonment Complex. Assuring survivors that they can be taken seriously and not blamed for the horrors that they have faced is an important step of making our law enforcement system more just. This will help build confidence in the sensitivity and capacity of law enforcement to handle difficult issues delicately and will encourage more victims of sexual violence to come forward. While I acknowledge that providing more victim support and increased reporting will require more resources on the part of law enforcement, I believe that this is something we must commit to. No victim should ever feel like those with the power to safeguard them have disregarded their needs. I now move on to the topic of female genital cutting, defined by UNICEF as the injury, partial or total removal of the external female genital organs for non-medical reasons. This practice, sunat perempuan, as it is known in Malay, continues in Singapore, quiet though it may be. It has not escaped the notice of foreign press, such as Reuters and BBC, or even local activists working on this issue. Many of my friends in the Malay Muslim community have gone through this practice themselves. While there are many facets to this complex issue, I wish today to solely focus on the medical and health implications of the practice. As recently as 20 years ago, FGC was performed by traditional midwives in homes with no sterilizations or anesthesia. Today, I understand that the procedure is mostly performed by doctors in private clinics. The cut ranges from a symbolic placement of scissors or a penknife on the intended organ or a nick, but the most common form of cutting in Singapore still involves some removal of genital tissue. The effects of FGC are wide-ranging. Anecdotal experiences reveal an overcutting or laceration of other parts of the vulva. Considering that the typical size of a baby's vulva is a mere 1.5 centimeters, this may lead to a disproportionate loss of nerve endings and the creation of scar tissue. Additionally, as with any invasive medical procedure, there's always a chance of infection. Female genital cutting may also hurt a baby's attachment to a caregiver. A study by the Washington University School of Medicine found that a common defense mechanism of the nervous system to pain is to shut down, which negatively affects interactions with a caregiver. A second potential negative mental health impact is on childhood brain development. Exposure to acute pain in babies and children activates biological stress responses, which may hinder optimal development. In essence, babies feel pain, even if they process it differently from adults. Babies still face the risk of long-term physical and mental health implications, as well as strained bonds with their parents, with female genital cutting. In a reply to the BBC article, a representative of MUIS said it does not condone any procedures which bring harm to the individual, adding that the council has always held the position that female genital cutting should be avoided. Noting the pain that such acts can bring to females undergoing such practices, I strongly urge the Ministry of Health to conduct a thorough review of female genital cutting procedures done in private clinics. We should aim to standardize and make transparent the amount of skin cut during the procedure, or enforce that the practice should be purely symbolic, ensure that the proper instrumentation is used, and as with similar types of medical procedures, require medical counseling for those who seek to carry it out. The counseling process will allow for doctors to first assess if a baby is medically fit to undergo the procedure, as well as to educate parents on the potential risks. The counseling can also serve to make sure that neither parent is being coerced to comply with the practice, either by their spouse, relatives, or external parties. After counseling, there should be a mandatory 48-hour period, after which, if the parents still wish to proceed with the cutting, they may arrange with the appointment. The decision to proceed should be unanimous, and there should be measures in place to ensure that the procedure is being done with the knowledge of both parents. Finally, I hope that the ministry can commission a study to find out the prevalence of the practice and evaluate the accompanying medical risks that may follow. This will help us understand the potential medical risks faced by those who undergo the procedure. In Singapore, only marriages under the Registry of Muslim Marriages are men allowed to marry more than one wife, and even up to 4 wives at one time. Our regulations stipulate that each application is rigorously reviewed by the RMM, and that it is only approved if there is an urgent reason or necessity or a good reason for the subsequent marriages. Recently, a community initiative called Lepak Conversations did a survey on multiple issues pertaining to gender equality. Their survey found that even though regulations here may be stricter than in other countries, many men still marry their subsequent wives abroad, ignoring the need for an approval letter from the state. In 2014, it was reported that more than 100 Singaporean men underwent a second unregistered marriage in Indonesia. Growing up, I remember having a conversation with one of my classmates in primary school about how her father had decided to marry another wife in Batam against her mother's wishes. This caused a huge financial strain on her family, and her home environment grew increasingly unstable. She would come to school crying and found it difficult to concentrate on her studies. Polygamy doesn't only affect the man in the relationship, it also affects women and children. In Islam, the desired outcome to teachings are generally for us to bring good to society. However, we see that some effects of polygamy are clearly negative. While the government cannot do much about individuals who leave Singapore to marry additional wives, the fact that polygamy is allowed under the law reinforces its cultural acceptance, serving as a justification for those who skirt the regulations. In countries like Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Tunisia, and Turkey, polygamy is banned. But if banning polygamy outright is too much for now, perhaps we can begin with some first steps. We can make the consent of the existing wife mandatory for second marriages, as is done in Indonesia. Measures must be taken to ensure that this consent is given willingly rather than under coercion. Alternatively, we can adopt a rebuttal legal presumption that an applicant cannot be fair and/or provide equally for both his existing and potential wives. This leaves the law in place, but ends polygamy in practice. Another option is to include an additional clause in the automatic standard and printed clauses in the marriage certificate, stipulating in the marriage contract that a husband cannot take another wife. In these ways, the government can discourage the practice more intentionally before prohibiting it completely. On top of this, measures should be put in place that discourage men from attempting to skirt the law by registering marriages abroad. There are many contributors to gender equality, and one of them is financial liberation. How do we ensure that gender does not hamper each of us from being able to support ourselves? The lack of inclusive workplaces, especially for women who wear the hijab, remains a powerful barrier to women today. The hijab, to many women, is sacred and represents a deeply personal relationship that they have with their religion. Though there are many schools of thought in Islam on the necessity of various degrees of modesty, for some, covering their head is an essential part of their Muslim identity and practice. Earlier this year, in this House, my colleague, Mr. Faisal Manap, brought up the very important point that COVID-19 has made it a tough time for many. People have lost their jobs or have difficulty finding employment, especially women who wear the hijab. Ms. He Ting-ru rightly points out that women are disproportionately affected by this pandemic. Indeed, one resident, a nurse, approached me sharing that she felt torn, that she had to choose between her faith and providing for her family. I'm glad to hear that the government will be reviewing their position on nurses donning the hijab. There are many workplaces that still discriminate against the hijab, such as other uniformed groups. Recently, New Zealand's police force introduced the hijab as part of its uniform. In the Royal Derby Hospital in the UK, staff received disposable sterile headscarves, and the US Army has made hijabs part of its uniform in 2017. I'd like to ask the Minister when the ruling on hijabs in these spaces will be reviewed. Why is the government's stance so important? The government of the day sets the tone on acceptance and tolerance at times. If our uniformed services do not pledge to create inclusive spaces, it shows Singaporeans, especially those in the private sector, that they too can discriminate. Indeed, we have evidence of this happening, such as the Tangs employee who was asked to remove her hijab to be hired as a promoter. I understand that for some Singaporeans, the hijab may be a divisive topic. To combat this, we need to educate our society on the various forms of religious expression. Instead of hiding or pushing them aside, we must encourage Singaporeans to embrace our differences. We must interrogate our preconceived notions and stereotypes against minority races so that we don't judge each other superficially. Only this will truly lead to the unity in diversity that we strive for as a multicultural nation. I wish to conclude with a story that touched me while I was on one of my house visits. I met a young 5-year-old girl being cared for by her grandmother whilst her parents got a much-needed break. The grandmother invited me in and made me some delicious bandung. While the girl chatted away to me, sharing with me her many interests, including her obsession with planes. She told me that one day she would like to be a pilot and fly planes high in the sky. When I think about gender equality, I think about her and the barriers being broken down even now. Not so long ago, female pilots were non-existent, and even now, they're rare. But how wonderful is it to think that we have the opportunity to continue breaking down these barriers so girls like her too can have limitless dreams. This is what I feel is the crux of this motion. I call all of us in this House to work towards fulfilling the aspirations of Singapore women. I support this motion. Thank you.
Dr. Shahira Abdullah.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I come from a family full of women. Out of 5 children, only 1 is a boy. Needless to say, I grew up in an environment of outspoken females who never feared making their opinions known. Sometimes I wonder what my brother feels being sandwiched between all these female voices. My mother was a pillar of our family, a homemaker running a tight ship at home. She made sure we ate, did well in school, but also that we had fun. More importantly, she also instilled in us that a Malay Muslim woman was a capable woman. She is someone who is independent, courageous, and who is of value to the world. In Islamic history, we have countless examples of inspiring women, such as Khadija, who was both a successful businesswoman and mother, or Amra bin Ar-Rahman, a well-known jurist who tutored many famous scholars and was described as a boundless ocean of knowledge. Closer to home, according to Population Census 2020, females in general have advanced more rapidly in educational attainment. In addition, more Malay females are attending university as compared to Malay males. This is an encouraging development. However, there is more that can be done to encourage and enable the success of young Malay Muslim women, and this is a cause that I feel very strongly about. In many Asian countries, women are traditionally seen to be caregivers for society, while the men take the role of the breadwinners. However, this delineation of roles has blurred with the rise of dual-income couples. The population census showed that dual-income couples have increased from 52.9% in 2010 to 60% last year. This increase is also reflected in the Malay community. Nonetheless, though, an equal share of household responsibilities is ideal. What usually happens, though, is a role overload, in which an employed woman is expected to fulfill the traditional role as a homemaker, as well as juggle their career. In dire situations, when push comes to shove in a family, the female is also expected to sacrifice their career to assume the role of caregiver in society. In 2012, MCYS commissioned a survey on informal caregiving. They found more female caregivers, about 60%, as compared to male caregivers, about 40%. More recently, the MOM report on labour force in Singapore 2020 saw that for unemployed residents, who cited caregiving as the main reason for leaving their job, more than 2 times of them are female. Furthermore, the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted our economic and social activities. With more of the workforce working from home, traditional gender stereotypes have resulted in women taking on added responsibilities at home, such as taking charge of their children's home-based learning. According to McKinsey, women's jobs are 1.8 times more vulnerable to this crisis than men's jobs. With these dire statistics, how do we ensure that our Malay Muslim female youths are able to get the support they need to overcome these difficulties? Firstly, I feel we should encourage mentoring for women by women. Women should be encouraged to mentor the younger generation and support them in their endeavours. The mentoring scheme can be organised through the community self-help groups, where several initiatives are already in place to create safe spaces for women, or even informal networks. The Singapore Muslim Women's Association is also embarking on this journey to create a one-stop resource space to enable women to increase their knowledge and skills in various domains: legal, religious, workforce skills, etc. Secondly, there is a need to showcase the strong Malay Muslim women who are already in our midst. For example, through my work with the Young Women in Leadership Dialogue, YWALD, I have met many inspiring Malay Muslim female youths. Being a woman, much less from a minority community, may bring about its own set of challenges, but these women have shown courage and grace in the form of adversity. They also embody success in many forms, whether in academics, sports, or activism. Take Aida Saad, an artist whose art exhibitions and installations raise awareness of individuals with Down syndrome and allows the public to see the world through their lenses. She is featured as a rising artist by the National Arts Council. Or Nur Azima Azman, a former madrasah student and a graduate of the prestigious Al-Azhar University. She is currently an Associate Research Fellow at the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies. Today, her mastery in multiple languages, as well as her research expertise in the domains of online extremism, international terrorism, religion, and identity has given her team an edge in safeguarding Singapore's security. YWAL also aims to provide a platform for young women in our community to have those difficult conversations regarding gender and apply it within the context and value system of the Malay Muslim community. Lastly, we need the whole society and community mindset shift to re-educate the society on shared responsibilities in the home. Gendered expectations start from young. Therefore, we need to involve the young and old, our boys, and their caregivers in this conversation too. Just this year, the Straits Times produced a video called Instasex that delved into the stories of teens who encountered sexual harassment and physical assault as a result of interactions on social media. Separately, there was an online poll sexualizing ustazah, or female Islamic religious teachers, with a view to committing sexual violence against them. The internet has added a layer of anonymity that may embolden some to use it as a platform to denigrate women. These incidents should not be chalked up to people being oversensitive. These incidents should never be overlooked. And this underscores the relevance and significance of the work of the Alliance for Action Committee formed to tackle online harms. Madam Deputy Speaker, our boys will grow up to be colleagues, husbands and fathers, and we will raise them to treat women with dignity, honor and respect. Teach them to be our allies. Teach them to not make light of casual remarks that belittle women, so it does not become normalized, and teach them to stand up to those who do. Treat the boys with compassion so they may become compassionate boys too. Madam Deputy Speaker, in Malay, please. Kita perlukan anjakan minda bagi seluruh masyarakat dan komuniti untuk mendidik semula masyarakat tentang perkongsian tanggungjawab di rumah. Jangkaan tentang jantina bermula dari kecil. Oleh itu, kita juga perlu melibatkan golongan muda dan tua, anak-anak lelaki dan pengasuh mereka dalam perbincangan ini. Anak-anak lelaki kita akan membesar dan menjadi rakan sekerja, suami dan bapa. Dan kita akan mengasuh mereka agar menjaga martabat, harga diri dan kehormatan kaum Hawa. Didik mereka untuk menjadi sekutu kita. Didik mereka untuk tidak meremehkan teguran spontan yang memperkecilkan kaum wanita, supaya ia tidak menjadi perkara normal. Dan didik mereka untuk menentang sesiapa yang berbuat demikian. Layanilah anak-anak lelaki dengan keisanan, supaya mereka menjadi anak-anak lelaki yang berinsan juga. Dan kaum Hawa, kita juga adalah sekutu masing-masing. Untuk mengangkat darjat satu sama lain, kita juga harus bersatu hati dengan wanita-wanita daripada golongan terpinggir. Yang tua, yang kelainan upaya, yang miskin, ataupun golongan ibu tunggal yang berusaha sedaya upaya untuk membesarkan anak-anak perempuannya yang bersifat teguh dan yakin. And women, we are the allies of each other too. To raise each other up, we should also act in solidarity with the women from marginalized groups. The old, the differently abled, the poor, or the single mother trying her best to raise strong, confident daughters of her own. Madam Deputy Speaker, the mindset shift will take time. However, I am confident that the results of such efforts will be far-reaching and worthwhile. And I look forward to it. In closing, let me thank the Singapore Muslim Women's Association for their contributions to this speech. Thank you.
Ms. Yeo Wan Ling.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there has been movements around the world throughout the decades that have sought to alleviate and empower women. Yet even then, there are certain ridges and differences within these very movements. Some invoke race, others invoke class, and sometimes these movements discount, if not cannibalize one another. Indeed, a house divided against itself cannot stand, and this cannot be for the case of alleviating and empowering women, especially in a year we have declared as the year of celebrating SG women. I know that even if I stand here speaking in Parliament today about a motion on women's interests submitted also by a woman, that we are all standing on the shoulders of giants. Broad are the shoulders of the sisters who have gone before us, and there are always space for more. And we welcome the solidarity the Workers' Party has shown in picking up arms to join our ongoing ascent to alleviating and empowering women. Willing to listen, willing to put in the hard work, and willing to look ahead. These are principles on which the labor movement has moved to organize our society's resources and shake up cultural mindsets to alleviate and empower our Singapore women in the workplace. In this movement for women workers we have forged, I'd like to remind us of its decades-long importance as we look to chart the next few decades to come for our women in the workplace. On being willing to listen, the year is 1973, and women are stepping up in full force to work in paid employment roles, especially with exciting foreign direct investments flowing into Singapore. Much like today, women are going on the ascent in their own right, and the taste of empowerment gave us the confidence and momentum to traverse through barriers that might have still stood in our way. Sister Annabella Sim, then just 21, a visionary whose form many of us take after today, became the first founding chairperson of the NTUC's Women's Committee, and I would say the first female elected to our Central Committee. She said, through the Central Committee, I hope to bring about parity treatment with equal wage for equal work for women. Annabella and her team of unionists started their journey with an ear to the ground, consulting with working women to identify their primary concerns. They discovered that after making their first forays into the workforce, women would often leave their jobs after starting a family. This was merely what was expected of us in the household then as women. Our unionists and sisters listened, and they took to heart. This birthed out pioneering efforts by women in the labor movement to provide childcare support and helping women rejoin the workforce. On being willing to put in the hard work in response to women's waning labor force participation rates after childbirth years, Mrs. Yu Fu Yishun and the unions took over and expanded the then Department of Social Welfare's 10 childcare centers. The labor movement started NTUC Childcare in 1977 to shoulder the burdens of women who felt the need to leave their jobs early on in their careers without support for childcare. NTUC Childcare scaled the number of these childcare centers to double-digit figures within a couple of years. We drove fundraising efforts to establish new centers, as well as contended for government subsidies to keep childcare fees easily affordable for parents. Today, the seed Mrs. Yu Fu had sown over 50 years ago is what is known today as NTUC First Campus, which continues to provide affordable childcare through its 160 preschool centers island-wide and 9 primary school-based student care centers serving more than 20,000 families. Pioneering and building our childcare infrastructure was no small feat, and this is an ongoing work in progress. In 2019, our Women's Wing put up a position paper titled Supporting Parenthood and Young Families. Our PM acknowledged the importance of a good preschool and how it provides many long-term benefits in life, and the government has steadily improved the accessibility, affordability, and quality of preschools. Childcare subsidies were further enhanced in 2020, and the number of full-day childcare and infant care centers have risen from 140,000 to 190,000. The long-term plan is to cap our preschool fees so that the full-day childcare will be the same as primary school fees plus after-student care fees. On being willing to look ahead, in the mid-2000s, Singapore was met with a sustained shortage of labor, as well as an aging population problem looming around the corner. Not only was this a golden opportunity for us to usher women back into the workforce, but it needed to be delicately balanced with strong support for women to start families. The labor movement has helped women re-enter the workplace as early as the 1990s. And through the years, we have evolved our programs to keep with the zeitgeist of the times. As the director of the Women's Program back then, our president, Halimah Yacob, and the Women's Committee started a Back to Work program in 2007 to create new opportunities for women in the workplace. The program, with a robust strategy including recruitment, readjustment, and retention plans for women's return to the workforce, was intended for the benefit of future generations. With its introduction, we saw the consolidation of best practices in training, counseling, and job placements, as well as the promotion of flexible work arrangements. With these best practices, we filled the Employment and Employability Institute to do its good work in matching workers with employers. With this forward-looking vision, we promoted companies to provide facilities for breastfeeding mothers. Over the years, the Back to Work program has helped more than 28,000 women return to work and provided training to more than 30,000 women. Today, building and evolving on the work the labor movement has advocated for, flexible work arrangements is the new norm, and we continue to work with our tripartite partners to implement and redesign jobs to enable women to return to work. Companies such as Lesson, a catering and canteen operator, now has 50% of their workforce comprising of women returning to work on redesigned flexible work hours. Indeed, in the area of workplace harassment, the tripartite partners have also drawn up a tripartite advisory on managing workplace harassment. NTUC has also developed a workplace harassment prevention policy to be adopted and adapted by companies, and indeed, both are promoted by TAFEP. For progressive companies with the labor movement family, they are guided by workplace harassment clauses in their collective agreements. Our unions and women leaders represent both women and men in harassment and grievance cases. But the work does not stop here. We continue to listen, work hard, and prepare for the new work norms. We are only eating the fruits of the trees planted by those who have come before us, and we will continue to plant trees for those to come. The enterprise, tenacity, and vision of our women who had gone before us indeed laid the foundation for the work we continue today, and we are glad to have reinforcements even across party lines to continue their good work. As we consider the motion filed for the whole of society approach in empowering women, we say, let's do it. And let's continue to do it the way we have been doing it for years, being willing to listen, willing to put in the hard work, and willing to look ahead. Those core principles will continue to shape our success. Decades later, though the challenges women face have evolved and formed due to the myriad opportunities made available to women, we must continue to put our ears to the ground, be good listeners, and be able to roll with the punches. Policy measures that look good on paper sometimes only look good because they are overly convenient and fail to consider repercussions downstream. To this we say, let's continue to innovate solutions and undertake them even if they seem difficult, because that's the diligence our women deserve. And finally, let's be willing to look ahead together and not be transfixed on the quick fix, but the long game. While whole societies begin to alleviate and empower women, women begin to alleviate whole societies to greater heights than before. Welcome to the movement.
Mr. Gerald Giam.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I strongly support the motion moved by Ms. Herting-Rue and Mr. Leon Pereira that this House affirms that gender equality requires a whole of society effort to remove all barriers in order to empower every woman to freely realize her full potential and participation in society. I would like to focus on 3 areas that I believe will bring us closer towards achieving gender equality in Singapore: residency and benefits for foreign spouses, support for single parents, and flexible work arrangements. According to an answer to a PQ I asked last September, in the 6 months from February to July 2020, the Immigration and Checkpoints Authority received 8,395 applications for extensions of short-term visit passes, or STVPs, from foreign spouses of Singaporeans. This was an increase of almost 2,000 applications from the year before. These extensions are typically for 1 to 3 months, but some are reportedly as short as 1 or 2 weeks. While the vast majority of applications are approved, over 250 were rejected during the 6-month period last year. A number of my constituents have sought assistance regarding renewals of STVPs and applications for long-term visit passes, or LTVPs, for their foreign spouses. I'm sure many MPs would have also submitted such appeals to ICA. In the majority of cases I've come across, the foreign spouse is a woman. They face the uncertainty and anxiety of being separated from their Singaporean husbands, and in some cases their children as well, if their passes are not renewed. I've also noticed that almost all of the residents who have approached me for assistance with their spouses' visas are from lower income households. Applications for STVP extensions cost $40 for every 3 months of stay. While it might not seem much, this adds up over time. More importantly, their spouses' immigration worries often add to their daily stresses of life. To reduce the immigration-related stresses faced by Singapore citizens and their foreign spouses, I propose the creation of a more streamlined path towards obtaining LTVP, LTVP+, and PR status, and eventually citizenship for such spouses. There are strong reasons for such a policy. For example, given that a quarter of marriages here are between a Singaporean and a non-resident, transnational marriages will continue to be an important contributor to family formation in Singapore. As such, fast-tracking parents and potential parents of Singaporean children for citizenship would facilitate the formation of stable family units with a full stake in Singapore. Towards this end, the primary consideration for PR applications by LTVP holders who have a Singaporean spouse or child should be their family ties and rootedness in Singapore, and not just their income or occupation. Their close family relationship with Singaporeans makes them a part of the Singapore core, and we should facilitate, not inhibit, their integration into our society. I'm aware that not all foreign spouses may immediately qualify for PR status. However, foreigners who have entered into a bona fide marriage with a Singapore citizen should be granted LTVP status by default. I have constituents who have been married to foreigners for over a year and are still unable to obtain an LTVP for them. They need to continually renew their spouse's LTVPs with no certainty of approval each time. One constituent told me of his desire to have children with his wife, but he has shelved those plans because he is worried that his wife may be forced to leave Singapore if her pass is not extended, leading to a separation from any children they might have. Madam, our citizens and their foreign spouses deserve a better assurance of their place in Singapore. Next, I would like to appeal for the government to raise the level of support currently given to single parents so that they and their children are not disadvantaged in our society. In a speech in 2013, I outlined the burdens faced by single parents who have to take on the role of both father and mother and perform caregiving duties while also holding on to a job to pay the bills. Compounding their challenges, they are denied some of the parenthood benefits that married, divorced, and widowed parents receive. This could add to their feeling of marginalization from society. Since single mothers make up the bulk of single parents, changes to policies to support single parents will disproportionately support women, will benefit women. My former parliamentary colleagues, in particular Ms. Lee Li Lian, as well as Dr. Daniel Goh, Mr. Peng Eng Huat, and current MPs Mr. Faisal Manap, Mr. Dennis Tan, Mr. Leon Pereira, and others, have repeatedly advocated for greater support for single parents over the past 8 years. Government benefits and housing options for single unmarried parents and their children should be the same as for any other family unit. The distinction that government often makes between single unmarried parents and divorced parents in terms of the benefits provided should be removed. To be clear, we should not encourage single parenthood or having children outside of marriage any more than we encourage divorce. It is hard enough raising children with both parents, let alone by oneself. However, once a woman has made the brave choice to carry her child to term, despite not having the support of a spouse and likely family disapproval, we as a society must do all we can to support her. We should not make things more difficult for her by denying her benefits available to other parents. We must also be mindful that unequal benefits inadvertently penalize the innocent children of single unmarried parents, who are often in need of greater support. According to a reply to a PQ by Mr. Louis Ng, the median monthly income from work of single unmarried mothers below the age of 35 was just $600 in 2017, which was 86% less than their national median income that year. Currently, many single parents are not eligible to buy or rent a subsidized HDB flat to live with their children. What this means in practice, and I've seen this among my constituents, is that they and their children have to squeeze into a flat with their parents, close relatives, or friends. However, this is an inherently unstable arrangement. If they fall out with their family members or are estranged from their families, as some are, they risk having nowhere to stay. Renting a flat in the open market is seldom a realistic option, as it is prohibitively expensive. Singles below the age of 35 do not qualify to purchase HDB flats or rent flats under the public rental scheme. I note that HDB has said that it will exercise flexibility in allowing unmarried parents to buy a 3-room or smaller flat in a non-mature estate from HDB, or a resale flat, and that those who cannot afford to buy a flat may be considered for public rental flats. I would like to see this made the default for all single parents so that they are not denied a roof over their heads, and their children have a safe and homely environment to grow up in. Single parents awaiting the construction of their BTO flats should also be allowed to rent a flat under the Parenthood Provisional Housing Scheme, or PPHS, which is currently available only to married couples, divorcees, or the widowed. All single parents and their children are a family in every sense of the word, and should be considered a family nucleus by HDB for the purchase of purchasing or renting flats. Some single parents who are divorcees also continue to face difficulties getting their monthly maintenance from their former spouses. The government introduced the Maintenance Record Office scheme in 2016 to assist courts in identifying those who refuse to pay even though they have the means to do so that the courts can impose penalties on them. Mr. Leon Pereira previously asked in 2017 if MSF could provide a mechanism for spouses to request for an investigation of the MRO without having to go through the court process. I hope the ministry will give consideration to this proposal as it reviews the MRO scheme. I should also mention that we should give single fathers the same benefits as single mothers, as they face very similar challenges as single mothers in raising their children alone. The Women's Charter was changed in 2016 to allow men to apply for alimony. However, this is only possible if he is incapacitated and therefore unable to work. This high bar should be removed. A man should be allowed to apply for maintenance from his ex-wife if he has custody of their children and he has a much lower earning power than her. The final point I wish to raise relates to work arrangements. I call for companies to redouble their efforts to make flexible work arrangements available to employees who can and wish to work from home. The government can do its part to nudge enterprises in this direction through tax incentives and by leading the way through civil service human resource policies. I recently met an elderly constituent at the wake of her deceased husband. As was my usual practice, I asked if she was in need of any assistance. I was glad to hear that she was doing fine, as she was able to continue working from home, because of the arrangements made by her enlightened employer. Her employer couriers her work to her flat daily and picks it up from her the next morning after she has completed it. This way, despite her inability to walk very far unassisted, she can still apply her skills and earn some income to support herself. I believe that more businesses should explore such flexible work arrangements to meet their manpower needs while providing employment to those who can only work from home. This will empower many women with caregiving responsibilities, not to mention older workers and those with mobility issues. There are many women, as well as some men, who make the difficult choice to stop work temporarily to care for their young children or elderly parents. Very often, this dilemma could have been avoided if more companies allowed their employees to work from home. One silver lining of the COVID-19 pandemic is that it has forced many companies to digitalize and make work-from-home arrangements. This has been helpful for many caregivers who need to look after their young children or elderly parents. However, once Singapore starts to reopen, many companies may start summoning their workers back to the office. I hope companies will not forgo their digital gains this way. Companies should assess which jobs can be performed as productively at home as in the office and give employees a choice of working remotely. The labor force participation rate of women trails 14% behind men. The gap starts to form for women starting from their mid-20s, the age when they start having children, and continues to increase throughout their childbearing years, with a peak of some 25% behind men of the same age. This could point to what is known as the child penalty, which could have a negative impact on a woman's earning power and retirement adequacy. Even with work-from-home arrangements, SMU sociologist Alia Rao found that women bear a greater burden of handling both paid work as well as unpaid work of managing the household. This is a point that Ms. Herting-Rue also made earlier. The key point here is flexibility. We need to promote a work environment that's more understanding of the various roles that mothers and fathers desire to play, and avoid forcing them to choose one role over the other. This will enable many more parents to continue pursuing their careers while providing for themselves and caring for their families. In summary, Madam, I call for the streamlining of immigration procedures for foreign spouses of Singapore citizens to strengthen the Singapore core, for more support to be extended to single unmarried parents, and for policies to promote flexible work arrangements, all of which will benefit both women and men. Madam, I support the motion.
MOS Desmond Tan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for me to make a clarification to Member Raisa Khan, who made a reference during her speech about a mishandling case of the police of an investigation involving a sexual victim. I would like to seek some clarification from her in terms of the details, because we take this very seriously. Any form of questions raised about how the police have handled or mishandled this case should be investigated. I would like to request for her to provide us more details so that we can investigate this issue. Secondly, we also noticed that she have raised quite a few questions just now about information as well as suggestion about how this case has to be handled. And to also, even through this one incident, suggested that the police have to improve their training. So for such questions, we would like to request that she can give us specific details and even parliamentary questions so that this can be looked into and we can give her a proper answer for these questions. Thank you.
Ms. Raisha Khan.
Thank you for those clarifications. Like I mentioned, it was 3 years ago, and I do not wish to re-traumatize the person that I accompanied. But I have to say that these anecdotes are not isolated, and perhaps this can start further discussions on how victims or survivors are treated after they make reports. And this may not just be in when they make reports to the police, but it can also be how they make reports to other institutions. And on your sorry, what was your second point?
I've requested that if you have specific questions or request for information, you file a proper parliamentary question so that we can provide the data to you properly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, I would also like to say that, you have made a very serious allegation of the mishandling of police in the House through your speech. And we take this seriously. We'd like to have the details so that we can look into it. And not just have this swept. I know that it's not going to be easy for you or even for your victim to go through this, but from the police point of view, you have just made a very important allegations, and we would like to have the details to look into it further. Thank you.
Sure, thanks.
Leader. The question is that the motion moved by the leader, as many as are of that opinion, say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ms. Tin Pei Lin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a meaningful debate in support of Singapore women, and I support the amended motion. Since I entered this House in 2011, I have heard many suggestions made by fellow MPs and have also seen real policy changes being implemented to resolve pain points and provide stronger support to Singapore women. I was listening intensely to Honourable Member He Ting-Ru's speech and several of the Workers' Party members earlier and found their points made to be quite similar to the suggestions made by my fellow PAP MPs over the years. For instance, Ms. He today said or asked for greater representation of females in the leadership level for greater diversity of views. Indeed, in 2017, several members of this House, including Madam Deputy Speaker yourself, Honourable Member Vikram Nair, Alex, Louis, and several others have called the same. In terms of, she also raised the point on CPF transfers, and this was also a point that was raised by several of our members, including Ms. Joan Pereira, former MP Lee Bee Hua, Dr. Intan in 2017, and there were several efforts before that as well. There was also a suggestion or a call for the gender-neutral CareShield Life premium. I think this one, several members, including myself, also called for this in 2018 and again in 2019. So indeed, I'm very heartened to observe this because these reinforces the recommendations that we had put forth as well, as we all desire to support Singapore women in realizing their fullest potential. I'm also heartened to note that so far, nobody has objected to the amendment as moved by Honourable Member Mr. Vikram Nair. And I therefore take it that it is a recognition that we need to go beyond this debate and have it translated into something that's actionable for the future as set out in the upcoming white paper. Indeed, this House has over the past 6 to 7 decades seen many exchanges and recommendations on how we can empower and advance Singapore women. MOS Sun Xueling earlier recounted the key milestones in this long journey towards removing barriers and empowering Singapore women. More recently, in 2017, I, and together with fellow PAP women MPs, Ms. Jessica Tan, who's Deputy Speaker, Ms. Cheryl Chan, Joan Pereira, and former MP Lee Biwa, moved a private member's motion titled Aspirations of Women. I was heartened that 18 members of the House, including me, spoke on this important cause, and that our ministers and ministers of state gave so much of their time to address our concerns and recommendations and echoed their support for the aspirations of Singapore women. And I certainly appreciated the interest and support from the Workers' Party in the 2017 motion debate as well. Through the 2-day debate, colleagues and I articulated and elaborated on the 4 strategies that we believed were critical to supporting Singapore women in their aspirational pursuits. Let me briefly sum up. The first strategy was to create capacity. We agreed that as of the current reality, the primary caregiving role was still undertaken by women, and therefore we called for more support to our caregivers, including enhancing availability and access to care options, so as to free up women's capacity to pursue their aspirations, career or social-wise. Colleagues who called for this included Ms. Joan Pereira, Ms. Cheryl Chan, and MOS Sun Xueling. At the same time, we called for platforms and cogent programs to refresh and build new capabilities to help back-to-work women, because these expand their capacities to pursue the diverse aspirations that they may have. Ms. Jessica Tan, Ms. Joan Pereira, Mr. Darryl David, Dr. Intan Azura, and Parliamentary Secretary Rahayu Mazam spoke very passionately on this in 2017. The second strategy was to provide options for women, so that ladies with career aspirations do not have to feel that they need to sacrifice or feel guilty about having to juggle different roles and feel inadequate at any point in time. A wide range of recommendations, including flexible work arrangements, were raised by almost all the MPs who spoke. In addition, Ms. Cheryl Chan and Mr. Darryl David called for progressive HR policies and practices to complement the many recommendations put forth. MPs such as Ms. Joan Pereira, Engineer Lee Biwa, Parliamentary Secretary Rahayu Mazam, Mr. Alex Yam, Dr. Intan Azura called for CPF top-up for women who gave up their careers to stay at home to care for their family members. I should add that this recommendation was also something that the PAP Women's Wing pushed for in 2015, and we called it Top Up with Love. And also from this year, the Match Retirement Savings Scheme was also implemented. The third strategy was to remove barriers, especially the ones that were often stereotypical and pigeonhole women in Singapore. Members including Ms. Jessica Tan, Mr. Vikram Nair, Mr. Alex Yam, and Mr. Louis Ng spoke passionately about how women were underrepresented at the board and executive level, and how we should also drive up women's participation and leadership within the community. But to do so, we need to recognize the stereotypes and biases constraining women in those different roles. Mr. Darryl David, Mr. Louis Ng, Dr. Intan Azura, and certainly Mr. Leon Pereira talked about the need to shift the care burden to have a more equal sharing of care duties between men and women, whether it is at the workplace, in the family, or even within the social setting. At the same time, Ms. Jessica Tan also reminded everyone to be conscious of our unconscious bias so that women will not be inevitably disadvantaged from the start of recruitment. The fourth strategy was to be future ready, to have smart women for a smart nation. something that I felt and continue to be passionate about. We called for digital fluency, the use of smart solutions to create capacity, and empowering women with STEM education so that they are well positioned for the job opportunities in growth sectors and leap towards closing that gender pay gap. This recommendation is again reiterated in the paper jointly authored by the PAP Women's Wing and Young PAP submitted this year. Taken together, the debate demonstrated from both sides of the House our support for the aspirations of Singapore women and the willingness of this government to support likewise. Between the debate in 2017 till now, I'm encouraged to observe several positive developments. For instance, the number of home care and daycare places increased to 10,300 and 9,000 respectively in 2019, exceeding the 2020 targets announced in 2017 back then. Infant care centres increased from 512 in 2017 to 661 in 2020. And childcare centres increased from 1,389 in 2017 to 1,542 in 2020. To facilitate intergenerational bonding, the first intergenerational playground and infant and childcare centre within a nursing home was launched in late 2017. Since then, we have witnessed elder care and childcare facilities being co-located in new HDB estates. Macpherson Spring, in my constituency, is an example. I believe such co-location of facilities offers much convenience to caregivers taking care of the young and old in their families. Of course, in addition to increasing the availability of these care places, subsidies also plays a very important role to help making it a lot more accessible to working fathers and mothers. And in this respect, I'm glad to note that childcare and infant care subsidies have been enhanced in 2020 last year. On flexible work arrangements, we know from a January 2021 written parliamentary response to Mr. Christopher D'Souza that the vast majority of employees today, including caregivers, have access to flexible work arrangements. In 2019, about 85% of employers offered some form of FWA, and this number increased during the COVID-19 period. As of end November 2020, more than 8,000 companies adopted the tripartite standard on FWAs, up from under 2,000 companies a year ago. Could we still do more? Certainly. That's why many colleagues like Dr. Tan Wu Meng, for example, today continue to champion this, as evident by his parliamentary questions in this House just earlier today. In empowering more girls with STEM education, I'm encouraged that female representation in information technology courses in local universities has increased from 28% in 2017 to 35% in 2019. Still room for improvement, but making progress. And pushing further to avail Singapore women of good career opportunities, the PAP called for greater help for women to secure jobs in growth sectors, as we recognize that there are tech-like jobs suitable for those without a STEM background within the tech sector, and demand for workers remains strong in the care and green economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, please allow me to speak in Mandarin. 副议长女士，很高兴能够参与辩论今天这项有意义的动议。我支持修改后的动议。新加坡妇女们对于家庭、社区及国家的贡献是大家有目共睹的。自我2011年踏入国会以来，我听到许多国会同僚就支持新加坡妇女的课题提供了许多的建议。更见证了政府落实一系列有助新加坡妇女取得长足发展的政策。很有幸，在2017年的时候，我和4位国会同袍在国会中提出动议，联合另外13名议员就如何帮助新加坡妇女实现理想及抱负进行了2天的辩论。2017年的辩论概括了4大策略：第一，设立并加强架构与服务分担看护者的重担，为他们腾出时间，能够更好地兼顾他们的多重角色。第二，提倡灵活工作制，基于他们顾家又无需牺牲事业的选择。第三，鼓励社会及企业重视妇女的经济潜能与贡献。 第四，提倡妇女在科技方面的技能培训，为数码新时代及未来经济做好准备。所提的建议当然不限于妇女而已。我和国会同僚当时希望通过动议争取大家的支持，以实际行动来支持我们的妇女们。这无疑能够强化新加坡的根基，帮助国人无论男女都能发挥所长，为我们共同的未来做好准备。自2017年至今，我国在多方面，包括年长幼儿看护、灵活工作制、数码教育及培训都有所进展。例如，居家看护从2017年至2019年增加了38%，日间看护也在同期增加了88%，托儿中心也在同期增加了11%，而托儿这方面的津贴于今年也上调。争取妇女辅助悠悠60余载，今天的动议便是建立在这厚厚的基础上，多增了一片砖瓦。随着每一波的工业革命、职场技能的刷新、大环境的变换及社会态度的变迁，我们也得跟得上步伐，做出相对的调整。相信这也是为什么政府于去年宣布与民间及私人领域的伙伴联办女性发展对话，把建议集成白皮书，并于今年提呈给国会。人民行动党也响应号召，于上周向政府提呈了12项为推动女性发展的建议。同样的，妇女行动及研究协会与工人党也接连提呈了他们的建议。显然，新加坡妇女对于家庭及社稷的贡献不可忽视。为支持妇女实现潜力及志向，我们也必须坚持向前。因此，我热切期待白皮书的公布。In English, please. This journey to support Singapore women fulfill their fullest potential and aspirations is not new. Even as I speak of the 2017 debate, there were many others before me in this House who had championed the cause. Likewise, today's motion adds to the journey, and I am glad that we are building on this firm foundation. There are many things we can still do to support Singapore women. As the broader environment changes, as demographics and societal attitudes shift, we need to adjust too. Hence, our endeavor to support Singapore women must continue. And I believe that it is in this spirit that the government is tabling a white paper later this year. Contributing to this white paper, the PAP submitted our recommendations to the government last week. Likewise, the AWARE and WP have put forth theirs. But even as we continue to co-create these solutions, I believe it is important that this House affirms the familial, social, and economic contributions of Singapore women and our support for them to fulfill their aspirations in societal participation, and we look forward to the white paper. Thank you.
Ms. Sylvia Lim.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the motion calls for a whole-of-society approach to remove barriers that impede women from free participation in society. I would like to focus my speech on female participation in political leadership. Question: how does Singapore fare right now in women political leadership? I believe we all accept that women must be a big part of this House. Women must not just be a big part of this House. Women should hold leadership positions in government and in political parties. Over the years, this House has seen progress. For decades before 1984, the House was all male. After the 1984 general elections, 3 women were elected on the ruling party ticket: Dr. Aileen Wong, Dr. Dixie Tan, and Mrs. Yufu Yishun. They made up about 3% of the total MPs. Today, the House is touching 30% women, a 10-fold increase. We have female ministers, we had a female speaker, we continue to have female leaders of the House. How are we doing if we compare ourselves globally? The Interparliamentary Union, IPU, puts out a country ranking of the percentage of females in national legislatures. Singapore, with its nearly 30% female MPs, is at rank 54 in the world. When one looks at the countries above Singapore, they are an incredibly diverse mix of countries at different stages of development. Singapore lags significantly behind the Nordic countries, as well as Rwanda and the UAE, who have between 40 to 61% of women legislatures. We are doing slightly better than the USA at 27%, and about on par with Germany and Australia, who are at 31%. When one looks at the list of countries with high proportions of women legislators, one will notice that certain countries who are not known for gender equality seem to be high on the list. Therefore, while the numbers matter, we should not have women fill places in parliaments for its own sake if they do not play a meaningful role. Let me take an analogy from the corporate world. The Singapore government has been advocating that boards of companies should aim to have 30% of women directors. In order to reach 30%, some family-run companies may be tempted to appoint female family members, but that would not be meaningful if these women did not exercise independent decision-making. To that end, it is somewhat reassuring to see that in Singapore politics, there is an increased presence of women playing influential roles. There are more female ministers in cabinet than ever before, helming ministries, but we want to see more. There are also more female opposition MPs than ever before. We want to see more of them too. But what will it take to increase the pool of able and willing female Singaporeans entering the forefront of politics? Any political leader in Singapore will know that it is more difficult to find women to stand as candidates in parliamentary elections. I count myself fortunate that I did not face any family or societal pressures when I decided to join the Workers' Party 20 years ago. Not having a spouse or children, I did not need to agonize over how the family would cope without me at home at night, or how their lives and morale would be affected by nasty media headlines and the testy exchanges that take place in this house from time to time. As for my parents, they are persons of great fortitude. My mother is a retired nurse who has seen life and death emergencies. As for my late father, he simply laughed it off on learning that I had joined the Workers' Party, saying, and I quote, "Congratulations, you are one step closer to the prison," unquote. I consider myself fortunate. Other women are not so free. Time and again, we find potential female candidates who are unable to freely decide whether to stand as candidates compared to males who seem to have fewer inhibitions. I believe the Workers' Party is not unique in this experience. Women, especially those with young children, are burdened with worry and even guilt, wanting to be there for their families at key moments of their children's development. The expectations of family members, particularly parents and parents-in-law, add more pressure to mothers. Employers, too, may doubt a working mother's ability to cope with her work and political responsibilities as well. I do not notice such pressure and apprehension in my dealings with potential male candidates. I should clarify at this point that I'm not saying that a woman who decides that her family is the most important thing to her is somehow underachieving or undercontributing. Far from it. What I am saying is that we should empower women to freely make these choices. Women should be confident that in their ecosystem, family responsibilities are shared. They should be confident that their contributions to the wider society are cheered and supported, and not seen as derelictions of their duties as mothers, daughters, and daughters-in-law. Some countries have tried to boost female participation in their legislatures through the imposition of legal quotas. I'm personally very wary of going down this route, which has led to some perverse outcomes elsewhere. I learned of this a few years ago when I was part of a Commonwealth delegation observing a national election on the African continent. Several female politicians shared that their experience with legal quotas had not been good. Their national elections had proportional representation systems of affirmative action for women. Political parties would put up lists of female candidates who would be assured of entering parliament depending on their party's overall vote share at the polls. Unfortunately, in some instances, women who wished to be prioritized on the list were subjugated to the whimsical decision-making of their male party leaders, including acceding to humiliating demands. We should not go down this route of legal quotas. On the other hand, more countries seem to have had sustainable success with soft targets or aspirational quotas. These voluntary targets serve as benchmarks to aim towards, without being overly rigid in application. Some countries saw political parties voluntarily setting up party quotas, promising the electorate that they would field at least a certain percentage of women candidates. This happened due to political competition, as political parties jostled to gain support from a more demanding electorate and especially from female voters. Although political parties in Singapore have not announced any voluntary quotas of women candidates, my observation is that the parties are indeed conscious of the need to field at least a minimum proportion of women. Let me cite some numbers. If we look at the last general election, on the ruling party side, nearly 27% of the candidates were women, while on the Workers' Party side, nearly 24% were women. After polling day, female PAP MPs formed about 29% of PAP MPs, while female WP MPs formed 30% of WP MPs. As for the Progress Singapore Party, they fielded about 21% of female candidates, and after polling day, 2 non-constituency MPs were elected, 1 man and 1 woman. At the decision-making levels of the parties, the central executive committees of both the PAP and the WP are still male-dominated, but to different degrees at the moment. The PAP has 3 female CEC members out of 18, making up 17%. The WP CEC has 4 women out of 14, making up 29%. Though this is a vast improvement from the 14% we had previously, I'm most mindful that this gain is precarious and can easily unravel. The PSP has 5 women out of a 14-member CEC, a healthy 36%. When it comes to the cabinet, we see 3 female ministers out of 20, which is 15%. It seems to me that all political parties can put in more effort to try to raise the levels of female participation in leadership. I am cautiously optimistic that we may not need to adopt even voluntary quotas to improve the situation. As has happened in other countries, the element of competition among political parties in Singapore will also result in the need for parties to field more women candidates and promote women leadership. The electorate will be watching us. However, given the social context, it will not be an easy slog unless the whole of society embraces policies which make it conducive for women to step up to the political forefront. I now turn to the relevance of gender equality in society to fostering increased female participation in politics. Madam, the motion posits that there is a link between gender equality and the empowerment of women to freely realize their full potential. It is thus relevant to us whether a society that nurtures gender-neutral culture will organically see more women in politics. Gender equality assessments across countries are regularly done, and there are reports and rankings of gender gaps worldwide. For instance, in March this year, the World Bank published the Global Gender Gap Report 2021. This report assesses gender gaps in countries across 4 fields: political empowerment, economic participation and opportunity, educational attainment, and health and survival. Of all the 4 fields assessed, political empowerment is the one with the largest gender gap worldwide. If one looks at the top 10 countries deemed to be the most gender neutral, one sees that 8 out of these 10 most gender neutral countries are also in the top 25 for female representation in their parliaments. These include the usual suspects as the Nordic countries, as well as New Zealand, Namibia, and Rwanda. According to this gender gap assessment, Singapore was 54th globally. Coincidentally, the same ranking we received on the percentage of female representation in Parliament. An academic study of 36 European countries was published last year, which attempted to test certain hypotheses as to why countries might have higher or lower percentages of women in their parliaments. The study tested 2 hypotheses. The first, whether higher percentages of women parliamentarians was found in richer countries, measured by GDP per capita. The second was whether the proportion of women parliamentarians was correlated with a country's character as measured on a masculinity index. The masculinity index was determined based on a variety of factors such as the importance of money, high economic growth as a priority, men earning more than women, and traditional family structures. Such masculine traits were to be contrasted with a femininity index, which valued caring for others and the quality of life. Singapore was ranked in the middle of the scale. The study found that a higher proportion of women in parliament was strongly correlated with the country's wealth, but also with a low score on the masculinity index. 3 Nordic countries, Norway, Finland, and Sweden, exemplify this. Madam, it stands to reason that a society with a culture of gender equality will be more conducive to women being empowered to make free choices, including the choice to devote oneself to political service. For instance, more equal sharing of childcare and eldercare responsibilities will ease decision-making for women. Wage levels should be comparable for equivalent work so that it may make economic sense for husbands to decide to work part-time or not at all. Flexible work arrangements will unlock possibilities. The list goes on. Singapore should continue in this direction if we wish to see sustained streams of women contributing to their full potential, including those who will step forward to serve as political candidates, MPs, and ministers. In order to attract more women into political leadership, we need all segments of society to work together to build a gender-equal ecosystem. Government, employers, employees, business, and family must buy into this vision in order that our wives, mothers, and daughters can fulfill their aspirations and contribute to public life if they wish to. Madam, over the weekend, some of us might have been fixated with watching world-class athletes compete at the Tokyo Olympics. One of the moments that moved me greatly was the victory ceremony for a relatively new event in swimming, the 4x100 meters mixed medley relay. It was so refreshing to see the teams of 4 swimmers at the victory podium, 2 men and 2 women, showing the world the glory that their combined effort had brought to their countries. Each of them, men and women, was equally critical in achieving the team's success. That is the spirit in which the whole of society can collaborate in the national interest.
Associate Professor James Lim.
Madam Deputy Speaker, others in this House have shared about why a society that isn't truly gender neutral is problematic from a political, social, and cultural perspective. Allow me, if I may, to contribute to this discussion from an economic point of view. Unsurprisingly, discrimination of any form, whether on the basis of race, religion, or gender, entails not just visible costs to the social and moral fabric of society, it also embeds hidden, or at least underappreciated, costs for the functioning of our economy. In this speech, I wish to bring some of these potentially hidden costs to light. There's now a substantial body of evidence pointing to the importance of gender equality for economic development. Economic historians have argued that one of the important contributors to the Great Divergence, when European civilization was able to overtake Qing China, Mughal India, and Tokugawa Japan, and that difference was the so-called European marriage pattern, a pattern of delayed female marriage, elevated female celibacy, and the formation of small, nuclear family households. The idea is that by improving the position of women, this pattern increases both labor force participation and encourages greater investment in human capital, which serves to promote long-term economic growth. This argument has since been rigorously tested against data from around the world, and the results are clear. Greater gender equality tends to be associated with higher growth. Remarkably, the relationship works both ways. Not only does empowering women benefit development, but development in and of itself can also be a force for suppressing gender inequality, which holds the potential for a virtuous cycle of ever greater empowerment followed by development. Remarkably, this insight that gender inequality and female empowerment are a force for economic progress was most pithily expressed not by a paragon of capitalism, but by an icon of communism. In encouraging women to pursue education and work outside of home, Chairman Mao Zedong famously proclaimed that 妇女能顶半边天, or literally, women hold up half the sky. An allusion to how women can and do contribute mightily to the success of the economic endeavors of a nation. Now, closer to home, Singapore has, like many newly industrialized economies in East Asia, steadily improved the extent to which women are engaged as productive members of the economy. Between 1990 and 2019, for example, the female labor force participation rate has risen from around 45% in 1990 to around 62% in 2019, the latest year that data are available, and unfortunately, a number that differs from MOS Sun's earlier citation, unless I misheard, of 76%. Now, this represents an increase of a little less than a third, which is notable, nevertheless, for an advanced economy. It is also significantly higher than rates among our NIE peers, which average closer to 53%, and also surpasses that of developed southern European nations such as Greece and Italy, where participation hovers in the low to mid-40s. Clearly, we have, even in more recent times, managed to encourage the entry of women into formal employment. Alas, this impressive quantitative success masks some deeper and possibly more worrisome pathology. For starters, participation has actually trended slightly down over the past 5 years. Now, to be clear, I'm not by any stretch of the imagination suggesting that women should always seek to increase their engagement in the workforce, come what may. Indeed, some retreat from working life may well be a calculated choice, reflecting a desire to spend more time in homemaking or the pursuit of other interests such as hobbies or philanthropy, which may be enabled by higher incomes from the main breadwinner. But we should not be blind to the possibility that some of the fastest growing sectors, such as technology, finance, and data science, are famously male dominated, and reduced participation could be symptomatic of the difficulty that women face in breaking into such lucrative professions, thereby inhibiting the further expansion of labor market entry by women. Furthermore, there remains a significant imbalance in the participation rates of men versus women. Over the same period, the male participation rate continued to outstrip that of women, ranging between 78 and 79% over the past 3 decades. Put another way, the ratio of female to male labor force participation is about 0.79, substantially below Scandinavian countries, where the ratio is closer to 0.9. So we know, at least, that greater egalitarianism is eminently possible. Another reason that constrains further participation by Singaporean women is that they are still often expected to take on the primary responsibilities of caregiving and housework in the family. Hence, asking women to hold down a job and advance their careers while also taking on domestic work effectively consigns women to a double shift, or equivalently juggling 2 jobs. Often the added burden compels them to either leave the workforce or reduce their hours to part-time employment. The numbers corroborate this story. In Singapore, 83.4% of married men were employed in 2017, while in contrast, only 63.3% of married women stayed in the workforce. By a similar token, women are overrepresented in part-time jobs. For that same year, women accounted for 64% of part-time labor force participation, almost twice as many as men, who accounted for the remaining 36%. This latter statistic underscores the main obstacle preventing greater female labor force participation: time constraints. Of course, working time could well be a lifestyle choice, as I alluded to earlier, which should be available regardless of gender. But with only 47% of firms in Singapore offering full-time, flexible work arrangements, many women find themselves taking on part-time jobs not necessarily by choice, but rather because their employer either refuses or fails to offer alternatives that would allow them to continue working full-time, especially after the birth of a child. In my meetings with residents, I have had many women express their difficulty in convincing their employer to agree to more flexible work arrangements, which relegates them effectively to part-time status. A third force may discourage women from entering the labor force with more vigor: the gender pay gap. In Singapore, this income differential is around average compared to other industrialized economies at about 16.3%. To put this number in context, though, this gap implies that to a worker earning the median salary over a 40-year career, this discount experienced by women amounts to a little more than $1/3 Now, of course, women's career choices and progression paths based on differences in personality and preferences, along with the values placed on workplace flexibility and societal norms surrounding certain gender roles, do affect this difference. So to compare durians to durians, it is necessary to account for these observable and explainable differences. Doing so turns out to halve the gap to around 6%. This is smaller, but still non-trivial. After all, this is the average annual increment over 2 to 3 years, which never goes away. Furthermore, we do ourselves a disservice if we simply accept that wage differences can be accounted for and hence excusable. After all, as I explained above, the desire for flexibility should be regarded as an accommodation to a woman for taking on the additional unpaid duties at home, not a perk that would engender, no pun intended, a discount to this worker's salary. Similarly, societal norms about the appropriateness of certain jobs for women, such as in tech and finance, as mentioned earlier, can and should be changed, as there's little clear inherent advantage held by those possessing the Y chromosome in performing these jobs. Clearly, Madam Deputy Speaker, these subtle forms of gender discrimination in the workplace, expressed in dollars and cents, remains real and present in the contemporary Singaporean economy. COVID-19 has now presented itself as a genuine opportunity for us to seize upon and rectify this discrimination. On one hand, the pandemic has hit women harder than men. The need to take on an even greater burden of managing the household as they work from home has meant lower productivity, higher stress, and greater burnout. Such feelings of stress experienced by those working from home even outstrip the amounts reported among frontline workers. If doing double shift as a woman was already stressful pre-pandemic, how much more difficult would this have been when parents also had to take on the educational and childcare responsibilities during lockdown periods, such as the circuit breaker in 2020 or phase 2 heightened alert this year. Hence, many women went from a dreaded double shift to an unbearable triple. But the pandemic has also starkly revealed how working from home was not just plausible, but more than possible. It strikes me that firms expecting a return to business as usual look increasingly misguided. Much like how the Black Death permanently catalyzed a dramatic realignment of wages in medieval Europe, COVID-19 will induce a comparable rethinking of employer-employee relationships. The future of work may well be irreversibly flexible. Will government follow this trend then in institutionalizing clear, flexible work arrangements, starting with the civil service? In addition to a 4-day work week, which my Sengkang teammate Louis Chua has previously raised in this House, we can consider an alternative work schedule. Add an hour to each workday, which adds up to a long weekend every fortnight. I'm certain that many working mothers, and fathers for that matter, would value the opportunity to spend an additional day with their children, enjoy a long weekend, or even to attend to more mundane chores that are easiest to perform on a weekday. Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe all of us in this House agree that the ultimate goal is straightforward. We strive for a Singaporean workplace where one's gender has no bearing whatsoever on one's ability to succeed. This ultimately requires our leadership, our top administrators in the public sector, our civil service society visionaries, and our captains of private industry to fully buy into this vision of a gender-neutral workplace. But in the meantime, to get there from here, we will require policy changes, policy nudges, and there remains an insufficient number of female leaders to ensure that diversity and inclusion expands organically. That is why the demonstration effect from government is so crucial. There are many practical steps to promote greater gender diversity in corporate leadership. Hurdles for women to participate in high-performance leadership training, such as how heavy travel commitments preclude young mothers or underweighting certain emotional or social competencies in assessing leadership suitability should, as much as possible, be removed. We could also consider a limited number of reservations for female representation on board memberships in GLCs to preclude the possibility of total non-representation. This is especially so since, in contrast to electoral representation, as Aljunied MP and my colleague Sylvia Lim mentioned earlier, in contrast to electoral representation where there is palpable pressure from political competition, similar pressures are often significantly weaker in the corporate world, to the extent that the gender composition of board memberships even matter to decisive shareholders. The rank and file need support too. Under Prime Minister Abe Shinzo, Japan made enormous strides in increasing the participation of women in its traditionally male-dominated offices by dramatically expanding childcare facilities for working mothers. In a number of non-mature housing estates, especially Sengkang, the constituency that I represent, the ratio of childcare and primary schooling facilities to eligible aged children still lags the national average because even as the absolute number of such facilities have grown, the number of children has grown even faster, resulting in a relative worsening. Similarly, we can consider paid re-entry programs for mothers and informal caregivers to ease their reintegration into the workforce, post-childbirth or after a period of time as the primary caregiver. Programs can be designed to refresh and update skills. Tax relief can be offered to employers that operate successful re-entry programs to strengthen incentives for adoption. And when these opportunities have been offered, our women have eagerly answered the call. In 2020, more women have taken up board seats in statutory boards, companies, and institutions of public character. Notably, however, the target of at least a fifth of board seats in the top 100 primary listed companies was missed. Finally, going beyond participation, we should look more seriously at ameliorating the gender pay gap. While corporate governance matters are ultimately incumbent on the leadership of firms themselves, the Workers' Party has emphasized in its manifesto that employers with 10 or more employees should report gender wage gaps for the same job to the Ministry of Manpower. MOM should then go on to publish aggregated and average pay gap information for each industry sector. Remuneration disclosure guidelines for SGX-listed firms should also be revised to encourage the routine publication of the gender pay gap in the annual reports. The government should also render support to firms, especially the smaller ones, for both the routine collection of such data, as well as offer strategies for how such gaps may be reduced in practice. The Indian Nobel Prize-winning economist Amartya Sen observed that India has as many as 100 million missing women. As a result, he claimed, of gender-selective abortions, which is a travesty, not just on the demographic and economic perspective, but a tragedy from a moral, societal, and cultural one. But let us also not be blind to the fact that there are missing women in our workplaces. There are also hundreds of thousands of missing women that is a shortcoming that we can and must collectively resolve. As members of this House may know, I have a young daughter. Like every parent, I want her to grow up in the best possible world, one where she is able to pursue her dreams, whatever they may be, independent of whether she happens to possess a Y chromosome or not. I hope that we can all agree that this is why all of us need to work together to realize genuine gender equality in our Singaporean workplaces.
Ms. Raisha Khan, you want to make a clarification?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My speech earlier should not be construed as casting aspersions on the police. That was not my intention and should not be interpreted as such. The police is part of the solution and not the problem. I raised the example because it was my experience with a survivor. The episode I raised in my speech took place 3 years ago, and I've been unsuccessful in getting in touch with them. I believe that given the topic at hand, consent is imperative, not least to avoid re-victimization. I will communicate directly with MHA on any episode in the future where a survivor believes she has been processed inappropriately by the police, even as I will try my best to maintain my relationship of confidentiality with the victim. Thank you.
Leader?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the member for clarification. I just wanted to take this opportunity to remind all members of the House that the law confers on members of Parliament a privilege in the House and immunity, which means that it must be exercised responsibly. And I just wanted to remind members of the House that when assertions and allegations are made, members must be prepared to substantiate them. This is just a reminder to members so that they, in future, they will understand if you make an assertion, you may be called upon to substantiate it, especially if an assertion is made against an agency which is not in a position to defend itself.
Mr. Zulkarnain Abdul Rahim.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of the spirit of this motion and the proposed amendments by Honourable Member from Sembawang GRC, Mr. Vikram Nair. Given all that's been said by both sides of this House, it's clear that we are all in agreement that this motion needs to make reference to the action plans that are required. I think beyond an affirmation, there needs to be an acknowledgement of past contributions. Beyond a declaration, there needs to be concrete steps. And beyond a statement of intent, there needs to be a call to action. I'm sure that members of this House, like me, are looking forward to the action plans in the upcoming white paper arising out of the conversations on Singapore women's development. This year being the year of celebrating Singapore women, it's important for us to remember how far we have come in terms of society and as a nation. Conversations on women's advancement in Singapore have been championed by the PAP Women's Wing since their inception, and even before that, in 1956, when the PAP Women's League was formed by Madam Chan Choi Siong, one of the first women to be elected into Parliament in Singapore. However, it's not to be championed by women alone. In my years of advocating to end domestic violence and championing women empowerment, I strongly believe that men are integral to any conversation regarding women development. I'm thus glad that we have seen an overwhelming support from men who also share these same views. The PAP Women's Wing and Young PAP have consulted diverse groups in our society, including men, and put together a set of recommendations that we hope the government will consider to help our women and daughters achieve their fullest potential and aspirations. During the collation of ground feedback
leading up to this set of recommendations, it's heartening also to see men who have lent their voices and joined in our collective efforts to effect positive change. Past and present PAP members in this House have also stood up and spoken up for causes that are close to the hearts of women in Singapore. Mr. Alex Yam spoke on the equality of value and treatment of both working mothers and stay-at-home mothers. Mr. Louis Ng championed the causes of women, including breastfeeding mothers, single mothers, and foreign spouses. Mr. Melvin Yong encouraged men to shoulder the burden that women carry at home to strengthen marriages in Singapore. Dr. Lam Pin Min sought for more flexibility for fathers to take their parental leave entitlement. Dr. Muhammad Magat, more than 10 years ago, championed steps to empower single mothers and encourage employers to consider flexible work arrangements. There are many others from past and present parliament in our nation's history who have done so as well. These are not just a few good men. They represent the goodness in men, and there are many more out there. They have not only championed the cause, but they have also taken actionable steps with the government to help shape policies and laws that benefit the women and daughters of our nation. But laws and policies are not the be-all and end-all. We have to shape mindsets and shift attitudes. Recently, we've seen various cases involving the objectification of women and misogynistic views being spread online. We need to address this. Patriarchal and stereotype mindsets alienate and demean the potential of our daughters, wives, and women in our lives. In Malay, please, Madam. Semasa pandemik ini, kita melihat lebih banyak pertikaian dalam keluarga yang boleh menyebabkan peningkatan kes keganasan rumah tangga. Pembelajaran dan bekerja dari rumah telah menjadi kebiasaan hari ini. Peningkatan interaksi di dalam rumah dan keterbatasan ruang fizikal boleh mencetus lebih banyak salah faham dan perselisihan rumah tangga. Ini mungkin disebabkan oleh persepsi pasangan yang berbeza dari segi penjagaan anak dan peranan pasangan di dalam rumah. Persepsi ini mungkin berpunca dari pemikiran patriarki atau prasangka tentang peranan isteri, ibu atau anak perempuan di rumah. Satu cadangan dalam kertas kerja sayap wanita PAP adalah untuk memastikan pembagian tanggungjawab menjaga anak-anak yang sama rata. Ini melalui perkongsian cuti ibu bapa. Bapa kini ingin lebih melibatkan diri dalam pengasuhan dan kehidupan anak-anak mereka. Situasi pandemik dan bekerja dari rumah telah membuka mata masyarakat kita. Bagaimana kita boleh menyeimbangkan komitmen penjagaan anak-anak dengan pekerjaan kita. Kita juga memerlukan kerjasama pihak majikan bagi menggalakkan kaum lelaki untuk menggunakan cuti ibu bapa mereka dan membantu dalam pengasuhan anak-anak di rumah. Membolehkan fleksibiliti dalam berkongsi cuti ibu bapa akan membantu keluarga-keluarga yang mempunyai keperluan mereka tersendiri dalam menghadapi cabaran yang amat berbeza. Ini kerana bukan semua yang dapat bekerja dari rumah. Dengan penglibatan kaum bapa yang lebih mendalam, ia berpotensi mengubah pemikiran anak-anak kita dan sekaligus masa depan masyarakat kita. Semua ini berlatar belakangkan lanskap masyarakat dan negara kita yang lebih mesra keluarga. Ini tidak boleh dikecapi tanpa perancangan berterusan dan dasar-dasar pemerintah selama ini yang bertindak untuk kemajuan semua termasuk kaum wanita dan anak-anak perempuan kita. Di sini saya juga ingin memuji usaha kaum Adam dalam masyarakat Melayu Islam kita yang telah bekerjasama bersama-sama untuk memperkukuhkan lagi institusi keluarga kita dan mencerminkan sifat dan sikap positif dalam peranan bapa seperti pergerakan bapa sepanjang hayat yang telah menubuhkan sekolah untuk bapa. Ia memberi peluang dan ruang untuk memperkasa kaum bapa dan mempelajari amalan terbaik bagi melaksanakan tanggungjawab mereka. Satu lagi inisiatif adalah program M-Kuasa 3 bersamamu yang diterajui oleh Naib Kadi kita. Ia memberi sokongan yang padu kepada pasangan dalam kehidupan mereka bersama. Pengiktirafan masyarakat juga boleh memberi inspirasi seperti anugerah bapa teladan yang dianjurkan Persatuan Ain. Ianya menonjolkan contoh-contoh bapa masyarakat kita yang bertanggungjawab dan mempunyai nilai dan sikap yang positif. Tokoh-tokoh masyarakat kita seperti Ustaz Muhammad Irwan Hadi dan Encik Sujimi Muhammad juga sering melibatkan diri dalam wadah-wadah talian dan seminar bagi memberi pesanan dan contoh kekeluargaan untuk masyarakat kita. Usaha-usaha ini menunjukkan peranan penting kaum Adam dalam mencerminkan sikap positif dalam pengasuhan anak-anak kita dan tingginya martabat wanita dalam masyarakat dan agama kita. Janganlah kita memperlekehkan atau memperkecilkan usaha-usaha murni ini. Masyarakat kita terutamanya kaum Adam bukan sahaja rakan kongsi utama bagi kaum wanita, tetapi juga penyokong dan pendamping yang mempertahankan hak wanita di negara kita. Madam Deputy Speaker, beyond caregiving, we must also look at how to provide the best mindset and environment at home for our family members, including our children and partners, to flourish and realize their fullest potential. Our children look at us and model our behaviors and learn from our thinking and words. To me, patriarchal mindset and stereotypes are learnt, not inherited. I recall watching an advertisement that sets out a social experiment. Groups of girls of varying age were placed in front of a camera and asked the same set of questions. Show me how you run like a girl, how you throw like a girl, how you fight like a girl. In the older age girls, they seem to show a weakened state, like running slowly, throwing gently, or fighting softly, if there is such a term. But in the younger girls, there was not any difference between what they demonstrated and what the other boys demonstrated. They ran just as fast, threw just as far, and fought just as hard, if not faster, further, or even better. How did this phrase, like a girl, become a derogatory term? Our children should not believe this. Our boys cannot think of themselves to be superior. Our girls should not feel inferior because of who they are. We can dispel this notion and support our children in our homes. We must take action. As fathers, how we treat, speak, and respect women in our lives would be how our daughters would expect to be treated, and what is expected of our son as the measure of a man. We have made great progress as a nation in terms of women's development for several decades, and we shall continue to do so. We have to act and build upon the good work and past contributions of the government, community, and social activists. I'm happy that the mover of this motion and all members who have spoken join in these collective efforts, and I welcome more to come forward to do so. I also look forward to the action plan and consolidated views in the white paper to be presented. I hope we can see further promotion of an environment that is both conducive to child caregiving and welcoming for caregivers. We can do this by implementing policies that signal child caregiving as a shared responsibility between parents. I'm heartened to hear from MOS soon about the theme on strengthening support on caregiving. In addition to sharing of parental leave that's being recommended in the joint paper by PAP Women's Wing, I have other suggestions as well. Firstly, to increase the spouse tax relief to better reflect the significant valuable contributions of a stay-at-home mom or dad. Currently, the spouse tax relief is lower than an active NS-MEN relief, parent relief, or the grandparent caregiver relief. Second, encourage working spouses to utilize the retirement sum topping up scheme to top up their non-working spouse CPF accounts by extending tax reliefs to not only cash top-ups, but also CPF fund transfers as well. And perhaps to introduce a tiered basic childcare subsidy for non-working mothers in increasing amounts in accordance with the number of children that they have, instead of a flat rate right now. For mothers who are still looking for a job or training for one, perhaps we can have an interim childcare subsidy for a fixed period of time for them. Currently, they need to seek special approval for childcare subsidies on a case-by-case basis. Lastly, to implement a network of temporary childcare services that can be provided by pre-approved childcare centers. In this age of flexible working arrangements and working from home, such service can provide urgent and temporary respite care so that stay-at-home moms or dads can attend to urgent work or business. I will elaborate on these suggestions and more in the full debate of the white paper when presented. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope we can come up with concrete ideas and approaches, and it takes all of us in this House, men, women, fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, and sons, daughters, to stand up for women's development as a society and speak up against misogynistic and patriarchal mindset and stereotypes in order for us to progress as a family unit, as a nation. And quoting from social activist Desmond Tutu, it's by standing up for the rights of girls and women that we truly measure up as men. Thank you.
Ms. Cheng Li-Hui.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I refer to members Ms. He Ting-ru reference to the WP 2020 Manifesto on Enhanced Fertility Support. Members in this House knows that I've been speaking on egg freezing since I came into this House. I feel that this is an important topic, and along the way, I met with some setbacks. After all, it is not something that everyone can agree with. I'm glad that there has been some progress, and this is also part of the PAP Women's Wing recommendation. I'm also glad that the Workers' Party support this position. Over the years, I've also raised questions on IVF, PGS, and requested MOH for updates on egg freezing and sperm bank. In July 2019, the PAP Women's Wing also did a survey on Journey to Parenthood. We had 716 respondents. By then, I had also visited over 400 Tampines families with newborns and had a chat with them on their journey to parenthood. We raised the concerns and survey results to MOH, and in late August 2019, Minister Josephine Teo and SMS Amy Khor announced enhancements to the Marriage and Parenthood Scheme by removing the age ceiling to ART and also the cap on the number of times a woman can undergo ART. They also added subsidy for couples undergoing IUI at Public Assisted Reproduction Centre. Anyway, I think there's also no need for another National Fertility Centre, as we already have 3 public fertility centres in KK, SGH and NUH. The waiting time for all 3 clinics has been cut considerably. In fact, since mid-2019, couples can proceed with fertility treatments the following month after completing their consultation and counselling. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the many families who shared their stories, some inspiring, some heartbreaking, but help us to understand what you're going through so that we can speak for you and improve on it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam.
Parliamentary Secretary Rahayu Mahzan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is heartening to see many members speak very passionately about various aspects of women's development. We are clearly united by a common desire to see issues facing women being addressed and for women to be truly empowered to realize their aspirations. This topic is not new. It is indeed encouraging to see the evolution and development of efforts to empower, support, and protect women over the years, through the relentless pursuit by members of Parliament to build on existing policies, the advocacy and community groups who continue to champion for women, and the government that is willing to listen, consider views, and make changes wherever appropriate. I've had the opportunity to walk this journey with PPIS before I became MP, working on several papers with the PAP Women's Wing, participating in debates as a backbencher, and now working together with MOS Sun Xueling and MOS Lu Yanling on the conversations on women's development. I would like to take this opportunity to highlight a few examples of the wide-ranging efforts that reflect the evolving developments in this ongoing endeavour. I would refer to 3 themes: to empower, support, and protect women. We begin with the efforts to empower women to thrive at work and have equal opportunities as men. In Parliament, Ms. Tin Pei Ling had asked about gender wage gap and often called for digital fluency among women, as this could open up new career opportunities for them in the digital age. Ms. Tin and yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker, and Ms. Chao Chan had raised concerns about the representation of women in the STEM sectors. Ms. Jessica Tan and former MP Dr. Intan Azura have long called for women to be viewed as valuable resources and for employers to leverage on this talent pool. The government supports the diverse career aspirations of women. We encourage women to enter occupations of their choice, including in industries that are traditionally male-dominated. Women now make up 41% of tech workforce in Singapore. This is well above the global average of 28%, but there's still plenty of opportunities available in the tech sector, and we want more women to benefit from them and take on leadership roles. By entering such growth sectors, women can achieve better career and pay prospects to further close the wage gap. One meaningful development in creating opportunities for women in the digital sector is the SG Women in Tech initiative, which IMDA launched in 2019 with community and industry partners. The initiative enhances support for women in tech and attracts more of them to the sector. Through mentorship, leadership development, sponsorship, and networking opportunities, the initiative has reached out to more than 117,000 people. Other MPs like Ms. Cheryl Chan, Mr. Daryl David, Engineer Dr. Lee Biwa have made suggestions over the past years on introducing customized packages to help women update their skills and facilitate their return to the workforce after marriage or childbirth. More recently, Ms. Po Lee San and Ms. Yeo Wan Ling have spoken about challenges women face in caring for their families and pursuing their careers. The government, working in collaboration with different agencies, has responded to such calls over the years. We have continued to develop an enhanced program to support career mobility and help ease the transition for women back into the workforce. Workforce Singapore, WSG's employment facilitation programs and services provide support to women looking to return to the workforce after a period of absence. They can tap on personalized career coaching and various programs to facilitate their re-entry. In the last 3 years, WSG has collectively placed more than 48,000 women across their programs and services. Madam Deputy Speaker, in Malay, please. Ada banyak program yang telah dilakarkan di peringkat nasional untuk menyokong dan membantu wanita terus bekerja dan mencapai aspirasi mereka. Ini penting juga untuk masyarakat kita. Walaupun masih wujud stereotip dalam kalangan sesetengah pihak bahawa wanita itu tempatnya di dapur atau di rumah, ramai yang juga mahu wanita diberi peluang dan pilihan. Masyarakat dan perusahaan akan dapat banyak manfaat daripada sumbangan bermakna wanita Melayu. Ramai wanita Melayu daripada golongan muda juga mahu masa depan yang berbeza, yang penuh dengan peluang untuk berjaya. Tambahan pula, dengan adanya 2 sumber pendapatan dalam setiap keluarga Melayu, kestabilan keuangan mereka akan bertambah kukuh. Selain inisiatif-inisiatif untuk menggalakkan latihan semula dan pengambilan bekerja di peringkat nasional, agensi-agensi M-Kuasa 3 juga menyediakan program-program yang disesuaikan dengan keperluan wanita Melayu. Satu contoh adalah program Wanita Kembali Bekerja atau Back to Work Women, kelolaan Mendaki Sense, yang membantu mempersiapkan wanita untuk kembali menyertai tenaga kerja dan menghubungkan mereka dengan para majikan yang sedang mencari pekerja. Saya harap kaum wanita Melayu akan sentiasa disokong dalam mengejar impian mereka. Ini sememangnya satu usaha yang berterusan. Saya dengar tadi isu-isu yang telah dikemukakan oleh Puan Raisa Khan. Beliau menyebut tentang isu sunat perempuan, tudung dan juga poligami. Apa yang telah beliau sebutkan mirip dengan rekomendasi-rekomendasi yang kita dapat lihat dalam laporan Lepak Conversations yang telah juga kami terima. Saya pernah berbual sebenarnya dengan aktivis-aktivis yang telah menimbulkan isu-isu ini dan saya sebenarnya bangga dengan mereka yang merupakan anak-anak muda yang mahu berdiri menegakkan sesuatu yang mereka rasakan penting. Tapi mereka juga faham tentang betapa rumitnya isu-isu ini dalam masyarakat kita. Isu tentang sunat perempuan misalnya. Pemerintah sememangnya tidak menyokong amalan yang boleh membawa bahaya kepada wanita atau kanak-kanak perempuan. MUIS juga berpendapat sedemikian dan telah menjelaskan bahawa agama Islam tidak menyokong apa-apa prosedur yang akan memudaratkan individu. Namun hakikatnya ada pendapat yang berbeza dalam masyarakat kita. Jadi hal ini harus kita selesaikan bukan sahaja dengan meletakkan peraturan tetapi dengan memahami dan berbincang dengan masyarakat kita. Isu poligami juga yang telah dibincangkan. Ini adalah sesuatu yang telah pun diberi perhatian oleh ROMM dan sebenarnya ada peraturan yang amat ketat. Ini telah menyebabkan jumlah peratusan jatuh daripada pada 2010 0.4% kepada 0.07% perkahwinan yang berpoligami. Jadi ini menunjukkan adanya keberkesanan dalam usaha ROMM. Selain daripada itu, isu tudung. Isu tudung bukan perkara yang baru. Ini adalah sesuatu yang bukan saja ditimbulkan oleh Encik Faizal Manap tetapi juga oleh PAP juga. Encik Zaki pernah menimbulkan isu ini. Dr. Intan, Encik Zainal, Presiden kita sendiri telah pun menyebutkan tentang isu ini semasa beliau di Parlimen. Saya juga pernah menimbulkan hal ini. Pemerintah akur dan faham tentang keinginan jururawat Islam untuk memakai tudung dalam pekerjaan mereka. Ini adalah sesuatu yang telah dibincangkan dan akan diberi perhatian. Ini bukannya sesuatu yang mudah. Kita harus mengadakan perbincangan dengan pelbagai lapisan masyarakat, bukan sahaja dalam masyarakat Islam. Dan ini mengambil masa. Tetapi Perdana Menteri telah pun menyatakan bahawa beliau akan memberikan pengumuman tentang hal ini pada rapat umum Hari Kebangsaan yang akan datang. Jadi isu-isu ini yang ditimbulkan sememangnya isu yang mungkin telah diperkatakan, tetapi untuk benar-benar menyelesaikan isu ini, saya rasa kita perlu betul-betul faham dan kenal dengan masyarakat kita untuk menyelesaikan isu ini. Dan kita harus sama-sama mengajak mereka, mendidik semua dan mengajak kepada anjakan paradigma dengan cara yang cukup berhemah. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will move to the next segment of my speech. For women to pursue their aspirations unencumbered, women need to be supported with their caregiving responsibilities. Men can be caregivers too, and the government also supports them in this area. Yet women are still the primary caregivers in most instances. There are many reasons for this, including gender bias, stereotypes, and pervasive socio-cultural expectations. Many women dedicate their lives to caring for their families and may thus feel compelled to give up formal employment. To address this, the government encourages men to share the caregiving load. We've enhanced parental leave schemes and introduced flexibility for fathers to share a portion of their wife's maternity leave. We also work with community partners such as Families for Life and the Centre for Fathering, which drives the Dads for Life movement to promote active fatherhood. Many men are stepping up proactively, and we applaud their contributions towards building more supportive and resilient families. Over the past years, members have actively flagged the difficulties which some women caregivers experience and called for stronger support for them. In 2020, Ms. Carrie Tan urged the government to consider valuing the unpaid care work of women and legislating workplace policies to support working caregivers. And since 2017, Mr. Louis Ng has been a strong advocate for greater support for single parents, amongst the many things he champions. Responding to the diverse challenges faced by women caregivers, the government has made significant efforts to relieve the load they experience. For childcare, the government has expanded preschool places and ensured its affordability. Regardless of their working status, all parents and of Singapore citizen children also receive basic subsidies for childcare and infant care services. For elder care, the government has been growing the capacity of community care services and making them more accessible to better meet the needs of our seniors and their caregivers. In 2019, MOH also launched the Caregiver Support Action Plan to strengthen support for senior caregiving in the community. Its measures cover aspects like care navigation, respite care, financial support, workplace support, and caregiver empowerment and training. To support retirement adequacy of those who had low incomes during their working years and now have less in retirement, the government introduces Silver Support Scheme. About 2/3 of Silver Support recipients are women, many of whom were probably caregivers. This is one of the many schemes which help to safeguard the continued financial stability and well-being of women as they age. We will continue to grow such efforts to support women caregivers, no matter the circumstances they face. As part of this process, we constantly review feedback from members and the public to propose further action to support women in their caregiving responsibilities. The issue that had initially sparked off the national discussion on women's development was the concern about violence against women. At that juncture in July 2020, the PAP Women's Wing immediately came up with a statement strongly denouncing violence against women and shared concerns about sentencing in that case with the Minister for Home Affairs. Following that, the review of the sentencing framework for sexual and hurt offences was conducted, and consequently there were inter alia increase in the penalties for specific sexual offences. We continue to face new and emerging challenges that affect disproportionately women. One such emerging issue is online harms. Technology has caused the proliferation of sexual violence in cyberspace. Many women must deal with unwanted sexual messages and calls, non-consensual sharing of intimate images, voyeurism, sexual harassment, and objectification. This has gotten worse with COVID-19 as people spend more time online. Such behavior negatively impacts the physical and mental well-being of victims, and this is unacceptable. As with many past issues affecting women, the complex task of tackling online harms also requires solutions that extend beyond new legislation from the government. During MCI's 2021 COS debate, SMS SimN shared how the government was collaborating with community partners interested to shape a safe cyberspace for women and girls. We've since followed up with real action. As MOS Sun Xueling earlier mentioned, MCI has formed a Singapore Together Alliance for Action to tackle online harms, especially those targeted at women and girls. Dr. Shahira Abdullah also made reference to this. We are fortunate to tap on the expertise of 48 members who come from across the people, public and private sectors, exemplifying the importance of a partnership approach. For instance, under this AFA, MCI is collaborating with DBS and the Singapore Judiciary on a community hackathon to generate solutions for safer and kinder online spaces. As one of its co-chairs, I see the AFA as an important way to rally Singaporeans and spark more initiatives to foster a better digital culture. We must ensure women and girls enjoy the same freedom and confidence online that they experience in real life. The government's work on online harms is an example of how we are working with partners to defend the progress achieved by women amidst nascent threats. Singapore has consistently ranked well in the UN's Gender Inequality and Gender Development Indices. Our women have continued to break barriers and achieve new heights across various social indicators, including in literacy, employment rates, and leadership in many professional domains. Our engagements have created space for all stakeholders to share their concerns frankly. And amidst this careful and sensitive approach, Singapore women have achieved significant progress. However, we're not stopping there. The government will continue to reach out to women, represent their voices, and champion their progress. Many of the points which members raised today echo the government's ongoing efforts to uplift Singapore women. In particular, we can all look forward to the white paper, which will set out the government's action plan. I believe there will be a robust debate on the specific plans to move things forward. I'm therefore supportive of the amendment proposed by Mr. Vikram Nair, as that reflects the spirit of having concrete action to support our efforts. In conclusion, I wish to take the opportunity to thank all those who have worked with us to champion and advocate for women. We continue in this endeavour, for we're not just speaking up for women, we're speaking up for the future generation. We're speaking today not because women are weak, we're speaking because men and women together are strong and can change the tide of time, challenge unfairness, and take action that can meaningfully change lives of future generations. Madam Deputy Speaker, I stand in support of the amended motion.
Ms. Herting-Rue.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we have come to the end of a debate today on a topic that touches on so many aspects of our lives individually and also us as a society. The amount of feeling and the long number of speakers are indicative of how important this topic is. As to the amendments that were proposed, the Workers' Party does not object to the amendments and looks forward to scrutinizing the action plans to be proposed. We hope to see concrete steps taken to effect change, whether through legislative amendments or policy overhaul. Be that as it may, I would again reiterate that when we decided to bring this private member's motion as a party, my colleagues and I felt strongly about how the issues we raised affect both themselves and also the women and men in our lives. Mr. Leon Pereira spoke about the three women in his life, his mother, his wife, and his daughter, and how he wants to see a world where women were no longer boxed into long-held stereotypes. He shared how men and employers have key roles to play in abolishing sexist attitudes and how we can accelerate progress by having anti-discrimination legislation while working together to teach the principles of gender equality to our children. I thank Minister of State Sun Xueling and Parliamentary Secretary Rahayu Mazam for giving an update on government policies supporting women in various areas. My Sengkang GRC colleague, Mr. Louis Chua, shared why it is important that our care-related policies do not ironically perpetuate stereotypes and reinforce notions on gender roles. Both men and women must not be forced to make the false choice of choosing between work or family, and we need to ensure adequate support is granted to our caregivers. He also mentioned the important role of fathers in caring for their children, all the while leading by example, as told by the number of times his little 2-year-old featured in our Zoom calls while he was on Papa duty. Mr. Vikram Nair recounted what participants had shared at a dialogue session he attended, including their experiences of facing discrimination at the workplace during pregnancy or difficulties in re-entering the workforce after devoting several years to caregiving. Ms. Raisa Khan spoke about sexual violence and survivor care. She noted that we need to ensure that survivors are given adequate support to ensure that they are able to address the trauma they faced. She also touched on 3 pressing issues in her community: female genital cutting, polygamy, and the hijab. Dr. Shahira Abdullah called for a whole of society and community mindset shift, including for boys and their caregivers. She said that women should be the allies of each other and act in solidarity with women from marginalized groups. I thank Ms. Yeo Wan Ling for her speech on the contributions of women in the labor movement, and Ms. Tin Pei Ling for reminding us of the aspirations of Women Motion in 2017 and for supporting the amended motion. Mr. Zulkarnain Abdul Rahim mentioned the important role of men and fathers in this conversation, and Ms. Cheng Li Hui, I thank her for her views as well on egg freezing and fertility support. Mr. Gerald Giam, in his speech, called for more openness in our immigration and visa policies for foreign spouses of Singapore citizens to strengthen the Singapore core, for more support to be extended to single parents, and for policies to promote flexible work arrangements, all of which benefit both men and women. Ms. Sylvia Lim focused on the challenge facing political parties in Singapore in finding sufficient numbers of able and willing women to step up to being parliamentary candidates and political leaders. She noted that while Singapore has made progress, greater success was more likely if the social norms supported gender equal choices. She was cautiously optimistic that the element of political competition would pressure political parties to field more able women in order to gain support from a more demanding electorate. Mr. James Lim shared how gender equality and female empowerment can be a force for economic progress. He has raised how our female labor force participation rate has actually trended down over the past 5 years, and the male participation rate has consistently outstripped that of women. Moreover, the most lucrative and fastest growing sectors remain male-dominated, and reduced participation could be symptomatic of the difficulty that women face in breaking into such jobs. To make matters worse, the gender pay gap in Singapore remains substantial. He also proposed various measures to support women and working mothers and to address the gender pay gap. These are just the main topics relating to the barriers to gender equality, and there are many more which I have received in the form of comments and emails. These topics range from the concerns raised about fertility challenges that women face and women's health in the form of the chronic management of common conditions like polycystic ovary syndrome and its associated comorbidities. To summarize, it is good to hear that across the aisle, we are in general agreement that gender equality has to be pushed to the forefront of national discourse. And since it is still Olympic season, it cannot escape our attention that changes are also sweeping through sports as well. It is notable that the Tokyo 2020 Olympics saw attention being given to the outfits of female Olympians, and many commented positively on the choice of the German gymnastics women's team and Norwegian beach volleyball women's team to wear attire that they felt most comfortable with. It is also heartening to note that female top athletes, such as Naomi Osaka and Simone Biles, are the ones who are leading the way in raising issues relating to mental health. While it is important to make our policy positions and stand clear, we must take tangible action to effect change. This is why we have brought up the various different proposals that we have in our 2020 manifesto, and to make a difference not only for women, but society as a whole. We have to enact real change in our legislation and government policies to address discrimination directly. This is clearly not a silver bullet, but an important next step to send a signal to set the tone for the foundational principle of gender equality that we should put at the forefront of all of our policies and laws. Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may, in Chinese. 副议长女士，我再次重申，给予性别平等待遇，应该是社会的一个基本保障。当然，寻求性别之间的平权有很多面向，包括在政策上做出调整，打破一些对女性不公的刻板印象，让女性争取更多具有领导地位的机会，比如进入国会、内阁和企业界的董事部，提出鼓励户主推动弹性工作条件的措施，以打进性别之间的收入差距，尊重和体谅员工在照顾家人孩子方面的责任，延伸性别教育，让更多人提升对辨识和防止性骚扰和侵犯的敏感度，也给容易受到性骚扰和侵犯的小孩和较为弱势者的人得到多一层保护。国家也应该提供更多举报性骚扰和侵犯的管道。在立法方面，国家也可以推动反歧视法，提升国民对平权的意识，迈向在职场和其他场合上一视同仁，努力往给予不同性别的人公平待遇的方向前进，争取性别平权和公平待遇不但是女性议题，它是全民议题，关系到每一个人，是我们作为人民对彼此应当负起的责任。I started this debate by speaking about my maternal grandmother. She would be so happy to see how little girls today do not have to fight for a right to get themselves educated in Singapore and no longer need to hide books to read surreptitiously. But she would be first to say that we must not rest on our laurels and carry on working towards a world of gender equality. And now, I would also like to close with a big note of thanks to my father. He was born just after the war, the last of 10 children in an extremely traditional family who viewed boys as far superior to girls. After my sister and I were born, my mother told me that she felt a lot of pressure to try for a third child in the hope that they would have a boy. When she brought this up to my father, his answer was short and sharp. "What's wrong with my daughters?" he asked. I am incredibly grateful that my father has lived his whole life by these words, believing and supporting his daughters with his heart and soul to live our lives in accordance with our own choices, whether or not he agreed with us. And I know that I would not be here without this commitment that he has given us. I also do not think that he, as a lifelong workaholic at the workplace, would have expected himself to become so involved in the care and nurturing of his beloved grandsons in his 70s, which has been critical in supporting me in my own journey here today. I can only hope that many more of us show our wives, mothers, and daughters the same belief and love that I experience as we move towards greater gender equality. Madam Deputy Speaker, gender equality is not a partisan issue. It is not even just a women's issue. It is a men's issue. It is a societal issue. We are in this together. I hope our parliamentary colleagues will address these issues together, especially since our honourable colleagues have, by their own admission, said that they raise similar issues repeatedly. It is time for Singapore to take the next step. Thank you.
We have now come to the conclusion of the debate, and I shall put the questions to the House for decision. We have an amendment proposed by Mr. Vikram Nair. We will deal with the amendment first. The amendment is that the words proposed by Mr. Vikram Nair be added in line 3 after the word society. The question is that the words proposed to be added be there added. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment has been agreed to. The original motion as amended is now before the House. The question is that this House affirms that gender equality requires a whole of society effort to remove all barriers in order to empower every woman to freely realize her full potential and participation in society, and looks forward to action plans in the upcoming government white paper arising out of the conversations on Singapore women's development. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that at its rising today, Parliament do adjourn to a date to be fixed.
The question is that at its rising today, Parliament do stand adjourned to a date to be fixed. As many as are of that opinion, say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that Parliament do now adjourn.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Mr. Leon Pereira.
Madam, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the deep reservoir of affection and respect that Singaporeans feel for our hawkers has been clearly demonstrated time and time again. In 2018, there was an outpouring of public concern over news of steep charges faced by hawkers in social enterprise hawker centres or SEHCs. In 2020 and 2021, there was huge public sympathy and concern for our hawkers due to dining-in restrictions and concern over the news that some stalls had their rents raised. And this affection that Singaporeans have for our hawkers recognizes a deep reality. Most hawkers see what they do as a calling to provide good quality cooked food that is affordable and which deliciously combines the very best elements of Singaporean heritage and innovation. Sir, hawkers work hard, really hard. For those who want to catch the breakfast crowd, they may need to come to work at 3 a.m. They spend hours chopping, slicing, passing, peeling, boiling and marinating food ingredients before any customer shows up. And they may return home at 4 p.m. And they work often in non-air-conditioned environments, standing up much of the time. No wonder that attracting new entrants into the industry is an uphill climb. I recall one story told to me by a hawker industry veteran in preparing this adjournment motion, when he asked an elderly hawker why he did not raise his prices when selling to delivery apps so as to offset the app commission. The hawker said, "哪里可以," meaning, I simply cannot bring myself to do that. Most hawkers feel a deep bond with their customers and we to them. Our hawker culture is a heritage stretching back to the mid-1800s, when street-cooked food first emerged, and to 1923, when the first hawker centre at People's Park Centre was built to widespread acclaim. And a milestone in that history, of course, was 16th of December 2020, when Singapore's hawker culture was awarded a place in UNESCO's representative list for humanity's intangible cultural heritage. So, Workers' Party members of this House and members from the PAP have often spoken about hawker issues. In researching this motion, I came across a speech made by a then young and new MP, one Mr. Lau Tia Kiang, in 1995, asking MTI whether it foresaw the need to study the impact on hawker costs and food prices after the sale of coffee shops and market stalls in HDB estates. So in this motion, I hope to offer ideas to enhance this precious hawker industry. My speech will have 3 sections, 3 Ps, centered on the need to protect, professionalize, and promote the hawker industry, adapted from one of the mottos once used for the World Street Food Congress. All of these ideas are centered on one simple assumption, that the hawker industry should not be regulated in the same way as other industries, as a nationally important industry and one that embodies so much of our precious national heritage. The government and all stakeholders bear a special responsibility to go the extra mile to ensure a thriving hawker industry that retains incumbents and attracts newcomers, that innovates and that continues to provide affordable food. Above all, we have a responsibility to listen to the practitioners of the hawker craft in formulating and refining our public policies. First of all, sir, on the theme of protect. To retain incumbents and attract newcomers, we have to create an ecosystem that allows our hawkers to make a decent living. And the policy ecosystem has to instill confidence among hawkers that there is a longer-term commitment from the government to ensuring stable pro-hawker policies. Policies that seem to go against this commitment, like raising rents, even if only for a small number of stalls during a pandemic, have an outsized demonstration effect and do nothing to instill confidence. The first subject I'd like to address is rents. Of the 20,000 or so hawker stalls in Singapore, around 6,000 are in NEA hawker centres or NEA HCs, several hundred are in SEHCs, and the rest are in privately run coffee shops and food courts. In its 2020 manifesto, the Workers' Party called on all hawker centres to eventually be brought under NEA control, as that would provide the necessary long-term assurance to hawkers that there are governmental levers of control over rents, not only today but also tomorrow, as social enterprises are not governmental entities and hence not accountable to the public in the same way that the government, in theory in any case, is. Be that as it may, I will discuss what we can do in policy terms for NEA HCs, SEHCs and privately run HCs together. Rents are currently negotiated in SEHCs with an average rental per stall of around $2,000 per month, as revealed in the reply to a PQ by my parliamentary colleague, Mr. Muhammad Faisal Manap. For NEA hawker centres, non-subsidised rents range from $640 to $3,900. Currently, apart from a small number of mostly older stalls in NEAHCs who are on subsidised rents, NEA hawkers tender for the rent for an initial period, and then the rent is adjusted up or down, depending on a professional valuation that considers footfall, location, and market conditions, as SMS Ms. Amy Kaur explained in detail very recently in this House. In setting rents in the public hawker centres, I would like to argue for two principles. Firstly, we should err on the side of being too low rather than being too high. For government-controlled properties, we should never fear that some hawkers may, quote-unquote, make too much money. Top performers making a very decent living is a factor that attracts people into a profession, and it is hard enough, yet vitally important, to attract young Singaporeans into the hawker trade. And in any case, the top hawkers would have put in hard work and talent to get to where they are. This is not an industry where luck plays an outsized role. Secondly, I want to address the argument that rents are a relatively small component of total cost. That is true, but the government should use whatever levers of control it has to improve the economic situation of our hawkers. And the levers are stronger for rents. Even a small difference is still a difference. Next, and more specifically, we should move away from the principle of tendering for stalls in NEAHCs. While it is said that tendering can result in extremely low rents, it does create uncertainty and can be a barrier to entry. Very low rents that may occasionally emerge from tendering also subject the hawker to a shock when the rents get raised based on the formula explained above. And if the tendering leads to high rents, well, that favors entrance into the industry with cash rather than those with great culinary skills who may have less cash. I would like to argue for rents being recalibrated and set at lower levels than currently for NEA and SEHCs, namely at levels close to the lowest end of what we see now at NEAHCs and SEHCs, and with reasonable variations based on location, footfall, and food type, with the government using its control over SEHC leases to bring SEHC rents down over time. So, economic theory suggests that lowering prices below a so-called market clearing level tends to induce excess demand, meaning that there will be too many hawkers bidding for the same stall. I would argue here that the solution need not be tendering, which favors those with more cash, nor does it have to be random balloting, the mechanism used to allocate BTO flats and some types of subsidized hawker stalls. Rather, given the national significance of the hawker industry, allocation of stalls where there are too many bidders can be decided by tasting committees. Such committees can bring together hawker industry veterans, enthusiasts, food critics, and ordinary citizens to do blind taste tests to decide who has the best culinary skills. The independence of these tasting committees could be assured by being organized under the aegis of a hawker academy, a subject to which I will return later. Next, I want to address the plight of hawkers who operate outside of the NEAHCs and SEHCs, in privately run food courts and coffee shops. In my Serangoon ward of Aljunied GRC, there are many hawkers in such coffee shops, many of whom are truly excellent to the delight of constituents and their MP. Hawkers in such private facilities make up the bulk of hawkers. Yet there is a perception that they do not benefit to the same extent as hawkers in NEAHCs and SEHCs from government schemes, such as NEA rental waivers. Moreover, the government has far less influence over the rents that they have to bear. I hope the government can study the plight of these so-called private hawkers in more detail, understanding their rents, margins, and overall economic situation, and devise tools to nudge private operators towards cheaper rents for their tenants. Next, sir, on COVID schemes, ground feedback suggests that hawkers find the latest COVID schemes such as CRG and CRGT confusing and not as effective as the earlier schemes such as SIRS. This should be looked into. Specifically, I would like to ask if the government would consider providing JSS to hawkers. Hawkers are directly affected by dining-in restrictions. Most hawkers are micro businesses surviving on thin profits, and JSS support would mean a lot to them. Not all use and make money from delivery apps, one reason being the reluctance of some hawkers to raise prices to cover the app commissions, as I alluded to earlier. Apps are not a panacea for the hawker industry amidst COVID. Also, some stalls find that they have a less compelling value proposition on apps, like drinks and dessert stalls, who depend more on dining in. Hence, there is a case for JSS for hawkers to cover periods of dining in restrictions. Next, sir, many SEHCs ensure that several stalls provide low-cost food. Anecdotally, it would appear that some of these low-price food stalls struggle with the customer perception that the food is not that attractive. Rather than requiring some stalls to keep prices low, which may result in lower quality, can we not consider instead providing discount cards to low-income Singaporeans, those living in rental flats, those on Comcare, public assistance, and other similar schemes, so that they can obtain discounts at SEHC stalls instead? I believe there is such a scheme now in place, which is a special grant card for those on public assistance only, which can be used at certain hawker stalls, but the reach appears to be very limited. This tool of discount cards can be expanded and made into a general policy tool to keep hawker food affordable to those on lower incomes. Such discount cards may be a way in which hawker food can be priced at a level that is fair and economically sustainable for hawkers, while still keeping hawker food affordable for the poor. Next, I'd like to move to the second part of my speech, which is on professionalizing the hawker industry. And so in framing the matter this way, I do not mean to suggest that hawkers today are not professionals, nor are they or should they be professional employees. In truth, hawkers are entrepreneurs. So by professionalizing, I mean raising the status and standing of the hawker vocation, which also hinges on maintaining and raising business and culinary effectiveness. My first suggestion here would be to create a permanent pool of hawker ambassadors. Right now, digital ambassadors and the IMDA's Singapore Digital Office are deployed to hawker centres, and they focus on getting hawkers to get onto digital apps and e-payments. Anecdotal feedback suggests that the engagement of DAs with hawkers is not always very deep and is sometimes hindered by language barriers. My suggestion here is to deploy a staff of permanent hawker ambassadors under NEA or perhaps MCCY, given the heritage angle, to be deployed to all hawker centres, be they NEA, SE or private HCs. The staffing ratio can be determined, and it could be that some ambassadors cover multiple hawker centres, food courts and coffee shops. The goal of the ambassadors would be threefold. Firstly, to support hawkers in navigating the evolving digital business ecosystem. Secondly, to support them in navigating the plethora of government schemes. And thirdly, to help hawkers market themselves online and offline. Help should be focused on those hawkers who need it the most. On the digital front, ambassadors can work with older and less tech-savvy hawkers to help them adopt innovations such as voice-activated systems to fulfill digital orders, and to consider getting onto apps that do not charge such high commissions. Hawkers I spoke to have shared that there are too many distinct government schemes. This is confusing, especially to hawkers who are less literate in the English language. Ambassadors could help them identify and help them apply for relevant schemes. Ambassadors should also help our hawkers tell their stories and weave narratives about their history online and via events and promotions to make their products more appealing to customers, as some larger and more organized local eateries already do. They could also help hawkers to connect with shared service providers who offer services such as food ingredient preparation, for example, which may be advantageous business-wise. One major obstacle is the mistrust that many, especially older hawkers, have towards outsiders coming along and telling them what to do. Permanent ambassadors who can speak vernacular languages and dialects would fill this gap by building relationships with hawkers and winning their trust over time. The cost of employing such ambassadors would not be huge in the context of the national significance of the hawker industry. Ambassador jobs could also be outsourced by the government to NGOs, social enterprises, or community groups with an interest in the well-being of hawkers, of which there are a number now, such as, for example, Hawkers United and Hawker Cut. Over time, as a more digitally savvy generation of hawkers takes over, permanent ambassadors could be phased out if there is no need for them. I would also like to call for the Competition and Consumer Commission to take pains to act as a good watchdog over the delivery app industry to ensure fair competition between the big app companies and smaller ones that charge low or no commissions. My second suggestion, sir, is the creation of a National Hawker Academy. that could be linked to an existing think tank or university for infrastructural synergies. Right now, there is a hawker course run at Temasek Polytechnic and a course at ITE. These could be consolidated under a single hawker academy, which could become a focal point for the hawker vocation. An independent hawker academy could be a one-stop shop for training of various kinds, culinary and business. It could be a think tank that supports research into hawker-related policies and issues. It could support the efforts of hawkers to innovate and create new dishes or business models. It could also, being seen to be independent, be tasked to convene and supervise the tasting committees to allocate stalls when there are excess bidders. Such an academy could even aspire to play a leading role in organizing events and research for the global street food industry, which could yield soft power and economic benefits to Singapore. Lastly, sir, I'll move on to the third and last section of my speech on the need to promote. We should do more to support and nurture the best performing and most innovative hawkers to go global. Some hawkers are more successful and ambitious, operating multiple stalls across the island. It would be a huge boost for our hawker culture and for Singapore's soft power if more of these hawkers set up successful eateries abroad. This would raise awareness of and esteem for Singaporean culture abroad, which can only be a good thing. Also, some of these more ambitious hawkers could obtain economic benefits from overseas operations, resulting in multiplier benefits back to the Singapore economy. Why isn't Singapore food as widely enjoyed around the world as, say, Japanese or Thai food? Not for any reasons to do with quality, I am sure. In fact, I understand that the late global celebrity chef Anthony Bourdain wanted to bring some Singaporean hawkers and other hawkers from around the world to New York for a global event on street food. And I am told that he felt that the Singaporean hawkers were among the very best practitioners of street food in the world. There could be other underlying issues about going global, like the supply chain for local ingredients that are hard to obtain abroad. I suggest that economic agencies like ESG make it a priority to identify the more promising organized hawkers and support their move abroad aggressively, helping them to troubleshoot whatever impediments exist. With the proper support system and with the support of over 200,000 Singaporeans living abroad, I don't see why we can't have prata in Paris, lontong in London, bak kut teh in Belgrade, or rojak in Rio de Janeiro. So my next suggestion would be for the government to make an effort to document traditional recipes that are held in the memory of older Singaporeans. This may come under the purview of NHB and MCCY. There are dishes that have been created and enjoyed in Singapore that are a part of our Singaporean heritage, but are in danger of being forgotten. NHB could work on creating oral histories that document and save these recipes, the recipes of these endangered dishes, as it were, and make such recipes publicly available, like open source software, to be used and enjoyed by chefs at home, or who knows, maybe taken up by a hawker one day. This is currently being done to some extent under the Singapore Memories Project and other NHB initiatives, but this needs to be scaled up, and more of the recipes thus discovered should be made publicly available, with the consent of the person providing it, of course. Lastly, sir, I would like to propose that we designate the 16th of December, the day we obtained UNESCO recognition for our unique world-class hawker culture, as Singapore's Hawker Day. All of us could make the effort to remind one another on this day to partake of hawker food, especially with younger family members and friends, to help keep this love of hawker culture alive. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, our hawker food is a national institution that is much loved by all Singaporeans. It arose organically in the 1800s as micro-entrepreneurs saw a market need and filled it as entrepreneurs should. It is a deep part of Singapore's heritage, and now the world's as well. In moving this motion, it is not my intention to say that we have not made progress over the decades in nurturing this industry. We have. It is to point out gaps and offer suggestions for how we can do right by this nationally important industry and the hawkers whom we all care about, who work so hard to bring us this incredible, delicious food at affordable prices day after day. Thank you.
SMS Amy Khor.
Deputy Chairman, I thank the member for his motion of adjournment and the many MPs like Mr. Gan Thiam Poh and Ms. Joan Pereira who have filed questions and spoken for our hawkers. Indeed, our hawker trade is a key part of Singapore's history and identity, very much loved and treasured by Singaporeans. The inscription of our hawker culture by UNESCO is a proud achievement for all hawkers and Singaporeans. To ensure that the hawker trade and culture continue to thrive for future generations, we have been working closely with hawkers and stakeholders to, as Mr. Leon Pereira said, professionalize the trade, improve working conditions, and keep barriers to entry low. Our policies ensure that rentals remain affordable. We work closely with the hawker community to support new hawkers and encourage existing hawkers to adapt to changes as we future-proof our hawkers and hawker trade. That is, to protect and to promote them. To support our hawkers in weathering COVID-19, we have provided 8 months rental waiver and 6 months subsidies for table cleaning and centralized dishwashing fees since April 2020. Eligible hawkers also received $9,000 under the Self-Employed Person Income Relief Scheme in 2020. Given the disproportionate impact of recent COVID-19 clusters on some markets and hawker centres, we will provide stallholders in centres managed by NEA or NEA-appointed operators one-off $500 support under the Market and Hawker Centre Relief Fund in early August. Those who continue to face financial difficulties can reach out to NEA, and we will review the case and provide assistance on a case-by-case basis. Stallholders in other F&B establishments, coffee shop, food courts, have also been supported during this pandemic. Stallholders that contribute CPF for their employees from October 2019 would have received 17 months of wage support under the Job Support Scheme. During this recent P2HA, eligible stallholders in government-owned commercial properties will receive 1 month rental relief, and those in privately owned commercial properties will receive 2 weeks rental relief. To help F&B operators, Enterprise Singapore has reintroduced the Food Delivery Booster Package for the P2HA period. Eligible stallholders can also apply for financial support under the COVID-19 Recovery Grant. The government is committed to supporting our hawkers as well as stallholders in other F&B establishments. We will continue to monitor the situation and assess the need for further assistance. As Mr. Pereira is well aware, food courts and coffee shops are operated commercially by private operators. Stallholders and the F&B operators enter willingly into commercial arrangements after assessing the business potential. Regardless, everyone aspiring to become hawkerpreneurs always has the option of securing a stall in NEA centres, which are open to all Singapore citizens and permanent residents. As Mr. Pereira has acknowledged, rentals are more affordable at NEA centres, where median monthly rental of non-subsidised hawker stalls is $1,250. This is because of policies such as doing away with the minimum bid price through tender, which is the most transparent manner of allocation of such stalls, to allow hawker centres to serve as our community dining rooms while ensuring that hawkers can earn a decent livelihood, even as they provide affordable food for Singaporeans. Socially conscious enterprise hawker centres, or SEHC operators, will ensure each, not just a few, but each of every stall in the centre sells at least one item priced $3 and below. This provides affordable options while allowing hawkers to provide diverse food offerings and sell additional items with higher profit margin. The SEHC model is working well and has benefited hawkers and patrons. Average occupancy rates at SEHCs remain high at 98% in June 2021, with very little turnover. Operating costs, including rentals, are on par with comparable existing centres. And during this pandemic, operators have demonstrated their useful role by helping their hawkers adopt online food delivery and curating activities to attract footfall. Beyond COVID-19, we must ensure our hawker culture and food continue to thrive for future generations. We have been working closely with hawkers and stakeholders to sustain the hawker trade. Building on veterans hawkers' advice, so we talk to the hawkers constantly, we have taken steps to provide new hawkers with necessary skill sets to boost their chances of succeeding. For example, we started the Hawkers Development Program last year. 376 participants have completed their classroom training. 96 are currently being mentored by experienced hawker mentors under the HDP's apprenticeship stage. Aspiring hawkers can also participate in NEA's Incubation Stall Program, which provides up to 15 months rental subsidies and fitted out stalls to lower startup costs. SEHC operators have also developed similar programs, and to date, 92 aspiring hawkers have participated in these programs, with 38 becoming full-fledged hawkers. The median age of these hawkerpreneurs is 36. To help sustain the hawker trade and heritage, we are piloting the Hawkers Succession Scheme to help retiring veteran hawkers pass down culinary skills, recipes, as well as stores to aspiring successors through an apprenticeship and mentorship program. I'm happy to see many younger hawkerpreneurs contributing to a hawker culture through both traditional and modern hawker fare. COVID-19 has presented learning points on future-proofing our hawker centres and hawker trade. To make hawker centres cleaner, safer, and more productive, we introduced the Hawker Centres Transformation Program, which will include improvements such as better aisles and table spacing to minimize crowding and high-volume, low-speed fans to improve ventilation. We also encourage hawker centres to get into the productive hawker centre program and adopt automated tray return systems and centralized dishwashing. To help hawkers enhance business resiliency, the Hawker Productivity Grant co-funds the purchase of equipment to streamline business processes. The pandemic has brought to the fore online food delivery for hawker food. While this is no silver bullet, it is one way to help hawkers boost their revenue. To help defray costs of onboarding food delivery platforms, NEA provided hawkers with one-time 500 support last year under the Food Delivery Support Scheme. There is, however, no easy or one-size-fits-all solution. Hawkers have different needs and preferences, and not all hawker food is suitable for food delivery. Beyond the larger delivery platforms, there are various other that hawkers can work with, such as YQ and Bunkus, and each adopt a different business model. Some provide on-site support to manage online orders, and some have different fee structures. Some charge hawkers little or no commission, with costs borne by consumers. Each model has its benefits and targets different segments of hawkers and consumers. Hawker representatives, online food delivery platforms, and community groups have come together with NEA and IMDA to convene an alliance for action on online delivering for hawker food. This aims to address challenges hawkers face in using delivery services. The AFA will look at raising hawkers' awareness and understanding of different platforms, facilitate their onboarding, and equip them with the means to successfully market their food online. It will also explore more sustainable platform costs for both hawkers and patrons by exploring different business models. Meanwhile, our digital ambassadors from SG Digital Office will continue to support hawkers by helping them get on-board e-payment and online delivery platform. Hawkers can also approach NEA for help, as suggested by Mr. Pereira. We have made good progress with about half of cooked food stall holders in our hawker centres having adopted some form of food delivery, and almost 70% of them on e-payment. We aim to develop an ecosystem of support where all hawkers, tech-savvy or otherwise, can join if they wish. We can all do our part to keep hawker centres vibrant and safe by patronising our hawker stalls on or offline and adhering to safe management measures, as well as, of course, clearing our trays and dirty crockeries and litter up when dine-in resumes. In this regard, let me assure you that you can visit the hawker centres which are open with peace of mind, as MOH has completed a one-time preemptive swab for all working in our hawker centres and also placed them on rostered routine testing. Deep cleaning and disinfection of affected centres have also been carried out, and we have also implemented access control. The government will continue to work with stakeholders, but ultimately, it is up to all Singaporeans to support our hawkers to ensure that our hawker trade and culture continue to thrive.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. As many as are of the opinion say aye. To the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order, order.